Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Sound, sound, sound. Listen to this ultrasound. Sound, sound, sound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound.
I like the way that you say my name in the evening when we're far away from distractions. There's something special about that time of night. You like how I get into the mood, treat you like a man while I lose me. There's something special about that time of night. There's something special between you and I.
and welcome into the Rocket League Championship Series. This is it, the final open qualifier for 3v3s of the year as the Paris Major approaches slowly but surely. And there is still one more spot for the European region to be had by multiple teams. And to talk about all of that action, I've got some friends with me. Hi, I'm Leaf, and with me, I've got CJ, Stumpy, and Johnny. Johnny, I know right now you're currently keeping an eye on APAC. They're also playing right now.
Yeah, APAC might be in the final minute of their online season. It depends. We're in Game 6. TSM are up by 1 goal. If they can win that, they do win the series, and they qualify again to the Major. They made it, of course, to Boston. Yeah, Kinotrope need to win 2 games, but they're losing 50 seconds to go, so we'll keep you updated.
They've won a grand final before. CJ, Stumpy, what's the predict? Call it the prediction now.
Oh, we'll TSM right with 30 seconds left, so it's hard to say Kinotrope.
That's a belief. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I'll go TSM as well. I love seeing Sphinx on LAN. I love seeing the representation he takes. So yeah, give me Sphinx.
All right, we'll get that update to you guys in a second if you don't have it up on your side monitor here. But yeah, this is it. Everything's coming down to the wire from multiple teams across multiple regions as we head towards Paris. It's going to be electric. That's our last major before we get to World Championships. Apparently production's saying we got the last seconds. Can we
pull it up? Let's do it. Let's see. View party.
It really will be the last second.
I've just been watching the whole time. I don't know what Leaf's been saying. I've been locked in.
I can't. I'm trying to do a pre-show here. You guys.
Oh, it's happened.
What happened? I'm left in suspense.
TSM. Yeah, they did it. So Sphinx,
Congratulations.
Catalism, and Kevin have made it to the Major second time in a row. Congrats to them. Yeah, they really do have that matchup in particular. The 2 best teams in the region keep making finals. TSM keep winning, so they deserve it.
Stumpy, can I get a quick TSM has made it to Paris Cole style?
TSM is going to Paris. Cool. It's good.
Love it. I love it. Perfect energy. Hey, get your tickets. Join us for the electric energy. It's going to be extremely exciting once we get into that venue and see some Rocket League live here. But we got to focus on the European region. That's what we're here for the next 30 minutes before kickoff. We're trying to find that last spot we mentioned before. This is what things look like after yesterday. In case you missed it, shame on you, but at least you're here now. We are into our quarterfinals, again, best of 7s all day. Let's get you caught up on what matches happened yesterday and how those unfolded. In case you're curious here, I want to start off with KDC. This is one of those teams right now, CJ, that's still in the talks for that last spot.
How exciting. They're a series away from a guaranteed tiebreaker against Man City. They have Vitality again, who they upset last event, and they looked pretty fantastic. When Alpha 54 is producing that off the roof, that's his signature shot. Zen's got his own, Alpha's got his own as well. They looked great. Gritty Goose put up a pretty good fight, Johnny. Consistent team, I'd say, throughout the split, but K-Dub Corp seems just to be the best of the rest.
Yeah, not for the first time, Gritty Goose featuring Tox. They just end up being the gatekeepers. You never really see these guys making it all the way, but they're always right outside the door, making sure that all of the terrible teams don't get in. Unfortunately for them, K-Dub Corp are far from terrible. They're peaking at the right time. These guys are getting better every event we see them play, and I don't know, it seems a bit scripted. Vitality today, it seems like it's meant to be for this team.
I mean, it seems as well that, we've got K-Dub Corp currently going for this run. If they can get through into that semis, at minimum, they get themselves a tiebreaker. You love to see it. Novo have got a bit of work to do. Every series matters today if K-Dub Corp end up winning. Something will be happening no matter what goes on if we get that first result. But it's exciting for K-Dub Corp. I think they've earned it. Worst case, LCQ, see where they go from there.
I mean, they came out looking good too. I mean, a 4 over Gritty Goose. Again, those players, no slouches. So it's a good start for them, but we'll see if they can pull it to championship Sunday. The next match we watched was Carmine Corp, who ended up in the lower bracket again, but this time against GHT, who I think we've all become fans of. Johnny, have we back pass meta?
The back pass bandits, and not just that. These guys, the first full Italian team to make playoffs in Rlcs. We've seen Italian players making playoffs before many times, and we've been winning events, of course. Most famously in Cuxer's case, the coach of GHT. But Grandma was really, I think, the real story. seeing his reactions all over social media saying there's no way that this, Grandma's made his first top 8 just to be called Grandma, but he seems to be taking it well. I think it's
he
a
loves
good. I think it's a great brand, and oh my god, own goal by TMS there. So. Yeah, they didn't get the win here. I think they've won the hearts of the viewers and the fans.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the content. If they did make the major around Grammar, it would have been fantastic. And Cooks as well, he mentioned it being the coach that he appreciated them trusting the different game style, the different game plan. We saw it with the back passes as well. But when you're coming up against the blue wall, France versus Italy, KC just look too good. They're a fantastic team.
Never going to be an easy matchup when you go up against the blue wall. And speaking of blue, we got another blue logo here. Novo versus Ninjas in Pajamas was our next matchup here. And Stumpy, this went a little bit different than I think most people expected.
It went extremely awry. Everybody seemed to be going on the side of, you know what, Novo, you've had a good run. You got through in the uppers, incredible job. But now you've got NIP, the number 3 at the time team in Europe. They battered them 4-1 in that series. It was a complete outshowing. They shut them down in 3 of the games. They ended up winning as well. So they only scored 3 goals in total, NIP. A stunning performance from Novo. I think that you could see the frustration from NIP. They almost didn't expect Novo to come out as hard as they did, and they caught them completely off guard. And CJ, I think that's exactly what you need to do if you are a team that is sort of coming out of a blind spot for an already worlds and major qualified squad.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing a team that all are standing up after a game that they've lost and having to physically reset, Johnny, I think you've got them. And that's what we saw with NIP. They were rattled. They try to physically reset, mentally reset. We saw the reactions, as you can see right there with the Great White, with Jorius. NIP, they need a strong performance today just for some confidence for the major, because they look flat.
That's true.
Yep.
Another team that's going to be looking for a strong performance is Vitality, as we see them face KDC later on. That didn't go well from last time, but yesterday they played Gentlemates, who are currently sitting, Johnny, I think, as the clear best in the European region.
Yeah, they're the major champions. They are the defending regional champions, and they've already taken down Karmi Corp and Vitality in this event. So they're just beating everybody, and they look like the best team. No questions asked. Where Vitality stands is much more up in the air, because they're first equal in points, and they could still win this event and be the number 1 seed from Europe. But they could also just lose today to Kato Corp, and then where do you rank them at that point if they've been eliminated 2 events in a row by Vitality, the old benched retirement home that is Kato Corp, when you look at them and the history they've got with Vitality?
I think for me, I was actually very impressed with Vitality in this series. Me and Cole were casting it, and there wasn't much I don't think that Vitality needed to change. They were just being outperformed on the day by Gentlemates. It's seeming to become a trend of Gentlemates over Karmi Corp and Vitality in particular, but every single game was a 1-goal game. There was a couple of overtime sprinkled in there too. They were incredible, and it was moments like that from Oski where they just outplayed all of Vitality. I'd recommend going back and watching that series. Yes, it's 4-1 on paper, but it was a lot closer when you actually watch it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you still have to hold Team Vitality as a contender in that top 3. I don't think they're out of the question yet. They've had a great trajectory throughout the season so far. Obviously, you want to be able to shut down everyone in the region. Today will be your chance to prove that as they go up against K-Dot Corp later on here. But I do want to look at where that puts us now as we head towards Paris and what we're looking for today. Johnny, scenarios, can you get us all caught up here? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, the top 4 in your top left corner there, Gentlemates, Vitality, KC, NIP, they're mostly just playing for seeding here, which is important. But the big story, Manchester City's lead is collapsing. They're eliminated. If K-Dot Corp win just 1 more match today, they guarantee at least a tiebreak, with the potential of going even further, because they would play Novo in the semis if they could beat Vitality. Novo are way back. They need to win the event to get that same tiebreaker. So yes, there is in fact a 3-way tie scenario. Of course, so it hinges on Kato Corp beating Vitality and then Novo winning the event. So it is pretty unlikely. Main one, I think, that we can just focus on is Kato Corp 1 series away from tiebreaker if they could beat Vitality, which they've already done last event.
I feel like the storylines there, CJ. I mean, when we were talking to Rado yesterday, it felt like he was predicting the future, saying he wanted to play Novo. Now they sit in front of them.
Yeah, I'm surprised Rado played well considering there was so much CEO swaps and changes going on in his own corporation. I feel like it's now Rado Corp. They've got rid of K-Dop at the top. He's the new CEO. He runs the show, and he's trying to get signed by PSG as well. So the CEO's already on the move. Yeah, they're looking fantastic. And I think it's, for Man City's case, they had a chance to really just take this event by the scruff of the neck, take their own, be in charge of their own destiny. They haven't done that. And not only have they not done that, they lost to Novo, who could just win one event and have 0 points coming in, basically not have shown up the previous 2 events, which is what they have done, and win and in, or at least force that tiebreaker. So, yeah, Man City will be very disappointed with themselves, but they're still in a pretty good spot.
I love that these storylines are still alive. We don't have everything secured. It's not just about seeding. There are actual spots on the line, and that's super exciting. But I'm not done with the highlights yet. I want to get to the best of the best. We saw some of them in the highlights just before. It's time for progressive top plays. CJ, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, let's get cooking. Number 6, it's going to be Mitza, and he is cooking off the roof. The space over the top of Riz is, but Baba, how's the read? It's not great because I'm all over it, he says. The bar down, it's a tough read as well. When it's dropping, you're not sure if it's going to come straight down vertically, if it's going to come straight out, but he was all over it like a rash. Drop down, but Baba's not getting that. Mitza is number 5. Top play as well. This one, gentlemen, it's best team in the world. Looking fantastic against Vitality. It's not one of NASA's top goals considering what we saw in Boston, but I love the fact that he's not only got it over the top of the defender, it's under the crossbar. That's beautiful.
You then see a little bit more out of Alpha 54 here. Mitza showed up earlier, but to the ceiling, the signature shot of his own. Alpha, a beautiful reset. The pop is so fast from him. Straight up, taps it ceiling bound. He gets the reset, threads the needle there into the net. Really lovely ground double from him. And then another great passing play. It's what we've loved to see coming out from this team. It was Grammar with the somewhat back pass, a hand-me-down from him right in front of the net. And TMS just has to send it in that direction, and the story just gets written itself.
It's not all about the goals today, though. At number 2, we're going to be looking at not just 1 save, but 2 saves. First coming from Bababa. Insane reflexes, but then jumps up the other side of the crossbar and makes it clear, which was necessary because there was Razier's coming in from one angle. He doesn't get a touch. Next play is going to be a goal for Dawson's in reverse.
Check his PC.
Recovery.
That sucks.
Yeah, this is so good that the reactions are so fast that some people are speculating that, we need to check his PC. I don't think so. Oski with the 1v3 dribble takes the cake, though. Unbelievable. The kind of thing you see in a freestyle montage, but Oski's done it in Rlcs, and the last player that he's gone past to do it is Zen himself. So what a goal. Oski with goal of the day and play of the day.
Oh, man, classic. You just don't see a lot of those ground dribbles anymore. Players are so fast to the contest. You just don't get those classic ground dribbles, and I love to see that. That's why I gets the number 1 there. But let's head back around the world. We started off the pre-show with a little bit of APAC watch party there. You saw our face cam reactions. Let's talk about Sam as well. Let's finalize, or not finalize. They're still got some games to go here, but get you caught up on what's going on around there. For this region, CJ, it's really just the seeding that the 2 teams are fighting for here.
Yeah, Furia and MIBR are locked in for Paris Worlds. They've been the best 2 teams, clearly, all year. So good that Team Secret decided their team just wasn't up to it halfway through the split and dropped them. It turned into Banana. They didn't actually make the top 8 in this event. But yeah, it's good to see that MIBR thought, let's get this job done earlier on. Let's get this matchup in the semi-final rather than the grand final. They lost to BS Plus, you can see on the Saturday, 4-1, which means they'll be meeting Furia in that semi-final if they do get through Dream Esports, which they would expect to do. So that's really the grand final, that semi.
Well, I also want to mention another exciting thing that happened during this bracket. You can't see it with just the scoreline here, so let's show it to you. We had the second longest RLCS overtime.
Whoa!
6 minutes and 35 seconds, Nova Drift and Notorious.
That is so exhausting. I mean, the final goal, you hope it's good as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger after all this time.
Just above the crossbar. It's a goal mouth scramble. It's a real goal mouth scramble. And if you are Roman here on Nova Drift, the only player under 1,000 points, you had 21 minutes, mate, to get yourself enough points. Come on.
Still,
95 points on a regular game when the rest of the teams are 5.
Yeah.
The defense are just farming saves, though, so I think this is a bit. It shows like to get 1,500 points, you just needed to save a lot. You didn't have any saves. You had 3, so that was the difference.
Terrible shooting, by the way.
Yeah.
3 goals from what, 55 shots or something across both teams. That's awful.
Yeah, that's going to hurt their overall stats. It's not good. But yeah, Sam, exciting. Again, keep an eye on that as they play out the rest of their bracket here in their final open qualifier. APAC did just finish. We saw that. Let's look at the final bracket here. This was for the spot to Paris, Johnny. This was for all the marbles.
Yeah, this was it. So TSM have done it twice in a row. They've owned the matchup over Kinotrope, the number 2 team in the region. So it would have been a shame for them to lose one time and lose everything from one loss. But they managed to clutch up and take the final event. That's 2 events in a row now. So they are firmly the number 1 team in APAC. And Sphinx at the helm. I think everybody's in agreement that he's the best APAC player that's ever been produced. So it's great to see him back as well.
That
deserved.
locks in the last spot there. Sorry, CJ. I just wanted to show the World Championship contenders here as we still have a couple spots open. What were you going to say?
Oh, I just said well deserved from TSM, but looking at Worlds, my goodness, obviously I'm looking straight at the land down under OCE. We got 78 points apiece, and if you saw the major groups, Wildcard ain't looking great at getting that 1 win required to lock in a World Championship. So if they don't win a game over in Paris Wildcard, we will be seeing a tiebreaker matchup, Power Wildcard, for the World Championship spot, for the solo spot for OCE, assuming they don't get an LCQ spot as well.
Are they going to have to play that after the Paris Major takes place if Wildcard don't get a win?
That's correct, Stumpy.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened? Like, you go to an event, come back, and then you have to play a domestic tiebreaker.
Let's sort this out.
Yeah, like, right, boys, we couldn't do it. We were in Group A. I don't know what you expected from us. Like, let's get in the ring.
It's the content region. It's the content region. That's what we do. You know what's going to happen as well. It's going to happen. But best of luck to
Right in the
Wildcard.
stars.
You're going to move on. Also worth to mention there, too, is the MENA region with the world spot as well, with R8 and then Falcons not being at Paris, too. So that's another storyline to keep an eye on here. But I want to take a look at what's happening after this. I mentioned this is our last open, and then we have a major and then worlds, but we have a little bit of action in between that there. You've seen the season overview graphic we put up all the time. Let's do that again to give you one more look at it here, because there's a section of it that we just haven't talked about really. It's that red one down at the bottom, a little tiny guy tucked away in the corner, but a lot of action involved there. We've got 2v2s, 1v1s, and last chance qualifiers. Let's go over how all those are going to work real quick, and maybe get some thoughts on maybe what players and teams we're going to see making it through each of these separate tournaments. So for the LCQs, to break this down, to get the spots, there's 4 spots for last chance qualifiers to get some extra teams through to Worlds here. Currently, the standings are Europe, North America, MENA, and OCE. These are determined based off your placements at the majors. So this can change. In that last spot there, Sam has the possibility of passing OCE with a performance CJ in Paris.
I want to note as well, it's the average placement. So since OCE only have one spot, they just have to outperform the average placement of the 2 South American teams. So they don't have to just beat, if it's a Furia getting a top 8 and they get a 9 to 12 or however it works, they just have to outperform the average placing. So that's in the advantage of a team with only one spot. If they do well, more than likely they will get that spot.
Yeah, Group of Death as well for SAM 2 is going to help OCE there, because the SAM 2 seed, they're in the group with the MENA 2, NA 2, EU 2 the Group of Death. So that I think they're probably the underdogs, probably the least likely to go well in that group. So that's great for OCE. They just, I mean, it all comes down to 1 win. Can OCE win 1 series? I think that would lock in the wild card, or the lock in the last chance qual.
A lot of pressure. That'll be great for the region. Everyone else is going to be cheering for them here. And those will be broadcast here on this channel. It'll be a Thursday to Sunday broadcast. Each day is a different region. We'll be qualifying through 1 team per day for Worlds. So I was going to get some theory crafting from you guys, but we got a few things to get through here before kickoff. So I want to move on to talking about 1s and 2s. Both of these have a couple shared rules here. It's going to be Europe, North America, MENA, and SAM. Other regions will still have tournaments for prize money, but only those 4 regions are going to be qualifying for the Worlds section of that tournament. They're going to be open qualifiers, and then it'll be 1 team or player per region that'll be qualifying through till Worlds. and I said, yeah, so Europe, North America, Mina, and Sam. With ones, I am curious, Johnny, just if there's any difference for anyone that might not have been keeping up with the one scene on teams or faces that we might see showing up here to keep an eye on.
I think ones will be mostly the same faces as last season. The only additions potentially would be players like Zen and Daniel who didn't play last year. If they do play this year, I think they're both contenders. But ones, yeah, mostly the same players I'm expecting to see making deep runs in their respective regions.
All right, and at Worlds, that'll be in the bracket. It'll be Mina versus Sam in the semis, and NA versus EU in the other semis. Winner of that, of course, goes through to grand finals. Now for twos, same thing with Mina versus Sam, NA versus EU. I want to get some quick thoughts when it comes to 2v2s here. And overall, maybe if there's some thoughts you have on some twos teams that might cruise on through. But first and foremost, what player out of all three of these different formats, we have threes, ones, and twos now that twos is in the mix, has the best possibility of getting the triple crown? There might be a couple.
Crown.
Yeah, the triple crown. Maybe the double crown is going to be a little easier for some players, but the triple crown, I'm just curious if you have any teams. We did ask you before to get a whiteboard. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
I want you to write down a player here that you think would have the best, and chat, get involved too, have the best chance of winning threes, ones, and twos at Worlds overall to get that triple crown.
I think there's a couple of players that I think could spring to mind. I mean, intrigued if any of us have got the exact same player here, because I think there's a couple of really good 2v2
Are you guys ready?
out there.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Okay.
2v2 is interesting.
Let's flip it. Let's get a 3, 2, 1, and reveal. What do we got? We got a Zen, Novo. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, all picks. Good picks. The Zen I could see more in the threes and twos. The ones is.
I'd be intrigued with the ones, mostly because we saw how much he came out in the ones initially when he was sort of having his debut season, and he absolutely just slammed people in ones. He's then, as far as I'm aware, not been as prevalent in the 1v1 scene, especially during the circuit last season, and so maybe there could be that. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. So maybe there could then be that resurgence into it of like, okay, I'm back. I'm now going to go full bore into 1v1s for a brief period. I could see it happening.
I'm surprised because the Nubo's understandable. That makes sense. I think there's not really any defense you need to make for him there. But what about Naz? Is just no Naz got thrown up?
He's my second, yeah. Naz,
okay.
number 2.
Naz is my second.
How's he looking in ones right now, Johnny? Nas, because that's the big question mark for me. Obviously, threes and twos.
Yeah.
He can lock that in.
I mean, he's always going to be strong in ones. The thing with ones is that in Europe you're going to have to beat Moxie, and Moxie is he's going to be grinding more ones than anybody else.
Loves an online qualifier, that guy.
Yeah. So that's tough. You've actually got a defending champion. He's the EU champion and the world's finalist from last year. So that's going to be tough to beat in ones. Tough to beat Moxie. It's always tough to beat him. But then
he's representing KC as well, isn't he? Moxie.
He's representing K of Corp. So he's going to have a lot of fans. Yeah, I think Mina did get harder as well, though, if you take Drally into account, and obviously Rwast and Naipo match last season only went to game 7, so it's no slouch getting the one spot for Mina either. They're both very hard regions, but I think I'll say Naipo's chances are a little bit better to qualify in the first place, and then to win is any of them can win for sure.
I think I saw a couple other good ones here. I think my favorite one I've seen multiple times actually is Razier's in chat. So good shout out, chat.
Razier's
for 3v3 as well.
Definitely good pick, chat.
Do you want to be tough?
I can win all 3.
Well done here. Hey, let's move it on. We got kickoff coming real soon here. But there is another match I wanted to talk about first. That's going to be happening a little bit later after, I believe, right after our kickoff match. And it's KDC versus Vitality, because this is actually a rematch. They played back in the European Open number 5. And if anybody remembers, you'd think, okay, of course Vitality won that. No, they didn't. It was KDC winning over Vitality in game 7, and now they face off Stumpy again in this bracket.
It was so exciting to watch as well, because Vitality, they went up 2-0 pretty handily in this series, and I think a lot of us are thinking, all right, yeah, you've had your fun, KDC. Then the exotic does a little bit of that, where we looked back at the tape and we were thinking, why exactly did he jump up for it? Why did he score that own goal? And we couldn't really figure it out. He was completely unpressured, but that was the turning point, the pivot point, the way that this series changed after that spot. You then see it goes into game number 5, an overtime win for KDC, all the way through to game number 7. And again, we were sort of thinking, have you had your fun? Is that going to be it? No, they just kept pushing. They then get a second goal under a minute remaining. It was so fun to watch at the time as well. And they just need to do it one more time. Just one more time. And we get more excitement. Yeah. I'm pulling for it so hard. Please.
I think a lot of us are. We're here to watch storylines. And if we can keep this open spot open for as long as possible in the bracket, that's entertainment, baby. So I'm hoping to see, as much as I love Zen and Vitality, I'm hoping that this is a KDC win, but that is later. Well, we have K-Corp Nip to get to in a few seconds here, but I do want to remind everyone, especially again, if you're new, this is relevant. We've seen some new people in the chat, that we have a crowd cam, the side view cam, something more akin to traditional sports where you can kind of watch from the stands here over on twitch.tv/RLEsports. If you'd like this view to kind of slow it down a bit, see some of the wider rotations, how things are developing on the field a little bit better, get that bigger picture, this might be the way to do that for you. Even if you're a veteran RLCS connoisseur and watcher, this is still fun to have on the side view while you watch the main broadcast as well. And a reminder what they're fighting for here. Prize money is obviously nice, but those points are going to be massive, especially as we try to find out that last spot for the European region heading towards the Paris Major and then ultimately towards Worlds as well. So a lot of these teams been looking at that first column there. And just a quick reminder again of what's going on here. It's best of 7s in this bracket. We've got 5 at minimum matches to play today, potentially more if we get into those tie breaks. We're looking for KDC to win this next one, to put themselves into top 4, and then we're going to have that scenario start to break down or start to develop here. So keep an eye on that. And this is the order of the matches. As I said, KDC Team Vitality afterwards, but up first, it's K-Corp versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's start breaking this down. Ninjas in Pajamas having a little bit of a difficult run there in the upper bracket. KC, though, CJ was already down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, KC having to win 4 best of 7s to win the event, but Ninjas in Pajamas, they need to bounce back. And I know that they've locked in, it's basically the seeding at this point. They've already locked in Paris, locking in the World Championships. But my goodness, yesterday Johnny, we covered that series, and it was slow, and it was a bit lifeless in the offense. It just felt like they were playing with their food, but there was just no urgency with the way they were playing.
Yeah, even when they were winning game 2 and they were in control, just putting up shots after shots after shots, and looking like they were in control of the series, we still didn't like what we saw. So even when it was going okay, we didn't like it. It didn't look like the NIP we're used to seeing, where they're just flying around the pitch, outpacing everybody to the ball and playing with confidence. Yeah, they're gonna need to massively regain here if they have any chance against Karmine Corp, who did beat them in a close game 7 last time that they played. I don't know though. I don't know if I like the NIP trajectory. Did also see I think it was the end of the series yesterday, Jorius turned his camera off. He tapped out, turned off the cameras. He must have been a little bit tilted to be doing that, which wasn't the only signs of tilt that we saw from them.
Well, progressive fan vote is live now. Who's going to take this one? I feel like I know which way it's going to lean. We all, I think, went Ninjas in Pajamas actually yesterday, including chat in their matchup against Novo there, and that did not go that way. So the stars don't seem aligned for Ninjas in Pajamas, but it is a brand new day. It's Championship Sunday. We've seen teams turn it around. Sometimes all it takes is a good sleep. I've talked to Jorius before about this very specifically. I asked him, is it scary to have a good day and then go to sleep knowing the next day you could have some brain fog? And he made it clear every day is a different day. So maybe it's a day for Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, Stumpy, I'm looking at the cams. I'm not sure I'm fully confident in the mental being on the right track yet, but how are you feeling about it?
I strongly dislike everything that we saw from NIP yesterday. They were completely unconvincing. Just looking at the numbers now, they ended up across their games shooting under 7% for their shooting percentage. So they shot remarkably low, which I think genuinely is about in line with the amount of the shooting percentage that we saw during the longest overtime in Sam yesterday as well. That was also around 7%. They just had a lot less shots. They were extremely floppy. They were very disappointing. LBP has got a mountain to climb, and I know that he would have done everything in his power to do so. I think it might just be one bigger hurdle. I think right now NIP can pray and be happy that they've already locked in the major. They've already locked in Worlds. This is, yes, it would be nice, but we're not going to be too stressed. Give me Carmine Corp. They were a lot more convincing yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, like, are we just flipping all blue? I feel like there's no
Carmine Corp.
reason to deliberate.
Nah, give me Ninjas. Give me Ninjas.
Really,
Change it.
Ninjas?
And they looked
because of
so
LVP.
bad yesterday that I'm backing my boy in. LVP.
Anything here.
LVP, it's a new day. They're going to put on an absolute clinic, and it just doesn't make sense, so it does make sense. I reckon they're going to bounce back. They could not look much worse yesterday. Give me Ninjas in pajamas. Flick it over.
I apologize. They can't. It's permanent now. We've written it in permanent marker. We'll know at least where your heart. I'm sorry, preach on that.
Change
Good
it.
job. No. It looks like they might be taking this according to chat. Nicely done. Let's get it going here. CJ is about to be heartbroken. We get into our first best of seven championship Sunday. Carmine Corp facing down Ninjas in pajamas. The Ninjas have a lot of work to do here to prove to everyone besides CJ that they got what it takes to take down the blue wall.
Well, CJ may have just got absolutely scammed with his prediction, but Johnny, to be honest, both these teams aren't in the best of form as we head to Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. I was muted on Discord. Sorry, Johnny, it was a really nice intro, but now you can hear me, and I was saying that neither of these teams are playing that great at the moment.
That's a really unfortunate that you muted and you asked the question.
It was a good one.
It
was a real clean one. Yeah, no, it was good. Chat can confirm. Nice.
Well, yeah, I need to see something out of NIP here before I can really believe, like CJ clearly believes, that they have a chance to win this one. I like what I'm seeing from K-Corp against everyone else except Gentlemate. So there we go. Immediately on the score sheet, Juicy off the back of his hero's air dribble assist. And that's just what K-Corp have been doing. Yeah, Oli, bit lost in the sauce there, couldn't find out where he needed to be, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, both these teams currently on the same points going into Paris, both qualified for that and the World Championships as well. So I say they're in bad form. What I mean is by their very, very high standards. And for KC, that is the fact that they've been beaten relatively comfortable by maybe the best team in the world at the moment, Gentlemates, which for them, it's going to be frustrating because they will always consider themselves to be the best team in the world. And this start against Ninjas in Pajamas is a great example of that. But their shooting hasn't been great, Johnny. They've been getting the most shots in EU, but far from the most goals. They're 7th for most goals per game. From Oli, actually, it was a steal. Great playing to him.
Oh, if that had gone in, they would just immediately think, yeah, we're cursed this weekend. As Oli lands on the ball and almost saves his teammate's shot. Turns out to be a brilliant touch, though. He takes it away from Atto and gets to secure on the play. I don't know if Atto is saving it, but he was in the area.
Absolutely wild stuff at the moment there from Nip, and you know, some people are saying that their shooting percentages weren't too high. Maybe that's the way to change that, Johnny. What you do is you save your own teammate's shot and then get to another shot. Glorious makes no mistake himself.
Okay, C's defense nowhere to be seen either, as the backboard read gets missed by Juicy. He had a little bit more boost in the tank there, didn't get the read right, so he did let go of his boost, and it's 2-1 Ninjas. Well, that did not take long to come back. And yeah, a couple of mistakes coming out of KC's definitely helped the Ninjas here.
Yeah, their shooting stats right back up there so far in this game. 2 shots for Nip, 2 goals for Nip. Oli, who got that first goal, it didn't even count as a shot, so his own save went in, and he got the goal, but it didn't count as a shot for him. So interesting to see. Have fun with that one, Direct. What does matter, Johnny, that right now is that Nip completely turned this opening game around in a series which is always close between these two. They played each other 4 times. 3 have gone to Carmine Corp, but 3 of those games also went to 7, the other one going to 6.
Well, so far the midfield battle looks like it's been pretty close. I think NIP in this matchup, they don't mind the pace that Carmine Corp play at. They can usually match it no problem. Will this be a case of them playing to the level of their opponents yesterday against Novo? NIP maybe underestimated them a little bit. Maybe they came in overconfident, but they'll have full respect for KC, of course. So that I don't think that's going to be ever going to be a problem in this matchup, and it doesn't seem to be today either.
Yeah, there was also a playstyle change of Novo yesterday. They were playing a lot more defensively than they did on the Friday, and perhaps they weren't quite ready for that. Whereas with KC, you know, this is an opponent they know so well, as everyone does. A lot of teams have been come up against Karmine Corp and losing to them, beating them. You'll know what they're gonna do. They will never change their playstyle for anybody.
Yeah, they don't worry too much about what the opponents are doing, Karmine Corp. They just do their own thing. Oh, that's strong from Juicy. Off the inside of the post and cleared. Very nearly 2-2 as we get past halftime in the first game. Both teams have looked dangerous in attack. They've both looked like they've put their opponents in difficult positions. We did have some mistakes from KC in defense, but they were somewhat forced mistakes. Oh, Atto with a bad back pass here. Maybe been watching some of that GHT tape back.
I hope so. I'd love that if GHT have changed the game. But here comes Oli to the ceiling. Wants to get the reset. Isn't quite able to do so. Now CRR continues the attack for Ninjas in Pyjamas, who this opening game flawlessly after conceding that first goal, that first early goal against Karmine Corp. CRR does what CRR does and turns on the halfway line. Won't be able to get it, but Oli's helping him out, and now CRR is called into action. Oli, a shooting chance, pushes it high. Trying to see what Juicy's going to do. Maybe he was aware that Juicy didn't have too much boost in the tank. And CRR can be the recipient of it, so good play from CRR. He's looking comfortable at the moment for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and all three of them are looking like they've got this.
It's a good save from Oli. He's being chased down the respawn, but he managed to get the ball clear. Here comes Atto. He's denied by CRR. He's been fast to challenge every time he needs to. Oli off the crossbar above his own net. The next shot comes in from Atto too quickly for Nip to respond to.
Yeah, there is Atto, the man who's had some questions levied at him recently, not been in that scintillating form that we expect from the Belgian. But he's always going to put that one on target. And Vatira helped out by nudging Joris out the way, and Karmine Corp do get their equaliser. And we expected this one to be close. There were KC British on the cross board as a fake kickoff comes in. Like a mistake for a second from KC, but Juicy was there. That was what KC expected to happen. Nip, though, keep the pressure up. CRR goes for the shot, doesn't quite get it. Oli's coming in. It's a great touch, an all-important touch from KC on their own goal line.
Such an important game here for NIP's confidence. KC's physicality has caused them problems at times here. Atto out wide again. Same place he scored last goal from. He's sticking in this area. Maybe looking for the double tap. Does bounce downwards away from him, and the boost steal's denied. CRR defending that one well.
Vatira's coming in here. Joris should be able to force that one out wide. Juicy trying to get a steal on the boost, but did not spawn just in time. And again, the same for Vatira, so that bottom left boost for Ninjas in Pyjamas looks like it will belong to them in the end, as Joris chases Atto. 30 seconds left now. Next goal may well win this opening game in this best of 7. That one's not quite going to be going in, but it was nervy seconds there for Joris. Juicy's taken out, and maybe Nip can now come forwards.
Yes, 50-50 for Jarius. CRR up equal to Juicy's pace, and now Oli's got an open backboard. Read from Vatira is good, though. Necessary that he got a touch on that one. As the final few seconds approach, NIP are going for the high balls, just checking to see if the defensive mistakes are going to come back to plague KC. They don't, and into overtime we go.
This was the prediction. Close one between these two, and it will go to a next goal wins scenario from the opening game. CRR goes high. Vatira's waiting on the backboard. Ninjas in Pyjamas turn this game around so well. It seemed like they'd be able to ease their way to an opening game win, but that's never the case against Karmine Corp. You have to work every second as Juicy pushes it out wide. Oli is there, has got a little bit of boost, but can only force Vatira into the center. CRR asking for something here, doesn't quite manage to do so. He's bumped out the way by Juicy. What does Vatira do? He takes out Joris. CRR's back. Mind games everywhere. It remains overtime.
Yeah, nice try there by Vatira, sneakily going towards the goal after faking the center ball, faking the mid pass. Chance for Joris in the other end, saved by Vatira again across the net quickly there. Really good job by him, but end-to-end stuff here, Cole. Both teams knocking on the door. Vatira off the post. Follow-up is there for Atto. He's at the other post. The accuracy was difficult in that case.
Yeah, coming up with their 12th shot, still unable to put this game to the sword. Atto's got plenty of boost, though. That goal that he scored to get the equaliser will be so good for his confidence. As Vatira blocks out CRR. Joris right behind him. That's a great play from CRR. Wanted to lose that one. Knew Joris was behind him. Juicy nips in there ahead of Oli.
Yeah, Oli again dodging the bump. KC are getting very physical out there, consistently swooping across the box looking for demos. NIP have clocked onto that though. Juicy's 50 back to Atto. Does actually bring Joris into the play. Vatira with a really good save again, keeping the ball in the corner. That's a nice try. Both teams honestly looking impressive in attack. Feels like a goal is coming. Feels like we could have had one at either end already.
Yeah, the fact that Karmine Corp are looking for these demos is no surprise. They are by far and away the highest demoing team on average so far. In this event, they're even higher, around 7 on average. So don't expect your card to exist too much. But it's Nip that get the breakthrough against Atto, but Juicy has the ball that goes over the top of a goal. And just like that, it's KC that take game 1.
What a touch by Juicy. Huge second hit on the ball, taking it past Jarius, keeping it underneath the crossbar as well. That was perfect from him. Frustrating loss for NIP. They had their chances. They got a couple goals. You know, it's not as bad as yesterday, but still, KC too good. They are edging out wins in the matchup.
A huge performance from Juicy as well. 782 points for him, including that overtime winner. Karmine Corp just reasserting themselves as a huge team in Europe. Into the Pajamas. This will be a little bit wounded after their loss yesterday against Novo. They mentioned it on the, you mentioned it on the pre-show, Johnny, and this is looking like a bit more like them. They really had a solid 2 or 3 minutes in that one, but the fact that they played well and didn't win, these things maybe start to get on their minds.
Yeah, when you have things going wrong, you start to manifest more things going wrong in the future. So it nearly started off that way, but Oli's potential miss, or potential save on a teammate shot ended up being the right field.
That didn't even count as a shot for him, which is incredible. I've never seen that before. Not a shot, but a goal.
I love to see that from him. But yeah, the overall game plan from NIP seems to be fine. They've got to look out for the demos, got to look out for the physicality of KC. KC, like you mentioned, are extremely physical, and they appear to be even more so in this event than ever before. That was a very explosive game 1 with demos at both ends, actually. But NIP need to win this game. I feel like there's no way back if they lose this. The negative mindset, or the negativity that's been just hovering overhead all weekend for them. It's something you can't shrug off if you lose 2 games in a row.
Well, Into the Pajamas have certainly got the firepower to come back into any series. They'll be looking at potentially their star mechanical man Jorius to be the one to bring them back in. But don't underestimate the speed of CRR and the solidity of Oli as well, as CRR puts it forward towards Atto. It's a decent start here on game 2 for Karmine Corp, trying to keep up their own momentum. And CRR, though, gets a really clean hit on that one. Forces Karmine Corp right back. Oli's in here. They get some sort of touch into the center. It's nearly there. A couple of half chances for both teams early doors on Forbidden Temple, and I don't see any difference in playstyle right here. They're still going all guns blazing. I don't think Nip can play any other way. As Jarius comes in, almost gets past Vatira.
Oh, that's a huge pop from Oli towards CRR. He does well to get up to that one. So their attack fizzles. They'll have to start again from the back corner. CRR is there with the reset, gets a big touch on it. Actually leads towards a relatively free ball for Vatira. KC coming forward again. They're using 50s to their favor. Just deflecting the ball into dangerous positions. CRR once more there to air dribble the ball clear. Jory is right behind him, and Oli likewise. These guys following each other's touches really quickly, but still unable to get the clean beat.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that, is there a double bump attempt coming in, nearly a chance into the Pajamas, the ball bouncing agonizingly as far as Nip are concerned. And I was going to say, they're not being outpaced by Karmine Corp so far. Even in that opening game that they lost, it was a game that either team could have won. It by no means was Nip being stretched and Karmine Corp looking comfortable. So maybe KC have another gear or 2 to go into in this one. I do one of the same for Ninja and Pajamas. So Oli clears long. CRR in front of him. CRR, beautiful linking touch. Oli, if he had some boost, he might have been able to challenge Juicy here, but the demo's still raining in for Karmine Corp. And that is what's keeping Nip penned back. When KC do have their pressure, their attempts after and Atto, a little sign that he might be coming back.
Huge play from Atto, off the ceiling, fakes out CRR, and then beats Oli with a shot. That went just across the goal a bit too far. CRR there, you've got to play the ball. You can't let Atto get the fake low coming off the ceiling there. He has to force Atto to get the shot off early by playing the ball. Give Oli a better chance behind him.
I would say so far for Karmine Corp, it's been Juicy and Atto that have been their 2 best players. Vatira's been dependable, but this is a great sign for Karmine Corp. Vatira is not having to carry, when Vatira is able to link the play and find passes, they look at their absolute strongest. Atto, who's been such a powerhouse now for 2 or 3 seasons, having a shaky online event here. And there's Juicy as well. Confidence flowing through the KC veins. Juicy over the top. And it actually goes all the way in.
Another mind game. Jory is completely faked out. And then Juicy has caught Oli off his line. Oli wasn't expecting him to just shoot that one. He was moving into challenge, but Juicy pulls the trigger and it's 2-0.
Fair enough. Well played there, but that's a great kickoff there from Ninja the Pajamas. Oli's up. Juicy, all-important touch again. What a series the new KC man is having, but it doesn't matter because CRR wins the subsequent race.
It was Joria's into the corner, and then CRR cutting off Vatira. Great speed, perfect shot as well. They're back in this one. But like you said earlier, I agree. I think that the whole squad's showing up today for KC. This is scary to witness for the rest of the Rocket League world. We're maybe hoping that Vatira's gonna play too much hero ball. Well, he doesn't have to. He's got Juicy and Atto playing it like this. How about CRR though? Oh, Atto equal to him. CRR is starting to come alive. It's another good shot attempt by him.
Important save there though for Carmine Corp, just when it's seeming that NiP are getting some momentum of their own. That last goal, absolutely huge after going 2-0 down. Would have been easy for their heads to drop. But Ninja Pajamas haven't let that happen. More good pace from CRR. These 50-50 losses are being incredibly effective for them, always backing each other up. That one's a little bit too much of a loss, so Jorius can't do too much more with it. Push it into the corner. Atto, he goes high. Actually manages to avoid Jorius. Jorius in a little bit of an awkward situation. CRR pulls rack there. And NiP do get away with it, but the best defending you'll ever see. For now, though, falls to Juicy. Ball floats. It's the chance for Atto to come right back. So if we've got their goal, they're back in the game, and since then they've steadied the ship.
That's good pace by Vatira. Juicy looking for the double tap. Atto getting involved as well. Jorius is there to keep the ball safely under control. And now CRR's got a fake on Juicy. A very mind-gamey game. It was very demo heavy in game 1, very mind game heavy in game 2 from both teams.
But yes,
Oh my goodness.
matching each other. NiP is saying anything KC do, we can do better. Demo still part of the game. Juicy takes out CRR, and that'll leave Vatira to win the next race. Jorius should be able to get this one cleanly. CRR has no boost, never ever bothers him, and that's what we love about him. To steal something from KC's half, but Vatira's going to come forward on the other flank. Juicy now, chance to keep up his good one. Almost over the top of CRR, but another important touch from the Spaniard.
30 seconds to go in what feels like a must-win game for NIP. Their confidence cannot be feeling too great after losing 4-1 yesterday to Novo, now almost 2 down against KC. It's been their worst playoffs that I can remember. Vatira dodging a demo. Jory is still lurking in the half though. Final few seconds. NIP need a goal.
Here's Oli though, he's got control of this ball. Can he bundle his way through? Nearly has to get the save, and CRR, an awkward angle, only trying to pick it on Vatira. Had to hold his nerve. Oli now keeps the attack going. Vatira boostless, fakes out Jorius, and that will be 2-0, and the must-win game for NiP is lost.
They've called timeout. NIP called TO. It's not surprising to see that, but oh boy, they were so close to the end there. Great save from Vatira. The patience, the composure on the goal line, keeping KC in front. You know, we've talked about Atto and Juicy popping up. Vatira has been extremely solid as well. This is my favorite type of Vatira, I think, where he's just playing third man and looks like an absolute brick wall. He has to be one of the best players to look back and see in defense when you're playing first or second man position, recovering. You look back, you see Vatira, and you think, oh yeah, all is well, we're fine. He's probably going to stop this 1v2. And what can NIP do from here? They are in big trouble. Their season has gone well overall, regardless of what happens in this event. It's been a pretty good season for them. But it's trending downwards at the worst possible times. Why is it right before the major that they start to make the mistakes and start to lose games?
Yeah, at this rate, they're going to have to see go into this major as a hard reset for themselves. But, I mean, they did go 2-0 down in that second game. It would have been easy, as I mentioned, for their heads to drop, for the thought of not consciously giving up, but, you know, that thought of, oh, man, no matter what we do here, it's not happening, to come into their heads. And with LBP behind them, they didn't let that happen. They fought back, they got their goal, and they were close, Johnny. They were so near to getting the equalizer at the end. I think it was Oli who had a chance for a doink. He was going for the lightest touch. You jump too early there, you get too much on the ball, it goes above the crossbar, and he knew that he had no one else following him, so he had to get the most gentle little touch. Vatira, who had no boost and was sideways, couldn't have done anything if Oli got that touch right. He held his nerve and banked on Oli missing, but there was a real opportunity there on Nip coming back with 4 or 5 seconds left, and I imagine they're talking about the fact that the momentum in that second game, in the last minute and a half, did belong to them.
Yeah, I saw as well. CRR looked like he was shaking Oli's shoulder. I think it was an encouragement because it looks like they're all very, very talkative during this timeout. They're using it as a problem-solving timeout. This isn't the okay, guys, let's just call timeout and calm down and say nothing. It sometimes happens, but we'll see. There's been a lot said between the players and LBP, the coach behind them there. But what can they do on the pitch? Will the play do any talking as well?
We shall see as we head into game 3. Ninjas in Pyjamas currently 2-0 down against a potentially resurgent Karmine Corp, who will have Gentlemates in the semi-finals in their sights. It will be a rematch between those two teams if KC do win. Gentlemates watching on, wondering who they're going to be facing. There's an early opportunity there for Karmine Corp. Oli did great work to get it away. Ninjas in Pyjamas need to keep hold of this ball. They need to get a lead as well. They've been playing catch-up and coming close to it, but both times they've conceded the first goal.
An early chance here. CRR can't get over the top of it, but does keep the ball in the middle. Jorius has full boost. Only trying to bump Juicy, doesn't land. That's the kind of aggression we're used to seeing out of NIP, but Karmine Corp's defense is still so high level. We don't get to see them doing a lot of it sometimes. They just attack for an entire series. NIP testing them early.
CRR is able to keep this one low, and again, great follow-up, but Atto has the wherewithal to get past 2 of them. The third player, though, is the one that gets this attack going. Oli tries to shield the ball away from Juicy, and CRR is wiped out the way by Atto. Great play there from Atto. Karmine Corp's bumping in demo game, continuing to be incredibly frustrating for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Vatira has some control of it. Into the center it goes. Jorius almost beats Atto. It's good pace so far from Karmine Corp, but Ninjas in Pyjamas, I would say, looking slightly more dangerous after their tactical timeout. All too often after a tactical timeout, we'll see what Atto can do here. You see a team come in and concede from the kickoff and look even worse, but that is not the case at all. They look slightly better to me. Almost scoring it. Hits the crossbar. Jorius can't get the follow-up either.
That was so close. Tough angle. And the mistake from Karmine Corp this time goes unpunished. That was such a good opportunity, though. How many of those are you going to get? Here's another awkward position for Juicy. This time he does well, collecting the overhead. NIP again rattling the crossbar. Jorius 50, almost goes straight in.
Yes, nervy times right now for Karmine Corp, but a double demo opens them right up. Atto and Vatira, the two of them in tandem. 1-0 KC out of nothing.
Oh man, this is going to be such a tilter for NIP. They were so close to scoring on multiple occasions, and now you just have to watch the ball flying in from distance, and with nobody there to save it. We've got 3 minutes left. There's plenty of time remaining in the game, but this is a tough match. Really, really tough position for NIP to be in. I don't believe that they've got the mentality to come back. Let's see if they can find the back of the net at some point instead of the crossbar.
Well, let's see if Ninjas in Pyjamas can do what T-Bates has been doing for years and prove Johnny Boy wrong. As Jorius goes to the ceiling, Oli's there, and Juicy gets the catch. Plenty of time left in this series, Johnny.
Let's see if NIP can do what T-Bates has been doing for years. Win 1 series in RLCS. Ever. And then they can talk about it. 2 minutes ago. And they've hit the bar again. It's middle again. Atto's there to clear it. They're just getting so close, but they're not getting rewarded, NIP. And this is where you start to doubt. You start to think, yeah, everything's just going wrong today. If this is just a cursed event, the pre-jump doesn't connect there. Jorius was looking for the ball to be high. Everybody on KC in the area, but not actually making a play on the ball.
Yeah, man, even when KC are missing, it's working out for them right now. And Nip, yeah, you do sense they're starting to feel a little bit sorry for themselves in this game. But great bump there from Oli. CRR chasing down Vatira. Vatira can't make it. And Nip do keep knocking on that door and finally get their answer.
How close was Vatira to saving this? He did about as well as he could. That's a great shot, though. When your teammate's chasing an opponent into the net, you want to get the shot low because they're about to come off the opponent's coming off the other side of the crossbar. So placement was perfect on that one for NIP. Can they get one more, though? They've had their opportunities. KC have actually given them opportunities as well. KC have made mistakes. But like you said, they're not always punishing them. NIP might not expect the mistakes in the first place.
And they've been going for plenty of drive challenges as well. Whenever Carmine Corp try and get something going from the floor, floor to air dribble, it's not working for them because Nip are defending that particular approach of attack very well indeed as Jorius and Atto get this one to the center. Oli's there following up yet again. Suddenly it's Ninjas in Pajamas that are getting all the follow-up balls. Lovely fake there. It's far again, Johnny. Surely it's Juicy keeps it away as well. Oli's got no boost. All he can do is backflip and then get taken out the game for it. CRR. Key touch, but it's not a great one. Jorius had to be called into action there. That's not what Jorius wanted, but he did well from it to give Oli an opportunity.
I just can't believe it. How are KC getting away with these positions? I don't know how they're avoiding conceding in these spots. They've had some good goalman scrambling defensively, but really NIP are quite unlucky to not be ahead in this game. Crossbar's been friendly to Carmine Corp.
One's going to the backboard, but Oli, again, not the KC player away. Atto, lovely touch from him, no boost, but will be able to at least get a 50-50 and force it to Vatira. Oli booms it long. CRR was hoping for a redirect, but not quite to be in. Now Atto has a chance. Joris has to wriggle away from one more demo, but Atto starts control of the ball, tries to get it. That would have been fun, a plan B. Not quite worked out, but nearly.
Yeah, final few seconds of game 3. If last game felt like a must-win, this one really just has to be one for NIP. I think they might get one more realistic chance here. And never mind, it's going to be Juicy who comes away with the ball here. CRR's beaten. Juicy's all the way forward, but saved on the goal line. Critical stop for NIP.
Massive block there from Jorius. Keeps his team in this one. Juicy, though, gets it from the kickoff. Can he go over the top of Jorius? Yes, he can. Oli's last man there. Pushes it out wide. Atto was waiting. Carmine Corp have stepped up in the last minute before the overtime. And now the OT kept up that momentum as well.
It's been NIP with the majority of the opportunities, but Carmine Corp have got some very clear-cut chances of their own. Plenty more to come, I'm sure. CRR, goal side of that one. Now down the line as an option. Looking in field, but can't get the ball towards a teammate. And now, if we settle into this over time, who's going to step up for NIP? Who's going to be the guy to make the big play? Here comes Oli. It often is him. And he's found Jorius, but only into the post again.
We're going to have a montage of the crossbar and the posts. We're going to have the groundsman coming in, putting on a new lick of paint on them because it has been scraped away into the pajamas as CRR and Oli faking each other out. There was a KC player in there as well, but it's loose in the center till Atto takes control and gets the 100 boost. Oli and CRR again in each other's way. Carmine Corp send it forwards. It's not particularly clean overtime. Starting to look a little bit desperate right now from all 6 players.
Yeah, the comms fell apart there a little bit for NIP, faking each other out. Vatira with a 50 mid. So good at those. Atto with the mind game. So gone up in the air towards Oli, though. Vatira getting involved again. He's been picking his spots wisely. When to advance. And KC have got NIP where they want them. Jorius has missed. CRR's back, though. Should be fine. Those mistakes could be costly. They happen again and again.
And CRR, though, does manage to go long. Wanted to get that 100 boost, but Juicy's there ahead of him, and Juicy avoided the bump. So great defending yet again until Oli pumps him out of the way. Jorius has control of it. CRR in the middle. Is Jorius fake? Yes, he does. He gets the bump as well. And he and CRR this time combined for the good.
What a pass that is. Jorius perfectly finding CRR in the middle and the bump. Huge play. CRR trusts him. That might be the key element for me, is that the trust is still there. NIP, despite all their woes, despite all of the holes that they've dug for themselves, this playoff run, they're still able to get the win against KC when they need it. That's off the timeout, which now in retrospect seems to have worked wonders for them. They had so many opportunities that game. They easily could have put it away in regulation, and they do put it away in overtime.
Plenty of shots in that one. There were 12 overall for Ninjas in Pajamas. Keeping on those demo counts as well. 8 for KC. and 8 as well for Ninjas in Pajamas. So huge numbers in that regard from both teams. But the goals for once, Johnny, despite all those crossbar and post hits, were on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the clutch goal here. CRR chasing Batira into the net, opening it up for Jarius. Jarius returns the favor by bumping Batira away as CRR comes through for the finish. Really good stuff from those two. KC making mistakes, has to be said. This has not been a clean performance from them at all. It's been a bit of a messy matchup at times when these two teams play, because the pace can get so fast and the match is so physical. Mistakes do happen. But yeah, a lot of fakes. I think a lot of help from the crossbar as well in KC's end. That they needed to keep that one close. Oh, kickoff strat. Oh, and it's 1-0 already. Great play there. Look at this from NIP with the kickoff.
Yeah, I'll be very happy with that one. Jarius managed to get in there after, and CRR, who faked initially, went perfectly for him, exactly what Nip had in mind. And the momentum truly has now swung to Ninjas in Pajamas, and suddenly it's KC that are wondering if things are going to slip away from them, Johnny.
Yeah, this is getting away from them a little bit. Rare to see KC coming out second best in a kickoff matchup, but do they have one back? Not yet. CRR waiting upfield here. Looking to skim that one into Ollie's path. Now the demos are still raining in. They just continue to be a major component of KC's game plan. And the challenges are not connecting. That's another fake, but not intended, out of KC.
CRR keeps the attack going, links the play once more for Ninjas in Pajamas. He, to me, has been the key man for Nip so far today. His timing is cuts very well as Joe's going to get to this ball. He doesn't need to in the end. I thought for a second it was going to be sneaking in, but just wide of the post. That would have been a painful one for Nip. Carmine Corp to keep this attack going. Batira has control of it. Jarius takes out Juicy. Atto's underneath it. We'll leave it to CRR, so a neutral play there. Lovely dunk. Wow, where's that going? Again, a ball, Johnny, that could have gone anywhere. Carmine Corp just don't seem in complete control of it, even when they have access to the ball.
That's good play by Ollie. Beautiful 50 back. Now the pre-jumping Jarius connects, but doesn't get the shot on target. NIP still have got trust in each other. They still trust the pass to come through. It's good to see this. Even up against all the odds, they're remaining team-focused. Fake from Batira brings Juicy into the play. Not a lot of boost for KC to continue the attack with.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they went for that fake when all of them had about 4 boosts between them, but I guess it surprised Nip for a second, but in the end they're left doing more defending. Great shot there from Oli. Atto has to help out Juicy and does so. Batira wheels around this one and watches to see what Atto can do with the ball. Well, 0 boost attacks right now. Oli wisely decides against it. I thought for a second he was going to dodge into that ball and take himself more out of position. He shows his experience. He shows his refusal to be overly aggressive, knowing it will lead to an attack in the end. CRR, does he keep this one going? It's nearly 1 goal for Ninjas in Pajamas. Might be the other one. CRR gets the pinch and walks it home.
Oh, that's a beautiful goal by CRR. Faking the ceiling double, instead pulling away and going for the ground pinch. Atto was expecting him to double tap that one much earlier in the play. I don't think we've ever seen that used in threes at this level. The fake ceiling double into ground pinch. What a combo.
Juicy almost gets one straight back there for Carmine Corp. KC, who are now going to be playing with a little bit of anger and aggression, sensing this one's getting away from them. And also have their tactical timeout in the locker, of course, don't forget. That's what gets taken out of it. And I'd say, Johnny, as well, that right now, Nip are beating KC in the aggression game. They're getting more bumps and demos, to my eyes.
Yeah, they've started to come out on top in that. For me, I'm seeing them spreading out as well, a lot more than they did earlier on in the series. This is a smart way to avoid the double commits and the chaotic situations. CR just takes a detour there to bump Juicy into his own net. Oh, well, they didn't get very spread out on that play. CR and Oli making contact. But for the most part, they've given each other more space on the pitch, and it's been helpful, I think, to make the ball movement a bit easier for them. Make the wide option passes a possibility. What can KC do in return? Atto just losing control at the end of that air dribble.
Yeah, the solo plays aren't quite working for Carmine Corp at the moment. You wonder what avenue of approach are they going to take for the rest of this game. Maybe it's passing plays. Batira to Atto, who just tries to get on target and does. And out of nothing, it's 1-2.
And it wasn't the fastest shot, but Atto was forced into the air early there by the bump attempt from Oli, and I think that probably made Jorius expect either a pass back or just a miss it. Because Atto jumped really early for that, got more power on it than Jorius expected. Still though, I'm surprised that they didn't cover the net. It's still Atto at the end of the day. You have to assume he can get a little bit more power than you think.
Yeah, I feel like all of Ninja Pajamas assumed that the other player would be the one to cover the easy shot, so in the end, none of them did it. It was like they were all at the mini roundabout waiting for the other person to take the right of way. What it has led to is a nervy finish here for Nip. CRR. It's a nice bouncing touch on that ball. Only underneath it, Juicy coming in the corner. Atto gets it as far as Juicy, but once again, KC don't really have as much boost to play with as they need. Atto boostless, chasing it down. Vatira has 100, but had no angle on the ball. So he was taking up the game easily. Sierra almost gets a beautiful redirect. Juicy gets the doink now, Oli up in the air. 1 minute's disappearing pretty rapidly as far as Carmine Corp are concerned, but they're looking a little bit more like their own old selves after getting that goal.
Joel Jorius is alone for a while here, but he's done really well, actually just barreling through to get the demo and the ball. His teammates did get back to help him pretty quickly. 40 seconds to go. Center ball for KC. Oli's there to knock it away. CRR spawn in front of him. It's like they can't avoid the team bumps even when they're trying. Fake from Vatira. Juicy with a shot on target. That's saved. Swatted to the corner.
And CRR has to slow this one down. He gets it down to the other end. Vatira needs the dunk. Doesn't get it. Atto. How's his 50-50 game? Waits that split second longer so he has clean touch of the ball. And then gets the demo. Juicy's in. Surely. What a save from Oli. He read the double tap and it remains 2-1.
What a stop with the final few seconds approaching. Oli comes up huge at one end, and now NIP are knocking at the door at the other end. They're looking to add another to their tally. Honestly, just get the ball to the ground, lads. That's much better. Jorius with the shot to the ground wins the game for Ninjas in Pajamas, the second in a row. What an immense turnaround by this team, making CJ's Carmine Corp pick look silly.
Yeah, CJ is going to be feeling pretty dumb right about now. I mean, in the pre-show, we saw an incredible save from Mbaba going onto his own ceiling in the goal. That one from Oli, it wasn't quite up to those standards, but even so, it was an incredible block at the death with the context. Carmine Corp trying to come back from 2 goals down. You think for all the world, John, that Juicy is going to sink that double tap, but Oli had other ideas.
This is interesting as well. We've not heard anything about a timeout from KC.
No.
So I think they're just going into the next game with no timeout called, and I don't know if I like that. I think the timeout would have made a bit of sense. NIP have clearly stepped up the battle that they had to go through in Game 3 to get to scrape a win. I mean, it was impressive that NIP were able to do that, but now they look like they're in control. They've started to clean up their errors, which were prevalent earlier on. That's no longer seeming to be too much of an issue for them. Yes, there were team bumps in this game, but some of them were just a bit unlucky there for NIP. Not much they could do about it. The players spawning in off a demo and just getting bumped immediately. That's fine. But yeah, what can KC do in response to this? Because NIP were dusting them in that game. They were moving the ball around really well.
And this is the series that just keeps on coming down to key moments. Which player is the one to take the half chance? Which is the little bit of magic that isn't snuffed out by the opponents defending. Managed to make theirs work, and on the other end, managed to get that huge block right at the death. And how confident will Ninjas in Pajamas be feeling now? The loss yesterday to Novo Esports, long in the memory. Instead they're playing this one live up against Carmine Corp. Solig is up against Atto. Carmine Corp won the first 2 games for anyone just tuning in now. They were looking pretty good, but every game has been within 1 goal, and no matter what happens from here, Johnny, these 2 will keep up their streak as Oli scores of at least going to 6 every time they play.
Once again, it's just magnificent from CRR. Unreadable. Look at that ceiling threat into a 50 back perfectly to Oli, who slams it top bins. But CRR is just unreadable at the moment. KC just can't get, they can't get any predictions right when he's on the ball, when he's coming at them, especially off the ceiling.
Vatira's though faked out Oli this time, gets the flick, it's going to hit the crossbar, I think. Is anybody following up? It's Atto, but it's awkward for him. Didn't quite read the bounce off the crossbar. CRR does get the block, used all of his boost, reaching for that one with every sinew, and then Jorius sends it forward, nearly past Atto. True end-to-end stuff here, but Nip have another lead.
Yeah, and the KC, well, he's getting a bit congested in offense there. Should have probably scored, or should have at least had a quality shot on target after Vatira hit the bar, but he couldn't get in at the right time. And again, they're starting off very close here, so it's almost like they lose out on the race. The momentum isn't there because they're starting a lot of these aerials from a standstill. Juicy can't get on the end of that one. Again, it's the timing of the arrival that's off for KC.
KC, what is happening? This is the version of yourselves that is the highest shooters on average, the 7th highest scorers. They're just not hitting the back of the net. And that one, they didn't even connect with a shot from Juicy. Has to do something with the ball in this sort of situation. 2 golden chances for Karmine Corp have been utterly wasted, and now down the other end. I mean, CRR, I really thought CRR would do better, but that wasn't too great either. Couldn't quite reach it.
2 minutes in, KC are looking shaky. NIP have somehow rattled them. I mean, it's been partly good plays from NIP, but a bit of a shambles for Karmine Corp. This is easily the worst that they've looked in a while. Oh, good play from Vatira, though. Oh my goodness, he's just an absolute wrecking ball as he ties the game single-handedly from his own back corner. Yeah, CRR just caught stationary in defense. Probably should have had a save there if he just backed off of it.
I mean, there's 2 players that have had very quiet games so far. Juicy on 24 points, and Jory is currently on 18. It's as you were a couple of minutes into the game. Let's see if those players are able to put themselves back in it, and if either one does, that'll be the path to victory for either of these teams. And what I'd say as well, Johnny, is we were praising KC earlier on not needing the Vatira carry. Maybe it's time for plan B. Maybe we need Vatira to go beast mode for a little bit, because KC started to struggle, and it's Vatira that got that equalizing goal. Joris takes a couple of touches. Juicy, quietest player for KC, gets that one into the center. Only there, nearly over the top of Atto, and CRR should be able to sweep up.
I just honestly want to see KC looking to use the wide positions in offense. Oh, that's almost deflected, and Joris does well, though, to take the ball clear. And I think they're just waiting a bit too much in the middle, and it looks like the ball comes at them awkwardly, when usually you'd see them swooping in, attacking the ball with pace. I think NIP have used the wide positions a lot better than KC have in the past couple of games.
Joris has this one as 100. Oli is chasing down the KC attacker to make sure that no infield passes will be coming in. It was Atto who scampered away there by the nip defense. He eventually does get the ball, almost goes to the ceiling, bounces it over a couple of them. Vatira fakes yet again. KC using that old school KC approach of Vatira going up and leaving it for a teammate. But Nip don't seem to be falling for that old trick. I don't think they have yet so far. Lovely touch there from Atto. Anyone going to be challenging him? It's just Juicy that's following up. He wants to get the double tap, and does this time, and there are no Oli heroics on this occasion.
Nice play out of Juicy here. Had to shrug off some contact from Oli, but stayed with it. Taps it in with the double tap, and now KC are back in front. What a swingy series we're watching here. Just when it looked like NIP had established control, KC are now leading, and they might be leading by 2. No, Jarius does get back for that one. 1 minute to go. NIP have to rally once again.
CR into the center. Jory is there, should be able to get the next touch here. I think he wanted to do something similar to what Juicy just did for us. That angled double tap, dodging a demo in the center. Not quite able to do it. The defending was too quick. CRR has control. Vatira nips in there. Great pace from Vatira, who's really turned it on here on game number 5. So does he beat CRR to the ball? Not quite. 45 seconds left, and KC still having the pressure despite having the lead, Johnny.
Yeah, they're looking good now. You just wonder what is being said. I'd love to hear the comms and hear what is happening to steady the nerves, that the mistakes that were happening earlier are nowhere to be seen. Oh, Juicy's muscled in another one. It's 3-1. And just like the Vatira goal earlier, this one comes out of nowhere because you don't think that they're going to have enough to get through a defender in these positions. But what a 50 that is from Juicy.
Yeah, I said a couple of minutes into this game that Juicy was having an extremely quiet one, according to the scoreboard at least, and if he could wake up, then KC could be pretty dangerous. That's exactly what's happened, but Oli might be able to keep this one alive. Not quite got the double tap, and maybe that was the chance, the half chance that Nip needed to take to give themselves the lead heading into Neo Tokyo. Karmine Corp have wrestled back the initiative. They're still far from their best, but doesn't matter too much when you're 3-2 in a best-of-7 series, Johnny. You're feeling pretty good for yourself. And KC didn't take their tactical timeout after conceding those last 2 games. So if Ninja the Pajamas do force a Game 7, KC are going to be able to stop their momentum before it starts.
Very interesting position in the series now. KC not at the boot camp like we're used to seeing them. They're all at home, but they're still able to seize back control of the series. They dominated that game at the end of it all. It was NIP favored at the start, but final 4 minutes really it was Carmi Corp the whole way. They got 11 shots on the board, just 2 for NIP. I mean, NIP couldn't generate anything, and they got out-muscled. Vatira and Juicy especially just completely dominated with their solo plays.
Yeah, and speaking about muscled, only 1 demo from Ninja in Pajamas. Considering we were seeing 7 or 8 earlier, that is a huge. Whether it's Nip playing slightly differently, Nip getting a little bit shaky when they could sense the series was beginning to look, it was in their hands, or if it was Carmine Corp just playing that little bit faster, managing to dodge out the way and read any Nip attempted demos. Something tweaked there as far as KC are concerned. And Ninja in Pajamas are going to have to change that. We are going to be heading into Neo Tokyo in this quarterfinal. First to 4 wins it. And the loser of this one, Johnny, the best they concede is 4th.
Yeah, 4th.
For EU. So imagine that. Carmine Corp in 4th. Unthinkable, surely.
Well, with the season points being the tiebreaker, I think this would just lock in 4th seed for the loser. So it's going to be a strong group. Whoever ends up with the EU 4th seed when it's NIP or KC that we're talking about. But we'll tell you more about that later. Let's see who can get control of Game 6 as NIP still overall have done well to get back into this series. But Carmi Corp, as we can see, they're a very difficult team to consistently beat, and they are back in the driver's seat.
They certainly are. It's not been simple for them at all. And it won't be over the next 5 minutes minimum. That one's awkward. Jory has almost got the backflip in, but Vatira was able to smuggle that ball away from his own goal line. Atto's now into the air. How KC long-term would still love Atto to show some of that form that he was showing over the prior 365 days or so. Just been that little bit quiet. Here he is now on the ball, pushes it to the side safely. And Carmine Corp having an awful lot of possession, but not too much territory. Early days in Game 6. Great play from Oli. Might be the way in, and it is! Lovely little finish.
Just simple stuff from Oli. Jory has made some space for him, and Oli spots Juicy. Yeah, just off the goal line, front flips him to flick it over him. It's very rare that you see a front flip be used to flick the ball in the modern day, but that time it made the most sense because he had the line up perfectly.
It was a lob. Very rarely seen Rocket League lob on the goal line. I know he's trying to make it a couple. Pajamas, you know, we questioned their fight earlier if they were starting to, you know, have one eye towards Paris. I think whatever happens from here, Johnny, they've certainly shown that.
Oh yeah, I love that we've seen that from them. If they'd gone out with a whimper here, just 4-0 and just went from bad to worse off the timeout, then I would seriously have doubts about NIP's ability to perform in Paris. But we've seen that they can dig deep here. Well, that was another chance. Oli missing the top corner on that occasion.
Oof.
Yeah, if NIP do end up losing this, and they are EU4, they're going to be a tough EU4 to beat. That's going to be a group of death just because they are in it.
Vatira earlier on was a hugely aggressive third man there. He pretty much went alongside his fellow defender when Ninja the Pajamas had a clean hit. So that could have been disastrous there for Carmine Corp. It didn't quite work out that way. So Vatira clearly had a plan. But CRR is dunking Vatira out now. So maybe KC getting a little bit jumpy in this one, a little bit nervous as Juicy tries to prod it forwards. Joris pushes it out wide. Atto has 100 boost. So does Vatira behind him. And Juicy gets the steal as well. So, and I was going to say a really good chance for KC here until that touch goes backwards. And now they have to do some defending.
Oh,
The awkward, big save from Atto on the goal line.
oh, nice fake from Jarius. Nobody is actually following up though, so it will be KC's ball. Far more offense being generated in this game by NIP than they did in the last one. They're all getting their moments in this series. CRR had some flashes of brilliance. Oli's been heavily involved in this game especially. It's good to see them all showing up and you know, making their mark offensively. You need that. You can't in the modern Rocket League game, you can't be relying on one guy. You can't even have two. You need all three. That's what NIP have got.
Big done there from Vatira and Joris. Well, he was following up close. We saw those 50-50 losses, incredibly effective for Ninja in Pajamas earlier, but that one went over his head. KC beginning to time their next angle of approach. Vatira gets the flip reset and for a touch as well. Wants to take out CRR, isn't able to do so. CRR, who has been incredibly strong this entire series. He's towards Joris. CRR wheels about. I was thinking it was Wondering if Vatira might miss that ball or not be able to go for it, but instead does end up back in NiP territory. But there's a lot of neutral play at the moment, Johnny, and I think that NiP will be more than happy with that, looking at the score and the time.
Yeah, this is fine for them. They're just trying to stay spread out, trying to stay alive on the pitch as well. Now they've got KC in a bit of an awkward position here. Juicy does get the ball free towards Vatira, and there's the demo in the back half. Good cover in the middle by both Oli and CRR. That was dangerous from Karmine Corp, but NIP saw it coming.
Oh, Atto's taken out there, bullied by Jorius, who didn't let him go even after the initial nudge. Fortunately for Ninja in Pyjamas, it didn't lead to a shooting chance. CRR has no boost, picked up by Atto. Oli, good control of the ball. Vatira gets it almost a full for Juicy, but Jorius read it better. Juicy is once again penned right back on his own backboard. Karmine Corp having to launch these attacks from the deep, not getting any pressure in Ninja in Pyjamas territory, and that is credit to the way that NiP are spreading around the field and getting these 50-50s so solid. Oli is there, almost ready to take the shot, but Juicy says no.
Well, last game we had just 2 shots for NIP. This game is just 2 shots for Karmine Corp. Both teams have just completely shut each other down in the past couple games. Offensively, very difficult to do that to KC. Even when they do lose, they tend to rack shots up and put their opponents under pressure. NIP not feeling any at the moment. And now here comes a little bit of Atto going one way. CRR's completely missed it. And, oh, it's all gone wrong. They were so close to the finish line, but they've conceded. And CRR, he just couldn't make up his mind whether he wanted to go back wall or just jump. And that hesitation has cost him.
It seemed that we were just trundling along into a Game 7. It almost seemed like these players were preparing for it and settling for it, but instead now it's Casey might be able to seal the series from the kickoff. Oli gets it clear.
CRR again, just not making contact there. He's got to lock back in again. They're still just the 1 goal away from a Game 7, which would be a good result for them after the way they started this series. Atto looking to flip the ball middle to Vatira, intercepted by CRR. Juicy might have been looking for overtime there, but the ball stayed up for now. Now we do indeed get overtime.
Yeah, I think Juicy was saying, look, let's just go OT, we take it, but didn't quite judge the flight of the ball perfectly there. It does in the end, though. It's this next set piece. Great play from CRR. He needs to get his head back in the game, and he has there with that chain dash. Oli!
Wow!
CRR's back in the game. NiP, 2, 4, 7.
What a fake by CRR. Just leaning away from the double tap. He didn't have the boost to get to. KC didn't know. And Oli puts in the winner. Timeout called by Karmine Corp. So, okay, they are actually going to use it. I did wonder, would they just no-tilt, salty run back the Game 7? But no, they've called timeout. Saved it for this moment.
Honestly,
what a series. What a weird series it's been, but a really entertaining one.
I don't think that Ninja in Pyjamas and CRR in particular are too disappointed to see that extra minute. While CRR did wake back up and was involved in some good in that overtime, I think it would still benefit him because it was a huge mistake to lead to that being an overtime at all. I think he's like, you know what, yeah, I'll take the extra minute. I want to reset myself. So I think everyone is happy to go into this one off the back of a hard reset, essentially.
Yeah, looking back at it, I think he was trying to fake it, and it just did not work at all. He just, you can't fake in that position. The opponent is definitely going to go. And yeah, with just 20 seconds left, Atto in the area. CRR's tried to fake him out there by pretending to go on the back wall, then jumping down to the ground, but he realized, oh no, they're out. I'm actually going to play this, and misses. I think there you just have to assume that Atto's going to go every single time. He's never going to back off. But great regain. CRR winning the game for his team in OT. Well, I guess it was Oli who won it with a goal, but CRR made the play to lead to the goal. And I wish, you know what? Vatira's not got his camera on. I wish he did. I'm curious. I wish we could see what Vatira is looking like at the moment, because yeah, we do wonder how he's how animated he is. He's been quite animated at times this season.
I'm never afraid to tell these pro players off for not having that camera on. So Vatira, I'm going to tell you off right now for not having your camera on. You should have your camera on, young man. Exactly, yeah. Consider yourself told off, Vatira. I'm sure that'll
show him.
Yeah, that's him not to sleep tonight, being told off by Coolcom 93 on broadcast. But this is now in 5 best of 7s these two have had this season, the 4th Game 7. So as we theorize, at the top of this one, always goes close. And Carmine Corp have won 3 of them so far to Ninja and Pajamas 1. So KC are the historical favorites going into this one. But, I mean, it was an awkward way for Nip to win that one. Does that sort of steal the thought of momentum, the fact that it was such a jagged victory for them on Neo Tokyo?
I think overall, this is just slightly NIP favored at this point. Like Carmine Corp, the plot armor that they once had is no more. They don't have plot armor anymore, it seems. It's gone, and it's a thing of the past for a lot of the top teams in the world now, who have to actually prove it, because the plot could go either way. Well, let's see. NIP were fully in control except for that one mistake from CRR. And here he comes again. CRR air dribbling high, looking at 50 back towards a teammate. He kind of does. But can they get a shot at the end of it? It doesn't look likely. It's cleared instead by Atto.
Yeah, but Zero had to have good awareness of where his teammates behind him were there, because that one was bouncing. Juicy hovers at the near post. CRR doesn't leave this ball alone. Reverses, tries to use the 3-point turn technique to get that ball back towards his opponent's goal. And a reminder as well, Johnny, whoever loses this one is locked into either 4th or 5th seed for EU. Whoever wins it can still get top seed. So huge changes of Paris.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be a big difference. Oh, what's that by Juicy? No! Wait a minute. What has just happened? Jorius shoots from distance. Juicy, did he get bumped when he jumped there? His own gold in spectacular fashion. I think he...
Read.
No, I don't think he did get bumped. I think he just completely own gold.
It's a put it in black and white and put it in your montage, because that was an incredible read if you don't know which colour of the goal is that you were shooting towards. And Nip continue to pepper on that Carmine Corp goal. They can sense blood. They'll keep on going. Only into the corner. Atto clears. Carmine Corp need to clear their heads as well as the ball.
Yeah, we saw right after Juicy was able to make a spectacular goal line save, so he's locked back in again after the mistake, just like CRR last game. What on earth was that? We'll have to take another look at it from his POV. I don't think he got any contact. If you jump and get clipped, you can sometimes just get completely thrown off. There was a player in the area. You might have been thinking about that, but it looked to me like he just straight up jumped and scored an amazing own goal.
But anyone doesn't think that these best of 7s are exhausting to players at this level. CRR's mistake in the last game and then Juicy's mistake in this one. So much evidence that they are lovely pinched there. Jorius gets the doink to tee up Oli. Lovely fake there towards CRR. Juicy up against him. Juicy does great. More good defensive work from him to keep it at just 1-0 down.
And yeah, this is why the scoreboard in Rocket League can be so misleading, as Juicy's carrying. He's got by far the most points of the team. But you don't lose points for own goals, do you? So it's not the full story here. He's done well in every other part of the game, though. Just that one moment which has cost him and KC up until now. But can they regain in the second half of the game? Atto's done a flyby. Juicy coming back to once again carry KC out of danger.
Oh, there's a chance of a Jorius.
Oh!
And he's gonna snipe it top corner. Nip looking like they're gonna survive.
Atto's he's just parallel parked in the back corner there. I don't know why he turned backwards. He looked like he had a play. Maybe expected a teammate to come out and clear the ball, but turning his back to the play just ended up being such an awkward position for him. KC are off the timeout, putting up their worst game yet. It's absolutely bizarre.
Juicy's going to beat Jorius to the ball here. Carmine Corp has still got plenty of time left to wake up in this Game 7. They've been in so many in their careers. It's nothing new to them. They seem to be struggling in this one. Jorius and Juicy up ahead of him. Great 50-50. CRR is in. CRR tries to get on target. Atto's got no boost. It's going to be 3.
And once again, it is just too aggressive, too far up the pitch. Atto pushing up, playing the positive outcome. And if the ball's bounced behind him, he was third in that position. He can't be taking that risk, can't be that high up. Or, you know, if he is in the 50, has to be more careful. They've got 2 minutes left. 3 goals required for Carmine Corp. But this is looking rough. This is one of the worst games they've played in a long, long time.
Well, I can tell you when the last worst game they had than this was. It was against Gentlemates in Game 6 when they lost, was it 6-2 or 6-1 in the decider in Open number 5. So it's not the first time in recent memory that Carmine Corp have collapsed in a key game. That is not something we associate
Oh
with any
my
of these
goodness.
players. And this is something they have to fix, Johnny, because they will have deciding games in Paris.
What is going on? Atto tries to collect the ball. Vatira trips him up. They both go for it. Either one of them could have easily cleared that, but by combining their powers, they've done nothing. And it's in the net again, 4-0. And now the kickoff strat coming out for NAP nearly gets a 5th one. Yeah, this is shambolic. Karmine Corp have got big problems, it seems. From 2-0 up in the series to now losing in Game 7. I don't know what's happened to them. They've completely fallen apart.
Yeah, and as I said, not for the first time either. This is a big warning sign for any of the Blue Wall who will be heading to Paris. They're going to have to dig deep to get their team out of this one because Ninjas in Pajamas, they are the story here. I mean, there's 70 seconds left, 3 goals. Let's put the fizzy water on ice for now.
That's a nice play. Atto getting a little flick assist and then running ahead to create some space. Is there a chance? We need to see some kickoff possession at least for KC with a minute to go. They double kickoff against the half flip, so, well, you can pitch it in there if you're very precise. It's difficult to do. You're not rookie bots, and that's another one. It's 5. CRR from distance. Yeah, just FF, honestly. What's the point? KC, they're not coming back. There's just no way.
I mean, I'd say that angle and that replay did Atto a little bit dirty there. He was going for the bump. He wasn't going for the ball. He was going for the bump. If they'd got the bump, then that would have been a real chance for Karmine Corp. Instead, he just misses the bump. That's why you need the comms. You have to get someone there to cover it. But I guess with 3 goals, or was 3 goals needed, you can see why. But ultimately, that doesn't matter too much. What matters is what you will see right there at the top of your screens. Ninjas in Pajamas, 5, 6. And it's not the first time this has happened, Johnny. This is incredible to me.
I mean, you know, now you can kind of understand why they would go all in. You know, KC are trying to win the game. They're down 4, so they, you know, take a risk and concede again. That's whatever. But they did this really early in the game, though. They were already like taking unnecessary risks when they had time. Now they have no time, and they're down by a much larger scoreline, so it's absolutely over. But well played to NIP. Oh, that's a nice goal, to be fair, by KC, as they continue to just full send everything. Huge pre-jump by Atto to the ceiling into the shot. I mean, that's any other day, that's an amazing goal. Here, probably just consolation.
It's probably more tilting that they're scoring goals like that. But yeah, the last time when they did lose against Gentlemates in the last finals, it was 6-1. In that final game as well. So for their second final game in the tournament in a row, they've conceded at least 6. It might still be 7.
That's 7.
I think it's going to be 7. It's going to be 7.
What is going on?
It was 6, now it's 7, did you say? Yeah.
By the way, Atto, while all this is happening, is just looking for demos. He was fully chasing demos in the back corner there while Drusy's in defense. So I think that's what the pros, don't they call that trolling scrims? Atto is trolling scrims in Rlcs.
He's trolling game 7s. It's a shame that no one on the desk predicted NIF, because what a shout that would have been. That would have been like, that would have been pay rise worthy.
Yeah, that would have been so smart, but unfortunately, none of the desk picked NIP. We could clearly see that everybody picked Karmine Corp by the visual on the screen. So yeah, what were we thinking? Especially CJ. I mean, KC eliminated, NIP win from behind. They were down 2-0. They looked completely down and out of it. They were having the worst playoffs that they've ever had, but they've turned it around and won. So well done to them. I mean, while Karmine Corp have collapsed their class, NIP have masterclass.
All they needed was to prove Johnny Boy wrong. 2 games in, we were questioning the Ninjas in Pajamas' heart and spirit. LBP behind them has talked them through a masterful turnaround. They made mistakes along the way. They had errors of their very own, but it did not matter. 6-2 in the final game.
7-2.
Was it 7-2? I literally lost count. It was almost 8. I thought it was almost 7. You're right, it was almost 8. 7-2 in the final game is wild, and that means that Karmine Corp, at best, what a start that is, by the way, at best will be 4th seed in EU.
Yeah, Karmine Corp have never gone to a major looking worse. NIP could just go on. I mean, let's see. They seem like they're back. They've regained. We'll see how far they can go later on today, but we've got more elimination matches coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this. Qui renvoie la balle dans le code. C'est une belle opportunité. La double tap, c'est un risque. Et notre prioritaire, oui, c'est bon. On peut le faire avec exotique notamment. Et voilà. My friends, it's Matera. Hawas va aller chercher Killers. Team Falcon a un temps fort.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. The analyst desk has done it again. Chat, you're involved as well. The curse has come through for Ninjas in Pajamas, but reversed. They take down Carmine Court, the blue wall. Now, out of the tournament, solidifying their points for Paris. And talk about their journey forward. Joris is joining me. Welcome and congratulations on the win. That was hard fought.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely was.
Yeah, well, up until the end, though, I was going to say, I was going to ask you, how do you feel winning off the freebie there? It started with the juicy own goal.
Yeah, it was, I can't lie, I was already screaming like this ball's going to go up high, free shot. So in my head, I trust my teammates, that was going to be a goal either way, but it's definitely like weight off the shoulders, like, okay, fair enough, okay, just get a free one, don't even have to try for it. So yeah, it felt pretty nice to start the game off like that.
Yeah, you never say. You say we take those, and then you keep moving on. But CR happy back there. You guys have to be because again, dropping down to the lower bracket. Novo, Juk was saying anyone can beat anyone, but I'm sure you probably weren't happy with that result. I mean, we've been seeing the face cams too. I can see it kind of creep in. How's the team mental been, I guess, overall, and how have you guys been handling this run?
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Rocket League has ups and downs, but we all didn't expect that we'd have such a down against Novo.
Yeah.
So we were all pretty mad and frustrated in the moment. But then also no one holds any grudges. Like, we're supposed to be mad if we lose against Novo. No disrespect to them, but as such, that just should be like a little bit below our level. So we are pretty frustrated that we are like inconsistent like that. But then we're also instantly like within an hour or two, like, okay, we got a game tomorrow. We're gonna log back in. We did.
Yeah, no, you absolutely did. I guess getting this win over Corp, does this feel like a bit of redemption, get you back into the right mental? Because, I mean, I hope so, because you got Gentlemates next.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think we've been tweaking some things for building a playstyle for Paris for after that. So we know there's going to be ups and downs. And even if we lost the series against KC, we wouldn't be too mad about it. But it's a good confidence booster. And against Gentlemates, we're going to try our hardest as well. And I believe in our team. And if it doesn't work out, that's fine as well. But I think we got a level right now that's already high enough that we can be in the top 3 in Europe. And hopefully it gets even better afterwards.
Yeah. Now, before I let you go here, because you got to get ready for your next match in a bit, but I just want to get your thoughts on the other major storyline that's going on here. KDOP Corp has a chance to set all the tie breaks for that last spot to Paris if they can beat Vitality. They've done it before, and I heard Naz saying that Vitality feels like maybe they're a little off because they're also trying something new. Do you think KDOP Corp is doing this? Do you think they're going to beat Vitality again?
I at least hope so, and I think so too. I think Alpha's been playing out of his mind, so I think he'll get it in the bag for them.
Okay, I like it here. Well, we'll find out how that goes in a bit here. Jorius, you got to get ready for your next match. Good luck, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
We go, Joris, the Great White. They move on past K-Corp, the blue wall. That's definitely a good win to get off your shoulders, especially something after what happened yesterday.
Hello there, it's me, Stumpy. Oh, I'll say something offensive and wrong.
And it sounded like him, so...
Mightons are very collier, I'll have you know. But yeah, no, it was a great win there from Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, that Game 7, Johnny, it's 2 final games in a row for Karmine Corp that have been, frankly, utterly horrific. Like, really, really unashamedly poor.
Yeah, the words of Jory is, I think, also very true here for KC. He said they didn't know their low was going to be that low, even though Rocket League does have bad days, ups and downs. I don't think we thought KC were going to be able to go that low either. I mean, but the regain, by the way, from NIP has to be studied. These guys had so many different levels of regain in this series. Overall, the global regain to win from 2 down in such a bad playoff run. And also in specifically CRR, great regain from his mistake. But I mean, it was comically bad for KC. I don't know what on earth happened. Juicy obviously had the standout mistake in that Game 7, but the whole team were just all over the place positionally and taking risks unnecessarily.
I mean, you even saw it on the goal line time. I think there was one point Vatira had it and Atto took it, turned into a goal as well. So it just felt like miscommunication in general from the squad that hopefully gets cleaned up later for them as they head towards Paris. And why don't we throw up the contenders while we're on that topic here, because K-Corp is now locked in at those 26 points here going into Paris, Johnny.
Yeah, if they, the only way they don't finish off 4th seed is if K-Dot Corp win the event today. So K-Dot Corp can pass KC, and that would relegate KC to EU5, which would be unbelievable. I think most likely, though, K-Dot Corp don't win the event. They could maybe make one more round, potentially even the final. Winning the event's a really difficult task, obviously. But if that locks KC at EU4, you'd see them up there in the top left. What a group that is, you know. Theoretically, we're thinking Gentlemates EU1. We'll see today, obviously, for sure. But that's a crazy group. Gentlemates, KC, Wildcard, Foot. Yeah. Good luck, Foot and Wildcard in the EU group of death there. That's tough.
I feel like KC going 5th seed actually would even out that B group there quite nicely in NRG in that squad as well. So maybe we see that. We don't know. Again, we still have to see what K-Dop Corp does against Vitality. You heard it from Ninjas in Pajamas Jorius there saying that he hopes it as well. I think a lot of people are trying to back this storyline going into in this next matchup. So let's start talking about it, because K-Dop Corp is one of those last questions, one of those last contenders towards the Paris Major. They win this one right here, Cole, which they've done before, then they can make sure there's at least a tiebreak for that last spot.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere Gibbs is getting his suit out and his tie out, because he always loves these tiebreakers, as do all of us. Well, apart from Man City, I've seen Man City in the chat, and they'll be very much rooting for Vitality right now. So everyone, apart from Man City, is to some extent rooting for a tiebreaker or something similar. But K-Dop Corp joining going to have to do what they did before and beat Team Vitality. The big question here is, can Lightning strike twice? With Team Vitality expecting K-Dop Corp to play a certain way this time, there'll be no surprises. Vitality can have no excuses if they don't win this series.
Oh, absolutely no excuses. Vitality have to win this to avenge their previous loss to K-Dop Corp. They've been, mostly on point this weekend. Losing to Gentlemates is fine. Gentlemates are the EU. They look like the best team in the world right now, so that's acceptable. But K-Dop Corp looked phenomenal yesterday. They 4-0'd Gritty Goose, who are not, they're no slouches. The only loss that K-Dop Corp have this event is against KC in the group stage. A team that they very much struggle with, it would seem. But they looked good at the tail end of the Vitality series last time. I loved what I saw from K-Dop Corp, loved what I saw from them yesterday. I really do think they've got a chance here, and everybody, it seems to be rooting for them as well.
Well, yeah, I think they 100% have a chance to beat Vitality. Again, we've seen them do it before, and they've been looking good. These are veteran players, and especially if, Vitality is still on that route of testing things out towards the Paris Major, considering they have a spot, then maybe it's true. But let us know in the Progressive Fan Vote who you think's going to win it as the prayers come through for Radosin.
One day somebody will put as much faith in me as Radosin puts in his little Dembele plushie.
He's giving the pep talk right now.
Find yourself someone who looks at you the way he looks at Dembele. It's inspiring.
Is he talking strats there while hiding his...
Yeah, he's hiding his mouth.
Wow, this is high-level stuff.
But
He doesn't want to be lip read. Unbelievable.
Well, the funny thing is that he doesn't even know that he's on camera right now. This is just him. This is what he's doing. He's not even playing to the cameras. He's Radosin.
There's the CEO of KDOP Corp chatting away with a potential prospect for the squad, but it seems strats have been locked in here for the team. The question is it enough? I'm telling you right now, this is no contrarian for contrarian. I generally would go Vitality, but I want this story, and I believe the story will happen. I think KDOP Corp takes this.
Yeah, give me KDOP Corp. I believe.
Same.
Give me KDOP Corp. I actually think they're going to win.
Oh, wait a minute. Should I? I was going to say, should I not?
No.
I don't want to curse it. I don't want to curse it.
Oh, yeah,
though.
we've
With
had
3
bad
KDOP
luck
calls,
with
we'll curse
cursing.
it.
Yeah.
Can I switch? It would annoy CJ more if I could.
Don't switch. Don't switch. It's honestly cringe. If Vitality win this, it's simply cringe as well. So I think they're tarnishing their legacy if they win. Vitality.
Vitality.
Think about that.
Yeah, come on.
Come on, KDOP Corp.
Don't try too hard. No, definitely give it your all and give us a good showing here. Make KDC work for it. We're going to find out right now if this storyline continues. KDC, Team Vitality, a best of 7. Their tournament, their Paris lifeline is at stake. All they have to do is beat Team Vitality once more. Let's find out if they can get it done.
It's time to witness the greatest corporation in Rocket League history taking on Team Vitality. No, I'm not talking about Carmen Corp. This is KDOP's protege, who have tightened their spreadsheets and pinned Zen's head on that whiteboard. Can they beat Vitality for the second time in a row and secure at least a tiebreaker in Paris, Stumpy? Well, luckily for us, we won't be finding out in 3 to 5 business days, but 4 to 7 Rocket League games. Game 1 by Progressive.
I mean, right now, we're just waiting to see who is going to actually be leading this corporation. Is it going to be the mighty KDOP? Will it end up being usurped by Radosin? Will Dembele make a surprise appearance at the end in some kind of way on Radosin's camera? We're going to be finding out. But it really is, as Johnny summarized in a very elegant way, cringe, quite frankly, if Vitality do end up taking it. They've already got the major. They've already got Worlds. Give us a little bit of excitement, Vit.
And equally for Vitality, this is their own performance review right here, because, I mean, the last time these two teams took to the stage, Vitality crumbled. They showed the mental weakness against the likes of a Radosin Alpha 54 combination coming up against the world champ teammate in Zen.
Blow the whistle, ref. Blow the whistle, the ref. Great couple of bombs from Radosin. Sends Stizzy on his way. Put Zen in a 3 to 5 business days parcel. Sends him tracked. No problem. 1-0.
Well, KDOP Corp have told Vitality, this ain't Championship Fun Day, it's Championship Sunday, baby. This is a business trip. They got the suit on, they got the tie on, and they're ready to go.
Vitality, they're going to have to get into this game as soon as they can, because I think they'll feel the momentum. They'll feel their alumni wanting to batter the walls down. I saw Alpha in the pre-game lobby talking Spanish to Stizzy, which I was not expecting. I thought it was French for a worrying amount of time. There goes my English education, thank you very much. Minute and a half in, chance for Exotic to shoot it on target. Options here for Stizzy, takes it low, and then Alpha to send it away. Sending the big man, Radosin. The last time these two teams met, he had a 75% goal participation. He was on fire offensively.
KDOP Corp were looking out of that series as well. First 2 games, Vitality all over them, and then it just flipped. The series turned on its head. KDOP Corp got to work. Alpha 54 got to work, and how crucial was Radosin yesterday with the physical plays, with the bombs. He was setting up goals himself. He took that series by the scruff of its neck. 3 minutes to go in this game 1. I saying, what a great start, just to ease the nerves for KDOP Corp, because this has got real all of a sudden, Stumpy. They can do it.
Anybody wondering who is new here or didn't quite listen earlier on? Firstly, how dare you? We're really good at our jobs. You should be listening every single day. But the odds, or rather the chances here, what these two teams are playing for, Zen is playing to keep the pride of Vitality as an utmost priority. An absolute pinger from Stizzy. Zen beats Alrado on the goal line. A perfect pass down pitch. You know what, CJ? Explain what the permutations are here for KDOP Corp. How can we see them potentially get to the major?
It's incredibly simple. They win this match, they lock in a semi-final appearance, and they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker against Man City for Paris for that 5th spot. If they win the semi-final and get a top 2, they book their ticket. They don't need a tiebreaker at all, so it's one and done. This is it. They lose though, and it could be Man City unless Novo can show up to the party.
Yeah, if we get a KO Court win here, there's something to play for pretty much across the board for the rest of every single series left of today. Or Vitality can continue to be cringe and potentially just win it all here and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Great chance there from Stizzy. Has to get a double save, both registered in the top right corner. Exo passes it back, and he'll be counting his lucky stars that did not find his way bottom left corner.
Still 1-1, no damage done. Minute 50, Mitza off the roof with a reset. Can he get the dunk on Stizzy? Just parries it to the side. Radosin looking to keep pressure on. It's just, they look so much more comfortable, KO Corp, than they do against a Carmine Corp in the Corporation War. But when they see Vitality on the pitch, it just seems like they know how they play. And it does make sense. You do have Zen on one side, Radosin and Alpha on the other.
And playing from home in those Vitality chairs, the alumni. Bear in mind, 5 of the players currently on this pitch have played for Vitality, and almost all of them have won a LAN for Vitality. Midsa has neither played nor won a LAN for them, and Exotic has just not won the LAN. He's just got that part that he's waiting for. Exotic sends into that back corner. Nice fake of the boost set by Rado. On low boost, he gets rid of Stizzy. Player that he has not played with on the Vitality side. Then a backflip up high. Alpha drops in and dunked instantly by Exotic. The late lead secured for Vitality.
And what on earth happened here? You can see Alpha, and that's his play. He loves using the ground. Exotic just read it that time. We saw the top plays where he scored that incredible 1v3 goal, but that time, Exotic just knew that he was looking for that double off the ground and just completely dunked it.
It's a great chance, though, for Vitality. Again, you were saying that tried to get the nerves out in favor of KDC. Vitality will want to just go into this series thinking, boys, we can't drop it. We can't do it again. We're 0-1 against 2 players that had essentially retired.
Alpha, we nearly tripped on the post there. That was incredibly awkward. Not sure upper management will be too happy with what he's doing in defense at the moment. 30 seconds left. See if they can find one more. Nice dunk coming through. Vitality, though, have settled since that first goal they conceded. So Alpha will find one more across the mid, so dunked by Exotic. He's removed from the pitch for his troubles, but it's not too long left. They're struggling to link up. Vitality dominating the midfield.
Up high, it's going to be awkward for Vitality to get anything on it, so ball left towards Mitza to the ceiling, kept away from Alpha. Zen will take his time here, keeps it close, pinched high, left-hand side, Alpha, lots of boost, Mitza central. That one to Rado, not quite beaten out, but it is kept high, tipped off the nose. Stizzy can leave this one to the ground, instead makes it bump. Exotic fancy one more, the Vitality call game. 2-1, game number 1, and that is Vitality getting an early cringe lead.
It's your words, not mine. Had a great start,
and
though,
Johnny
from Vitality. And Johnny, yeah, true, yeah, very true. A great start there from Vitality, considering they did concede that early goal, and that would have put a bit of pressure on them. As we mentioned, they did drop this match in 7 the last time they met a couple of weeks ago, which was a huge upset, and it definitely made this KO Corp run all of a sudden feel real. As we said, it kind of felt like it's just a bit of a meme team, but quickly turning into the dream team. They have dropped the first game, though. Vitality looking pretty solid without doing anything overly impressive during that game.
A very aggressive play there, I think, overall, from Radosin in particular. He managed to bump Vitality 27 times in that game. He is rough and ready, and he is so excited just to try and get a lick of paint off his former teammate.
Yeah, wow, that's aggressive. That's aggressive gameplay coming through. So that's a statement piece as well. And maybe when you are, perhaps feeling the nerves, you don't want to admit it, a great way to kind of shake them off is just go for some bumps. Go crazy. Get offensive, get aggressive, and that's a good way to kind of get yourself into the game. It's like when you jump into the water, it's nice and cold, but you got to acclimatize, and that's a great way to do it. Just throw yourself into the fire game 1.
In game number 2 here on Forbidden Temple. It was a great start for KDC, but it just couldn't continue that trend going forward. Stizzy and Zen both commit in the corner. It's an early, aggressive play from Vitality, but quite messy.
Messy start, but still Vitality. Got to dominate the first part of game 2. Zen reset, triple committing defense. It's a little awkward, but the bounce will help out Makes the Mitz's touch off his own backboard. He's got the ball again here. Can he follow it up? Exotic is getting dunked, but loses the 50 pretty well. Oh, look at that. He's absolutely getting to work now. Alpha 54's got to watch out for the flick. Gets pinched. It's a great save.
He's seen them go in his favour before. He could see his name up right in Zen's target. Doesn't get caught out on that occasion. Very well played from him. Sends him wide. Radosin towards that back wall. Challenges first Zen. Then Radosin wins out on that fight. Alpha fakes it. Mitze shoots opposite top corner. It bounces so perfectly for Radosin.
Just first goal Merchants. K.com, they've done it again. Off the post, it's a beautiful assist in the end. The shot was wide enough that it was a perfect follow-up. And Rado, he's on the board.
Yeah, it's a lovely play there. I think just having two players, well, Alpha committing towards the left-hand side, just in case it bounces a little bit further out, and then Radosin a bit more central. Their positioning allowed them to commit as hard as they could on that chance. Mitz has to beat out Exotic, does so with ease and much lower boost. Alpha one central, he goes all on his own, tries to pinch it mid, but Zen can cover off that passing angle. Mitza, ceiling bound, a nice dunk. Stizzy doesn't have enough boost here. Alpha gets rid of Zen, Zen gets rid of Alpha. Leaves in a one-on-one. Exotic takes on Radosin, and Radosin comes out the better.
He had to shape up. He was in a one-on-one for a long time, but he's good enough to prevent the conversion. The reset was on to Mitza low boost. Going to be able to catch this one. Couple of chain dashes off that corner will help out as well. Radosin needs to dodge the bump, which he does so just. Zen gets dunked as well. Still low boost though. Mitza hasn't found too much at all. It's a terrible pass off the corner that Stizzy has to try and find a 50 on. Vitality found themselves at a deficit, and Stizzy just not quick enough on that occasion.
A low boost from the third man for a little while there, and Radosin barely left his goal line. Just his presence was enough to keep Vitality away. Kept it from being too hard for his teammates to defend. I like this positioning a lot. First 2 minutes is still this one leading goal for KDC. Backboard Mitz a very heavy touch. He didn't want that at all. Has to make up for it. Does so in fact. Rips a shot on target. But Stizzy, as it falls low, he can then pick up. Left-hand wall sees him go high. Low boost, a reset. Just a high of target. All from Alpha, and all three within range of throwing a net on him.
Yeah, it's decent defense this game by K.Corp. Still a little scrappy. Stizzy's trying to find a double 50. That's a beautiful touchback from Mitza, and a nice fake, securing that corner 100 boost. You can see Vitality positioned pretty aggressively right now. All three looking to sit ahead of that halfway line, secure the mid boost, not looking to rotate all the way back to keep the ball in. But it is risky. Can open you up with chances like this, especially at demo. It's just going to be Stizzy and Ned if he can find it back. It's fall for an opening. Exotic gets back in time.
Fantastic speed from the blind spot. Exotic a rip in front of Radosin. I think it was Alpha actually. The relative tap in, really well played from the defender. Mitza tells me he takes it around Stizzy, not goal bound. He knew that could have just bounced straight back into his own half. And it's been good pressure, I think, from both teams so far.
Alpha with the 50. Anyone underneath? Oh, it's a double commit. Stizzy didn't trust the touch from Exotic with low boost. Radosin's looking to get involved. The new CEO. Not sure if K-Dop did approve that transition play. A bit of a hostile takeover, perhaps, of K-Corp. But he's loving his time. Looking to get signed by PSG. Shout out to those guys. Pick him up. Here's Mitza. You can find the read. Pops it to Alpha. They look like they're out of trouble.
And what a dream pickup that'd be for Radosin. He said Dembele's his favourite player. PSG presumably his favourite team by that extension. It'd be very cool to see PSG back in Rocket League. Minute 15 remaining. Exotic wants to slow things down, make this game a bit more measured to suit him. A 50 mid, goes low. Radosin can then beat out. Wants to continue with it, but wasn't quite able to. Zen a full court. Attempts to go for a little Diaz, gets one pop, not quite the reset, has to bump instead. Long clear from Mitza, finds Alpha, sidewall. Stizzy reads it wonderfully, but Vitality, they can do as many reads as they can, try and get involved with the play as much as they can, but if their goal tally stays at 0, game 2 goes the way of K.Corp.
Yeah, this is a beautiful game so far, 1-0. You're taking that every day of the week, a clean sheet against a top 4 team in Europe. But K.Corp, they might be one of those top 4 teams. We'll find out later on today. What a pass, Alpha. Zen's not ready. He's not up in time. Alpha's completely whiffed the shot. Oh, everything looked beautiful. They set it up perfectly, but just the conversion wasn't quite there.
And it would have been so good, though, if that was a fake to the final man. Unfortunately, that final man didn't exist. Passing to a ghost. Final 20. Alpha immediately to the ceiling, wants to block off Zen from going high as early as possible. Great pass central, 1-2! And at the death, Zen!
It's as if they put their controllers down. Here, Catacol. Alpha just got thrown off with the 50, but Redosin just not expecting Alpha to get beat. Bottom right wide open and 10 seconds left. They've clutched up.
Rough. Very tough time there for KDC. It's going to be a lot harder on this kickoff, though. Does actually get one very convincingly by KDC. They'll regret not scoring from it. 2 up. Both have jumped. Means Exotic ends up going low on the play. Straight to the floor. Overtime. Game 2.
They need this, KDC. They should have won this 1-0. They just threw the last 10 seconds. Zen with space, not the play you want. If you're K-Dog Cop, he's looking for the dunk. He's looking to go all the way, forces a double commit. They're still not out of trouble either. Stizzy does get bumped off it, which does him. Redosin can find the clear, but it's got to come right back in.
I mean, you mentioned force the double commit. They were both needed. They both got credited with a save in the end. Fantastic play, and that is even better. Stizzy set up by Exotic, the 50. Perfectly straight central. 1 removed, 1 has to dive, and 1 will be scoring to make it 2.
Yeah, the physicality is ridiculous from Vitality. If I was K-Dog Corp, I'd be speaking to HR about that. That doesn't seem like it's above board. What's going on there? Vitality get the job done. Should be 1-1 though. K-Dog Corp will be stewing on that. They call the timeout. And they need a organisational-wide meeting, I think.
And you know what, CJ? Get the whiteboard out, roll it through. See what they can do with synergy. What are their KPIs? What are we talking about for this upcoming quarter? Because so far, first quarter has not been what KDC needed, but it is where they have won from on previous events. This is where they came back from to beat Vitality initially.
Yeah, I think they need to throw a big circle on Zen's head. As we said, put him on the whiteboard. And the KPIs are just not conceding. 10 seconds left. I mean, just locking in the win. It was a beautiful 1-0 game. They set up the first goal. They had a chance for 2 as well. Alpha just completely missed the ball. I think he thought maybe Zen was going to be able to get the touch, and he was looking for a dunk, but could have been 2-0. Instead, they have lost that game and haven't found their first win on the board. Good timeout, though. Good time to reset.
They're going to need to figure out what their ROI is going to be here. How much do we put into this series? Because everything has to come down to the wire. Are they going to be able to get through this team Vitality that seem a little bit more put together than last time these two teams faced? But as I said, they have had projections like this historically that they have come out in the green from. They're currently in the red. They want to work towards the black, get through to that green.
Yeah. It's time to buy the dip. It's time to buy the dip and get on board the K-Dog Corp train. But this is going eerily similar to the last time these two teams met, where it just looked like an absolute wash. It looked like Vitality, where probably how we'd expect this matchup to go if we hadn't seen the previous results from K-Dog Corp this split. But now Vitality opened 5. They won the first 2 games. They looked fantastic in those at that as well. It was 5-0, 3-1. Last time these two guys played for Vitality, and then the timeouts called by KDC. They won the next 3 games in a row. So lock in, strap in, buckle up, bums on seats, and it's time for KDC to show up.
Are we about to see KDC disrupt the industry? How much bandwidth can they give to have KPIs on ROIs, on RGBs, on synergies? Can we circle back? Can we touch base? How are we pivoting here? What kind of leverage will come from the board? KDC, in this upcoming quarter, need to end it in the green.
It's time for the rollout of K-Dog's 5-step strategic plan, implemented right here. Only has to be 4 steps if they execute perfectly. 4 games required on the bounce. Vitality just need 2 more for a semi-final.
And starting off with that immediate pressure, but Alpha finds himself into a little bit of space. Chance central. Final touch not quite there. And Mitza, I really love how he plays it around the defense, but the defense are covering the net so well that rarely does that find its way on the target. But he plays it around to maintain as much possession as he possibly can. It's very well played, but it's always countered even better by Vitality's defense initially.
Oh, that was a great chance for Redosin. It was a beautiful save on the goal line. He doesn't find the bump on Zen. But gee, if they can channel the first 30 to 40 seconds of each game of K-Dog Corp over 5 minutes, they are the best team in the world. They look fantastic early on. They've scored the first goal of the first 2 games. Oh, there's the bump. Exotic has to make the save. Redosin is stealing boost. They're in a great position right here, Stumpy.
I mean, that is a fantastic little save there from Exotic. through the smoke, through the fire and flames, is able to just about tap it away to the back left corner. But look at how low Vitality are right now. Zen just about grabs 100. Mitza now has to dive in, and he has caught them sleeping in the boardroom. Mitza just pokes it through the defense.
Have a look at the gap that he found in the market. What a slot coming through. Zen, third man, zero idea where that ball was going. K-Dog Corp, 3 games in a row. They've scored first, but they got to convert the actual game itself.
Again, KDC hit the ground running. The KPIs are out of control, CJ.
They're off tap. They're absolutely off tap. K-Dog still not sure if he is the CEO anymore, but I think he's still happy with how things are going. Team pinch just offline. Beautiful skin by Stizzy. Anyone downfield was Zen. Caught by Radosin. If he can find the dunk, he has support underneath. Mitza and Alpha circling, but Stizzy first to it. Gonna leave this. There's Zen. It's downfield. Alpha throws it across, up high. K-Dog Corp. How many times can they be in this position? They've got to execute. Zen, careful. Stizzy helps him out.
Zen admits a challenge in that corner. Decent challenge there from Stizzy. Can just keep it away from Alpha diving through. Zen has used a lot of boost here, but what he can do with 20, most pros need 100 for. Rado has seen that happen, so he gets out of the way. Exotic then, just above the net, actually. I thought that might find its way Bardowski. Isn't able to. So Radosin has to commit on his right-hand side. Takes it out, the first one. Goes for the bugbear. The 1, the 2, the triple does not find its way in.
That had to be the slot from Mitza. That was a wide open net. Radosin could not have done anything more for his colleague. He just had to throw it on net. There's the shot. It's a beautiful block by Exotic. This should be 2-0 again. Let's see if it comes back to bite him.
I mean, the project manager on the board right now for KDC. They're going to be head in hands. That is not how we drew it up. That is not what the whiteboard said. We did not get a football table in the break room so that you guys could miss shots like that.
Yeah, they'll have to circle back to that one through the week, but unfortunately, if they lose this will be the last time this team may ever be together. Blow the corporation up if they drop this one. They're still minute 50, up a goal. Do they throw again? It'll be in the back of their mind. The last 10 seconds. It's going to get pretty scary if they hold on from here. Mitza finds the 50. Radosin will be first on it. Nice close touch, but he just fails the wave dash. He's a little bit slow to that. Zen, they're dominating the midfield, Kato Colt, which is good to see, but the boost troubles won't hurt. Well, now they try. Now they're awkward. Now they're missing touches. The panic setting in with 90 seconds left.
Absolutely stonking clear there by Radosin. Great, just sends it the opposite side of the pitch. Alpha drops it low, and Zen cleverly sees that Radosin isn't challenging that, wants to go with the fake challenge, then immediately dives in for that one. Sees Exotic, reckons, I'll have you, fella. I'll have you on toast every single day. Alpha challenges, that's on target. Radosin does not have enough. And again, a late goal for Vitality.
This is just lazy from Alpha. It's a lazy touch. He doesn't get a 50. I mean, you can excuse Mitza for pushing up Radosin as he's rotating back, because you're just expecting Alpha with 100 boost not to pass the ball central. 1-1-1-1-1 on the scoreboard. I like that.
Comes a lot harder now for KDC. Yet again, they've thrown away potentially another lead. Back pass. They are learning from GHT here. You love to see it. Hyder is rubbing off on these fellas. Exotic is low. Mitza doesn't know that, however, so he gives him a little bit of space and he'll end up diving in. Chance to go low against Stizzy. Finds Exotic on his own on an island. Stizzy has eyes for Alpha. Alpha just about escapes skin of his teeth.
Yeah, still a good play from Stizzy, though. Forced Alpha to have a poor touch. There's a demo coming through as well. Mitza needs to come up huge. Exotic's completely with the ball. Stizzy's been dusted. It's just the Alpha if he finds the double for himself. Can he drop it down to a teammate? They've been removed. Zen gets the clear. Could have been a chance. Still 1-1.
Another demo flying around. Get the fire extinguishers out. Who's the fire officer in the office right now? Final 20. We need to make sure that nobody else has to fill out the bump on the head form.
Stizzy gets the beat. Oh, we need to respawn off the demo, and we need it right now. Mitza, it's a beautiful. Wow. He must have pushed left on the D-pad or prayed to K-Dop. Either way, it's worked. Alpha with a shot. Zen with the clear. Wow. Has to half lift. Has to get out of the way. He's got a challenge. Oh my goodness! I'm not sure if he thought. We didn't know Zen had zero boost, but he nearly opened the door. Do we get overtime once again? Can Radosin cook the magic? Ball down.
Awkward timing there. As soon as then the counter-attack starts forming, it's another great counter-attack, however, immediately on the kickoff, central, but no one is going to be pushing that far forward.
It was a great play there from Zen just to rotate back. He left Boost alone and went straight for that ball. Helped out the teammate. There's a bit of a whiff, but Obviously communicated. Zen finds a clear. He hasn't grabbed the 100 boost since the start of this game. He could be in trouble here, and he's the guy you do want with 100. On Vitality, Mintza, free touch. Looking to control. Does lose possession in a big way. Exotic finds it, but doesn't get the bump, and Alpha's really well to keep the ball close.
It was a lovely dunk from Exotic. Oh my goodness gracious. He absolutely flings it back onto the backboard as well. And look at this pressure mounting so intelligently from Vitality. Chance for a bump. Alpha again avoids Stizzy. Stizzy has got the scent of Alpha right now. That goes high. Chance again. Maybe wanted to get the revenge. KDC, they start to form their own attack. An extended period, they need to get stealing some of this boost if it's going to continue. And that back corner is grabbed by Exotic. That will stop this attack for now, as Zen then steals one away from the blue side.
One of these touches from Alpha. It's another heavy one. As you mentioned, a couple of 100 stolen. I mean, K-Dot, maybe it's just Redosin all the world at the moment. Mitza looks for the clear downfield. Just feel like K-Dot Corp are playing with fire. The bumps to Vitality are trying to land. If they hit one, it's a goal. So you have to do so well to dodge them and come up clutch. Mitza, that's a nice first touch from him. Does find the 50. Redosin should be able to win this ball. Finds one, finds two, but Zen's too quick.
Zen with the reset as well, ends up taking it low. There's a go for the bump, he clears it on his own. Goes low with it! Stizzy has to get back in time.
Incredible positioning. I thought Redosin had the shot. There's a drop down. Exotic finds the clear. Mitza with space. He's going to look to control this. Perhaps hit the ball around Exotic. There's the talking about. From Redosin, the CEO, coming up huge.
Again, Bababa-esque manages to keep it out on the goal line. 99% of the way in, doesn't squeak his way through. Alpha attempts to go central with it. Exotic will be shutting him down. KDC holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Vitality are just doing the little things better right now. Stealing boost, positioning, and looking like they're a little more structured than what we're seeing from KDC, but it could work out in K-Dot Corp's favor. Exotic wins this touch. He's looking for the skim. It's a fake for Zen, but it's easily readable, whatever you want to call it, by Alpha 54. He's done well. He knew what Zen was up to. Stizzy's going to fake for Exotic this time. Low 50. Redosin with a touch. Alpha, does he have the boost to get up? You betcha, but still, they're kind of just hitting the ball away right now.
Yeah, I think right now we're just seeing KDC playing to survive. They're taking minutes, but the minutes are in overtime that they really desperately want to be winning. Right-hand side, Alpha has to commit to the ball. He desperately wanted that boost. Can he get the back corner? No, Zen is there first again. 3 minutes gone.
They're still getting chances on that last line of defense. They're getting a crack at that third man. Vitality still pressing Stizzy. Can he get the dunk on Alpha? The reliance on this third man is ridiculous from K-Dot Corp, but they keep coming up clutch for now. Little double commit. Needs a space for Redosin. He's going to pop it over Stizzy, but they're not keeping too much pressure, KDC.
We're seeing the attack on every single side be bullish. They are not giving up at any given moment, and that is like a bull in a china shop charged through. 3-0 for Team Vitality. They need one more to shut down the dreams, and what a steal from Big Steve.
That's workplace harassment, whatever that was. That was abuse. It was physical. They sent the house on net. Vitality. They get their third game in a row, and now the script has not, I mean, you can tear it up. It's not gone according to plan for KDC. They called the timeout. Last time they won 3 games on the bounce, but they dropped the third. And 4 in a row is required. It would be, well, do you believe in miracles?
Maybe we don't need a miracle. Maybe we just need Redosin, aura farming, being an absolute beast. Saying, you know what, fellas? Let's go for the reverse sweep. We don't want to do it easily again. We don't just want to go to 7. Let's get the reverse sweep going here. Because so far as well in this series, CJ, it has been 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. We have had no other scoreline so far, and Vitality have won every single blooming time.
Well, if you're K-Dot or Redosin, and I still need clarity on who the CEO is right now. There's only
Dembele,
5.
I think.
Oh, he's taking it.
Yeah.
Interesting. It seems like quite an unstructured organization with that many moves in a space of a week. But if I am the CEO of this corporation, Stumpy, I'm writing 5 words on the whiteboard.
Go on.
Win, 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 in. It's that simple. Tiebreaker if they win this series, but they need 4 on the bounce.
They're a long way off right now. 4 in a row needed. 1 for Vitality to shut down today until we look towards Novo. Can K-Dub Corp bounce back? It's going to be a massive ask. I wonder what the stakeholders think. Stakeholders in chat, one, can we see it? Can we see the reverse sweep on Vitality? Let us know.
And if they do reverse sweep, I'll buy them a steak. I'll buy them a filet mignon. If they get the job done here, my goodness. It'd be scenes for K-Dub Corp. Alpha 54, can he get the ball rolling? He has had a quieter series than what we saw certainly yesterday and previously this week, where Exotic might be able to get the first goal on the board. He just didn't quite land right, and that's a little get out of jail free card for K-Dub Corp.
Slightly awkward landing for Exotic. All of a sudden, he had a very open net. Don't blame him for missing it, however. Great pass back, but a little bit too far forward. Far away from him, Exotic. That is such an annoying boost steal as Radosin's getting harassed in net. HR are on the phone right now as we see Vitality start to pile into the cubicle.
When you see this map, you just get nervous. You think of Zen, that World Championship, but the two of the roster is 2 members of the team are on the other side of the field, so maybe it's an advantage for KDC here on Utopia Coliseum. Dusk as the pinch comes through. Alpha, can he keep it close? Stizzy off the side. If he hits that, it'd be ridiculous. He does get a touch, but Exotic's still there. And Alpha's very awkward. He might get removed from the pitch. Zen just wasn't quite close enough to capitalize.
I mean, that was again, though, Stizzy going for Alpha. And Alpha, whether he knew about that one or not, dodges yet another bump from the exact same player for the 4th time in a row. Somehow, he is slipping away from Stizzy at every opportunity.
They're using the corner as an absolute safe haven. K-Dub Corp, they've been doing it all series long, but just when they do find these close games, it's getting more and more nerve-wracking. Mitza gets bumped. Alpha with a huge touch, but still, he does manage to secure the corner boost at least, but needs to keep it as close as possible. The second man just a little bit slow there. Hang on a minute. He's found a one-on-one. He's found a fake, but Stizzy's back in time. Vitality still not looking perfect. The shot comes through the dunk. Exotic to the side. Finally some attack for KDC.
I mean, there's so many chances here where they're just, they can't quite finish it off. And again, another opportunity, the first of very few for KDC, but like the 8th opportunity in this game for 1 goal to be scored halfway through, yet to see any action.
And Mitza shooting, he'll be having absolute nightmares about it. He had a chance earlier on in the game to at least secure one of these games. We wanted this man to step up, and he gets the first of the all-important 4th game.
That's what's needed. Sent Exotic to the shops, slips it back behind Big Stiz, says thank you very much. I've grown a beard, but I'm still the same man, not one world. Thank you very much.
You did a bit of a coffee run back post. And don't his colleagues love that for the 1-0. 2 minutes 20. They've scored the first goal again. I'm not sure if they wanted to do that based on how the other 3 went, Stumpy, but we'll find out.
The first goal in every single game so far, allowing Vitality to then score precisely 2 goals in every subsequent. What a great doing from Exotic. Radosin speeds out with a save.
I think Radosin jumped off his chair to hit that. He just skimmed the top of the fennec. Reset comes through. Alpha underneath. Zen makes a huge save. Stizzy gonna leave that for him as he does have more boost. Zen, reset, delays. Alpha takes it off him. Mitz is able to catch on the back wall.
I mean, catch, but he gets bumped a lot, then does some bunting himself. Alpha, in and out save. Fakes, Exotic, fake again. It's the alley-oop, fake again. Somebody shoots. Stizzy does. Alpha to save.
They've completely overcooked. It's a well-done filet mignon now. The steak is just, it's over-seasoned and it's burnt. Shoot the ball, Vitality.
And the stakes have never been higher. To the back ball, to the back ball, to the back ball. It couldn't get much higher.
My goodness, the temps are off the charts. Alpha 54 with the clear. Zen catching, doesn't keep it close. He's been demoed. Stizzy with the pop. Exotic's too close. As Mitza is able to find the dunk off the corner. Zen looking to control. He did a nice fake. Does he expose Alpha 54 third man? Exotic, anyone on the back? Oh! Missed 1-1.
Again, a late goal for Vitality. They leave it to the last second, the last minute sometimes. They get another one. Do we see a repeat? We have been here before.
How do they keep doing this? K-Dub Corp, they keep scoring the first goal, Stumpy. They rock up on time, but they've clocked off by lunch. You gotta play 5 minutes to rock. Zen, double, bang, Alpha save, not enough. 2-1.
The only thing that's changing is the map. We're in Groundhog Day right now, and we do not get paid overtime. 10 seconds after their first, they sink another. Alpha's in an awkward position. Will it be another 2-1?
We're going for the 4-Pete. Stizzy works the ball around Mitza. What do we have? K-Dog, show us something. Show us that something's changed from the previous three. Alpha. On net. He breaks the curse and ties it up.
We've changed the strategy for this fiscal year, and it is working out better. A second goal in a game for K-Dog Corp. Vitality sink back to level.
It's Alpha 54, 2 goals, 4 saves. He's dropped 700 points. It's been an enormous game for the MVP of KDC. 35 on the clock. Here he is again. He's looking for the fake. He's looking for the pop. He's lost the 50 to Mitza, but he's low boost. So he plays the slow play. It's smart. And he loses it to Redosun, who fires on net. 25 seconds left. KDC actually in control right now.
Till Zen has any word in this game. 10 seconds left. 10 boosts that he had in his tank. He wasn't able to make much of it, wanting more of an impact on this game. That back left corner, Zen picks it up, speeds it up, straight to the scrapyard. Any chance Central? No, Exotic waits lurking. Very little boost across the board for KDC. They keep it up, it's brave. It may well be silly, but Redosun, he catches, he goes for one. Alpha, will he find Mitza here? He takes it on his own. Mitza takes that boost, I don't mind it, keeps it high. Stizzy to intercept, and Mitza lets it drop. Yet another overtime. We are not at 1.5 times pay, ladies and gentlemen. It is regulation.
Redosun, he's going to leave this. Stizzy goes wide, just too quick on that one. But bought a bit of time for his teammates to set up. Redosun doesn't have the reset. Exotic looking to keep it close, but he's low boost. Mitch is going to keep it close. There's a demo. It's just in. It's off the post. Is anyone ready? Is anyone ready? Oh, it's a catastrophe. Vitality have crushed KDC's hopes and dreams. They're done.
The board will be meeting about this one. We see these moments in business. We thought they might go into liquidation. They have jumped all the way to bankruptcy. K-Dog Corp, they hand in their notice to this season. Until the LCQ, will there be a bounce back? Because for now, Vitality go through 4-0.
An impressive response from Vitality after that complete upset loss in Game 7 last event. They won the first regional. They lose to K-Dog Corp in the second, but they 4-0 sweep them in the lower bracket quarterfinals right here. It was 4-1 goal games. You can see how close K-Dog Corp are to the top teams, but perhaps they needed a little bit more practice, a few more meetings along the way to get within touching distance.
I mean, K-Dog Corp, it's so hard to judge them on that series because, as you said, every single game was a single goal, 3-2-1s and a 3-2 to end it. So tough. We're not done for the day. That is just the quarterfinals. We've still got the semis coming up. And up next is a banger. Gentlemates take on Ninjas in Pajamas.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this. Qui renvoie la balle dans le code. Exotic to finish. No, not the best time. But Qui a une belle opportunité. Killers, Team Falcons à un temps fort.
You're making thoughts peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up,
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Open number 6, the final Open qualifier for the year before the Paris Major here. And the K-Dot Corp dream, the storyline has ended as Team Vitality has shut them down. And I have Zen with me. Zen, right off the bat, tu as fait pour Dosen. How do you feel about doing that to Rudosen?
I feel really sad for them because I think they play really good and they deserve to go to Paris, but it's a game. Radosin eliminate me at World and me I eliminate him for Major, so it's just a game, but it's really sad. Yeah, it's a game.
No, overall, it's the way it goes at the end of the day. But now you guys move on to face Novo after this. I have to ask you about just play style in general, right? Obviously, K-Dot Corp's beaten you before. You got knocked down by Gentlemates. These are teams that you want to continuously beat. Nat said you guys look like you're trying new stuff. Is that true? And how's that been going in your mind overall?
Yeah, we are trying to add some stuff to our game plan, but it's because I think when we won the regional, everyone watched us. So yeah, we try to adapt better. And after I can't say the detail, but I can only say that we had some stuff.
Yeah, and I guess the question about that is it's always best to put it in practice. Did you guys feel like this was a safe Open to put it in, considering you guys do have Paris locked in, or did you hope to have it already sorted out and that perfect by now?
No, I don't really think that we play perfect because it's all the time that, like, when you play someone lower than you, that you can play like maybe at the same level. So I think we are just gonna step up like step by step and match by match. So we will see after.
Yeah, no, it's all you can do, and you've got a few more matches at least to practice in this Open here. With Novo being your next opponents, they knocked Ninjas in Pajamas down to the lower bracket. They've been looking okay. Juk said anybody can beat anybody. How do you feel about that statement? Are you concerned about Novo?
I think maybe they play good, but I don't watch the series, so I don't really know. But if you say that, you will see on the field. I can say that it's 4-0. I call it.
He's calling it already. The 4-0. Hey, you got one out of the way. Why not another one? You know what? Those are good words to end it off on, Zen.
I'm confident. I'm confident.
Hey, I love it. I like the smile in it too. Hey, Zen, hopefully you'll continue on to the grand finals. We're looking at a 4-0. Congratulations on that one, and congratulations on your next 4-0 as well.
Thank you.
The GOAT, Zen, calling it right now. Novo's going to be a 4-0, and I wonder how, again, that squad's feeling about it, as they feel they can beat anybody. But hey, maybe it is the day for Team Vitality. Championship Sunday is where it's at. And CJ, I mean, looking at Vitality, do you feel like they've got where they need to be now at this point?
I mean, when you're looking at the stats of the series, everything points to K-Dot Corp actually winning it. They weren't in front early all that series. In fact, Vitality were in front, even though they 4-0'd, 4.76% of the total time of the series. They were in front for less than 5% of that series. They 4-0 swept them. We obviously had the overtimes and late second, 10-second, 5-second equalizers from Vitality, but K-Dot Corp put up a great fight, JB, but in the end, it was, I don't know, it was inconsistent at best.
Yeah, they obviously felt the pressure and they made some mistakes, especially the tail end of the games. Sad to see them get eliminated like this. Would have loved to see them in Paris, or at least love to see them tie-break Man City a minimum to go. But it's lucky for Man City that Vitality put them away, because I think K-Dot Corp probably beat Novo and just qualify directly with no tiebreaker needed if they win that. So but still a bit disappointing for Vitality to not see the content that Radosin could have brought to the major.
Agreed.
The upside that would have. I have lost all respect for Vitality for winning and taking Radosin in Paris away from us. But Zen's also promising us a 4-0, which is content in and of itself. I'm surprised to hear that as well, actually. The confident 4-0
I mean,
is fine, but the fact he's saying it, wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. You mentioned Man City. That's a team we haven't seen play today because they got eliminated quite earlier, but they had enough points to hold them in contention for this last spot here. It's Novo that can play spoiler. If they get that grand finals win, they can tie it up and give us a tiebreaker that's still on the docket, but Novo's got to beat Team Vitality. Otherwise, Man City can finally breathe that they've got that last spot there, because it's going to be that last spot. Only that spot is open for these two teams. Karmine Corp has locked in their 4th seed. So now we can actually look at the groups and see where they're positioned at. We know that they're going to be Johnny in that
what a group.
Wow. EU1 just finishing it off as well, which, I mean, it right now looks like it's going to be Gentlemates, but we'll see. You know, still up for grabs with NIP and Vitality in the mix. But either way, that group is disgusting. Wildcard have got their work out for them. Foot, I mean, NA4 is looking strong right now, but that's a tough group for Foot as well. So looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good start into the Paris Major when we get there, but we still have some games to get through. A few more best of sevens, potentially 4, but at least 3 for now. We'll see how that one semifinal goes later. Novo Esports versus Team Vitality. That'll be after our upcoming match, which is Ninjas in Pajamas facing down Gentlemates. Gentlemates are the current favorites in the region. CJ, I think undisputed. They're at the top here. Ninjas in Pajamas on the other side. Maybe today's their day. Maybe this is that up and up they're on.
Oh, there's only one bloke in the world that believed in them in the previous match, and that was I. Don't look at the predictions. That was production. I don't think they threw me under the bus. I don't think the screenshot was real. I think you need to watch it back and listen to my words, not the visual on screen. Joris. It was a slow start though for NIP in that match. Joris was whiffing the ball like crazy, I thought, in that first series, but they locked it in, and little bit of a slower start on the other side. I don't know. Ninjas in Pajamas, they looked. It's still inconsistent. Let's just say that. But if they put it all together, their offense is awesome when it's on. But we've seen both sides. Yesterday, it was slow, it was stagnant, it was lifeless. Today, it looked great.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, though, it's Gentlemates here. I mean, you got Naz, a player that we just talked about in the pre-shows. One of our potential talks of a triple crown across all 3 different game modes when we come to Worlds there, because he's such an incredible player. It's not going to be easy for Ninjas in Pajamas to get past him and the other 2 behind him. Who do you think is going to win at the Progressive Fan Vote is live now. Hashtag NIP, hashtag M8. You know, Gentlemates definitely coming in as the favorites here if they can lock in. I think all 3 of these players, Johnny, have stepped up so incredibly well. Naz, obviously, incredible offensive player there, but you look at Archie behind him just holding his ground everywhere he goes.
Yeah, the Gentlemates squad has really been seriously impressing everybody. So they are the obvious favorites here. NIP have done well to come back against KC earlier, but KC were a mess. So I don't expect that same. Well, I don't expect so many gifts come in the way of NIP from their opponents in this one. Gentlemates are just much more consistent than KC at the moment. They're making far less errors. So this is another step up needed for NIP if they're going to have a chance here.
Yeah, I'm curious. What did we all go on the last one? We have not had a good track record today. Besides, I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at the screenshot right now. It says K Corp, so don't even talk right now.
Great day on mine. Can I kick it off then? I'll kick it off, and I'm going to go Ninjas in Pajamas.
I've gone.
Give me Ninjas again. I'm going to go early because they can't change it now. Put the green on screen. These guys no! Change it! Let me tell you why. They haven't played yet in the main event, but they've met twice in the Swiss JP. Ninjas in Pajamas have won both 3-1. These guys have Gentlemates covered. They might be the major champs. Change it, production.
We can't. I got to go Gentlemates too. The players are ready. We don't have time to change it. It's stuck there. CJ, I'm sorry.
Unlucky.
But this is just the way it goes. I mean, you might get your way though if we all curse it. It looks like we're going to, because chat 75%. Every single one of us undoubtedly going Gentlemates. Let's get into the match and see if that's who's going to the grand finals here. As Ninjas in Pajamas on the other side of the field have a big mountain to climb. Only one team go to the grand finals. Seating on the line, and of course your pride as well.
It is NIP versus Gentlemates here in the first of our upper bracket games. And game 1 is brought to you by Progressive. Nip, Stumpy, CRR, Joros, and Oli versus Nas, Archie, and Oski. What are we expecting?
I mean, this is going to be a bit of a revenge story of Oski and Nas going up against their former organization. And it's just NIP wanting to keep proving that yesterday was just a bit of a fluke. It was just a bit awkward for them. Novo had a little bit too much. Gentlemates are absolutely slamming their way through Europe at the moment. They have had, I think it's now 8 series on the trot that they have won. A phenomenal performance from the Major Champs.
Yeah, they've been blowing away everybody in front of them, including Carmine Corp yesterday as well, which is what really cemented them in our minds back to the top of the EU, though, of course, we saw recently the Carmine Corp are defeatable. Let's see, Joris. That's this ball early doors for Ninja in Pajamas. What a win from them earlier against the team I mentioned earlier, Carmine Corp. That game 7, they destroyed them, blew them out the water.
I mean, it's going to be a chance here as well for Oski. Just keep proving why. Tachi, on social media last night, said he is the best player in the world because he really has been playing out of his skin recently. He has been such an incredible player. At the Major, all eyes were on Nas, but he could not have done it without him. But when you look at teams that have been performing well, especially in recent memory, NIP, aside from yesterday, and CRR running at the helm.
Yeah, it was the undisputed best player in the world, according to Itachi. He used the U word as well, who lofted that one up, and CRR never says no to an opportunity to hit a ball in the air. Scores the early goal there for Ninjas in Pajamas, team that, again, on desk, nobody believed in. Can you believe it, Stumpy Goblin? Maybe one day we'll start to put some faith in these guys.
Maybe nobody predicting it. It's outrageous at this point. Somebody should have gone for NIP. It's a sad state of affairs, and all the casters are on the exact same side. We're in a minute and 20 in, and there's an early lead. It's so far doing well. CRR missing that next shot, so Nas has to flick it up high. Archie not that much boost. They want to try and give the ball over towards Oski. Is successful in doing so. Oski wants it central for Nas, is unable to get it there, so CRR, and what a day he's been having so far. He really put in the legwork against KC, especially when it looked like they were going to be down and out pretty early on.
Yeah, he had that awkward moment as well in Game 6, immediately bounced right back up. Ooh. And now it's his team that have this lead. There's a double demo that comes in from Jorius. Oli's coming forward, gets the flick. Can Nas get the save? Yes, he can. But Gentlemates continue to be put under overwhelming pressure right now by Ninja in Pajamas.
The lovely play, nice and quick from Oli, calls Oski into action. A flick round, cannot beat CRR. Now back corner, Archie takes it high again. He's ending up with very low boost at the end of a lot of these air dribbles so far. He doesn't give him that many options. He then can't speed onto the ball to then be getting a flip reset or just be tapping on somewhat. Oli takes it low and slowly. Nathan actually has a little bit of time to take it towards the right on his own. He then can't get the reset. CRR challenges it down. And you certainly feel like right now NIP are owning the skies.
There they are. CRI still floating. Wants to get this touch. Uses this delayed dodge. Almost gets it. He has forced that one simply towards Oli. I think the Pajamas in Game 6 in that matchup earlier on against Carmine Corp. Dominated throughout them. So comfortable in the last 5 or 6 seconds. Made that huge mistake. So they can see this one to 1-0 with a few seconds left. They still not be feeling too comfortable. Hopefully they would have learned from those lessons. As for Gentlemates, they're yet to really lay a glove. Only a couple of shots from Oski, and that is it. No real clear-cut opportunities, nothing major coming in from them. And they're struggling to get boost, struggling to get control of the ball. Nip looking very comfortable, Stumpy, and normally even when Nip win, they don't do it looking comfortably.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of winning this season as well. They've got into grand finals historically, but it's the first time this season that these two teams are playing each other. The inaugural meetup in the final event on the final day, so we've not got a huge amount to go off in terms of a head-to-head. We've got nothing to go off. It's a nice pass central there from Archie. Has a little bit too much speed on it, so Oski has to give it away into the corner. Nas up high and in the middle. Vital touch from CRR. Final 90, and despite the amount of pressure that's befalling the blue side of the pitch, Gentlemates haven't looked like they are ready to score just yet.
Archie should be able to get something on this ball. Minute left and 15 seconds extra, so time disappearing for Gentlemates in this opening game. Remember that Nip did play earlier and Gentlemates is coming into today, so maybe a little bit cold and will find their way into this best of 7. As Nas almost gets that ball underneath Joris, but Joris more defending from the front for Ninja in Pajamas. They're doing that incredibly well. That one from Sierra almost sneaks underneath Oski, but here comes Nas. Is this the moment that Gentlemates get the equalizer? A bump comes in, the ball's bouncing, but it's blocked away by Joris.
And great positioning from Joris. Just has to wait, make sure he avoids a couple of the bumps. Chance here is Archie does not avoid that bump. CRR, the wrecking ball, absolutely smashes his way through young Archie on the goal line.
Yeah, well played again from CRR. First, losing that 50-50 to his teammate Jorius, and then following through, getting the bump on the goal line. Absolutely huge play from NIP's best player on the day, and it might be 3 as well, might be getting even better. That one is flicked above the crossbar just. It hit the crossbar plenty of times earlier on, but when you're 2-0 up, it's not as bad. It keeps the pressure on.
Final 30, ticking down round the side. Nas is there for contact. Archie lofts it. He might want to fake this one for Oski, instead takes it fully himself. And we saw some late goals in the Vitality side of things. It's going to be awkward if Gentlemates aren't quite able to get anything in the next few seconds. NIP very well managed in this game so far. Chance just for a bit more pressure to burn a bit more time off the clock for NIP. That will be it, and game 1 going to a team that none of our casters voted for.
Amazing stuff. One day we'll believe in these guys.
One day.
Somewhere out there in Tasmania, there's someone going, no. But here, right now, we are looking at 3 players shouting yes very loudly because they've just got game 1 against the team that has been, crowned by us in the Rlcs caster and desk power rankings as best in the EU at the moment, certainly, maybe best in the world. 1-0 Ninjas in pajamas, and looking pretty chill with it, Stumpy.
Yeah. Worth mentioning as well, I did say that these 2 teams had not played. By that, I mean in the main event. I definitely should have said that. They've not played in these best of 7s just yet. They have only played in the Swiss so far. They've not played in main event, but they've not even played in the groups. They've not been seeded together. Both of those times, NIP did win 3-1 and 3-1. So this best of 7, yes, still we don't have that much data for it, but Gentlemates on this tear, I'd still put them favourites. But what a performance from NIP in the first.
Yeah, looking really just fluent at the moment. They're looking like the best version of themselves right now. I was saying yesterday that I like the way they play Rocket League. I like the fact that CRR is always this incredibly aggressive little terrier driving around the center. And, the first goal they got was because as soon as there was even half a mistake from a player like Oski, I think a lot of the times when these titans of Rocket League come up against each other, when there's a mistake, the ball just sort of bounces because everyone goes like, oh, Oski didn't do that touch. Do you know what I mean? And then a second to realize, whereas CRR, he just goes. He's straight for it, and that's what led to that lead, and that's what led to that game.
Yeah, it throws everybody off, and I think that's kind of what you might be seeing in when you see like a pros play against the lower level teams. You saw that a little bit when it was last season with KC and Synergy, and they must have been thrown off a few times of like, I don't expect you to make that play, and we don't expect that to happen, so I'm not even in the position to make a play on what you've just done. But by no means is that these teams when you get towards the main event. NIP, it's a great start. That's an even better one for Gentlemates rather. Is Oski with a lovely, very low, perfectly placed flick to Nas.
Yeah, well timed that flick as well. We've seen a couple of floor pinch flicks, and we've seen some delayed dribbles as well from these players. The ground play definitely in the current meta at the moment. You have to be able to deal with that just as well as the aerial plays as well. And Oski, one of the best in the world at doing that. Then he can take to the skies as well. Archie's shot, though. Was that good enough, Stumpy?
A little bit weak. I feel like he was maybe playing a little bit further forward than he should have done. He had no momentum coming onto the ball, so all power had to be generated by the dodge. Not going to be enough at this level.
Archie gets the catch. He sends it high, then loops around. Let's get the second touch. So it seems that Gentlemates sense a chance to double their lead, but CRR doesn't quite sink it. And again, like Archie earlier, at this level, you have to be getting that double tap.
I mean, he had it near enough on target. Then Oski, he's then finding his way right towards the ball. That could have been an own goal if it was 0.1 second different. In the end, it does work out very well. Great save from Jorius, keeping his team without going 2-0 behind. But it was a great play, ultimately, from Oski, I think. Very well repositioned.
Yeah, this one could very well be 2-1 right now to Gentlemates. As it stands there, but a team bump comes in. It's a mistake, and that's 1-1.
The self-team bump. Look at, who was it coming down? It was Oski from the backboard. Then Nas makes contact with him, sends him into the ground, and it's just a bouncer.
Yeah, it was Noski, the two of them combined, probably in their best work together. And there's a double fake and a bump. This is nice, and we'll reset with 0 boost in the center. Let's play on from here, clean 50.
Awkward moment for everybody involved. Jory is now wanting to bump, and Nas goes forward, goes back, then makes contact with the ball. Very well played to avoid Jorius.
Only has control of this one. CRR steaming in as well. Calls Only off, says, mine, I've got the boost. I want to do something with it. Didn't do too much with it in the end. Instead, Jorius has managed to tee that one up towards Oli. Maybe Oli could have pre-jumped. Instead, he is just waiting. Ninja in Pyjamas trying to build upon this momentum. They took game 1. Can they double it? Oh, pass from CRR.
Wow.
It's there, gets the reverse around Oski.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect play. Jorius to CRR from the ceiling that instantly lands on the pre-jumping Jorius' nose. That is synergy that is not just out of nowhere. That is earned and forged.
And Jorius had a lot to do there with that finish. It had to go behind the defender. It was a smart one. Oli might be able to make even more good white hit into the Pyjamas. Jorius was on that back wall, almost got it. Oli into the center. Doesn't get the touch, but does get the dunk in the end, but it bounces towards Oski. Oski has to make a statement in this game. Nas is gonna get that one on target. Oski wisely decides going against it, and Oli's able to dribble away.
Jorius, his chance from the backboard. Contact had to be made, and it wasn't. Gentlemates, they begin a soft collapse.
What's going on with our current GOAT, Stumpy? They made a few mistakes defensively, and it's Oski. He's looking shaky.
It was another double tap that, as you said earlier, there should have been a save on the backboard. That didn't come in. That didn't lead to a goal as Oski saved it. This time, NIP, they just heat check. A lovely kickoff. They won a major with plays like that, and Oli firmly stands in the way.
Oli will be able to get this ball as well. Clean clearance, and CRR yet again gets a redirect. Oh! CRR, so creative!
CRR peaking against major champions. What a skim. Gets it with the tip of his nose. Up into that near top corner. Nas with no boost. Catches him completely off guard. It is a quick 4 goals for NIP.
CRR standing for creative redirects. Always in front of the ball, and his team are finding him time after time. Here he comes again, but Archie nips in there. That might be 4-2 if Oli can't win this race. He does. But what a continuation for Ninja in Pyjamas. This is the best they've played since the start of the season in Copenhagen.
It's a nice pinch across the net, though. Goes straight back towards the mid. Not a great touch from Oli here. Oski does get caught out. He then has to leave the ball, and we're seeing some bumps come through for Gentlemates. Their physicality starting to be activated. That's not necessarily where they're thriving in this series so far. They've not really had much ball play. Chance with a reset, goes low, and Oski, a moment of brilliance, splits the defense.
It was brilliant, but what happened to the defender there? Oski managed to get underneath Oli, who was underneath CRR, and then somehow redirected it behind the goalkeeper. That is an incredible piece of ingenuity.
There's Nas also just lurking around on the goal line, trying to swipe through, get anything that he can. And again, we were saying they weren't too physical previously, but this time they are able to get a goal from that new strategy they seem to be employing. Archie wipes one out on the goal line, popped high, chance for another. Oski will be second to that, but that is actually beneficial.
Oli will get this catch here. Gentlemates, always such a dangerous opponent. 90 seconds left and 2 goals needed. More than doable, especially with Archie getting some clean shots. Oli floated on the goal line, doesn't land on the boost, and it's actually stolen there by Archie. So this attack will continue. Archie's able to use that boost to force the ball towards Oski. Archie wants to come in here. CRR wants to get another redirect, but Archie realizes what the Spaniard is cooking up this time. And then that one goes to the ceiling, and it should be another chance now for Gentlemates to get out their own half.
Archie, see him lurking around the back, wants to get just another bump, another demo, another boost steal. Make sure they don't feel quite as solid in defense, because so far in this game, they've made 7 big saves. A redirect on target. I thought CRR could get back. In the end, just enough speed, and Archie brings back another.
Yeah, not for the first time in this series. A shot comes in and a player is chasing, and just not quite enough boost. And finally, CRR's aggressive third man is punished. And now, Stumpy, you look at that scoreboard, and you see 1 minute remaining, and Gentlemates with their tails up.
I mean, what was it, 4-1 up for NIP. Yeah, you start to get in your head a little bit when there's 3 goals or 2 goals then scored on the trot. Bring it back to 1. Joris, it's a nice musty, but I love the enthusiasm. But Archie was going to be there to get the save. Until that's what deserves it. That is a lot more subdued, but it's that little bit that they needed. The musty set them up. They just set the defense on fire.
Yeah, it's that CRR unpredictability as well. Get the ball across, and the defender was thinking he wanted another touch. Instead, went straight for the man. And while the musty was well saved, the follow-up was not to be. And that is 5-3 now for Ninja in Pyjamas. And just when it seemed that Gentlemates were going to come back into this game and into this series,
oh wow,
they'd find another level. You know, they keep finding this extra gear, Ninja in Pyjamas, that we haven't seen from them in a couple of events now. CRR, does he get this reset? He does. Can't quite wriggle it through, though.
speedy play from Archie, but then mess up his final touch. It did feel like Gentlemates were really on that push, though. A very well-timed goal from NIP. Oof. One opportunity to go central, but now Nas is going to be barreling down on CRR, who quick dives in, just gets the ball away enough into the middle. Popped high from Oli. Final 5. Goal here is absolutely vital. Will not come in. Gentlemates lose another as NIP from the shadows whip another game from under their nose.
And instantly we have a Gentlemates timeout. They will take the extra minute and talk this one through. This one not going their way by any means right now, Stumpy. It is looking awkward for them. Nip looks so dangerous. Even when Gentlemates build up ahead of steam, Nip are completely keeping their cool. And they're not a team that, mentality-wise, we say, these are Icemen. These are players that if they 3-0 up and it goes back to 3-3, they'll find a way. But they are currently making it possible for themselves to do that.
I mean, Gentlemates, we made sure to mention their physicality in this game. It started to work. They're starting to get those bumps, starting to get their demos. They had 6 demos in the end compared to just 2 from NIP. But ultimately, when you're 4-1 down, you can do what you want. It may not matter. And there were some gorgeous goals in this game as well. That pass in particular, going from, I think, CRR to Jorias. And you love to see plays like that. And timeout has been called for Gentlemates. They've got 2 minutes to discuss what is going wrong and how do we rectify it.
And what is going wrong for them? It's tough to say because they are getting goals and they are having moments. But right now it's a pretty quiet Gentlemates room for a team that's been winning so much. They're coming to this one off the back of another open win. Oski has still got his star sticker on, which apparently is good luck or something. I'm not sure why he keeps repping that, but it's looking good for him. But today, just not so much. They look a bit glum, to be honest.
And normally we see them laughing and smiling and being a lot happier. That was certainly coming through yesterday when they were not battering Vitality, but when they were making sure that they were the dominant team in that series. Only 1 goal between them for every single game. Very, very close. Vitality, they then do the exact same in reverse when they go up against KDC.
Archie with the world's biggest bottle of water. Hopefully it won't be the world's biggest bottle from Gentlemates.
Apparently, looking at chat, thanks chat, it's a pimple patch. So he's got a pimple there. I didn't know that either. That to me, I just liked it. I really just thought it was quite sweet that he wore it on his face. I thought that was kind of cool. I didn't know that existed. I'm going to go and Google that.
we boomers haven't. We're like, oh, look at that. It's a cute little sticker. But hey,
back in my day, mate, you just got lightly bullied for it.
Yeah, back in the good.
Back in my day.
Better now. It's better now.
A lot better now.
Right, so game number 3, and Gentlemates looking to get another star for themselves because they have to step their game up. And they have to hope to some extent that Ninjas in Pyjamas slow down, because this isn't particularly, to me, at least, Gentlemates playing badly. It's Nip playing wonderfully.
Yeah. NIP have been running riot around Gentlemates. It's not been low-scoring games either. I mean, even that 2-0 felt like there could have been a lot more. 8 goals in the second. It's been very high-quality play, I think, from Nip, rather. In particular, fake from Oski. I think that was too far away for that to feel deliberately far away. I think he was going for it. He goes for it again, and off the goal line. CRR!
Yeah, a couple of things there. One, I'm not sure if I like the fake from Oski. I think that, to me, looked like a perfect opportunity for a real skimmer going at 100 miles per hour plus. Secondly, though, what a save that is from CRR. That's recycled.
Oh, my goodness.
Purposely hits both posts and then stays behind the ball. It's chaos all round.
Ping pong. That is a pinball table in the net. Ding, ding, ding. But no high score for the Gentlemates.
Mass gets dunked by CRR. Archie has 100 boost. Jory is incoming. Archie manages to get away from him. He's going to have a little battle against Oli in the skies. Archie tries to chase this one down. So somehow, Gentlemates haven't taken the lead here in game number 3, and potentially a must-win. I mean, they are one of the teams you would say could get a reverse sweep in a best-of-7, but they don't want to be thinking about that just yet. They want to think about this attack going in. Surely this time. No, again, it hits the crossbar, scrapes along that back wall, and still they can't score.
I mean, they are battering right now. They're battering down the hatches, and those hatches will be giving way. Gentlemates score there first.
Yeah, well done, Gentlemates. They just kept on going. Archie, his instincts were correct. Sometimes it can be risky hitting the ball against the opposite back wall like that. It can lead to a counter-attack. You need a strong, hard communication saying, take that redirect. I'm here waiting for it, and that's what he had.
And 65% of the game so far been played in the blue half. It has been very dominant for Gentlemates. Putting on the pressure, Jorias, lovely 50. Oli then opts to go central, leaves it away for CRR. Oli lurking here opens up so many opportunities.
Yeah, they just didn't know which angle to cover. Great 50-50 there from Jorias as well. And again, he got the angle, and Oli called off by CRR. The thing that impresses me most about the way Nip play is that the speed of communication has to be so quick, because if CRR dives in there and hits Oli, they miss the chance, they both look so silly. And it can happen, even at this level, right? But they back themselves to call it quickly enough, and Oski backs himself all the way. Wow. What a touch that is from Jorias.
I mean, 2 incredibly strong 50s from Oski in the same air dribble. Nearly works it through again, but CRR's been waiting right at the back. And he has been the star player so far for NIP. I'd love to see Oski wants to get it around Oli this time. Oli can't do it all on his own. And when you're against 2 of the greatest in the world, you can't be too upset that you've conceded.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can get that double 50-50, it's Oli, but Nat saw the danger there and just pushed it back against the gap that was created by Oli in his desperate attempt at that second save. And just when they come back, Nip succumb again. They are 2-1 down in this one. And game 3, it's got to be said, despite the Nip goal, has been all Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think it's been a welcome change for the mates. They've made sure that they are playing a little bit differently, and the amount of pressure they are putting on NIP, it's now making their otherwise fantastic defense struggle just that bit. Oski, first man to dive to it off the backboard. Oli then is the next. The 50 from Jorias is excellent, and you have to think from Archie, also from Oski rather. He angles his car so awkwardly. He goes up for it really fast, and then he turns it so it's not completely flat with his belly towards the ball. Not great positioning in the air, because that then gives it the speed, then comes straight back down for Oli to score.
Well, no matter how much good work Gentlemates are doing, Nip keep on coming back, scoring from most of their attacks, or 50% of their attacks so far. There's been 4 shots and 2 goals. Oh! Doesn't care, though.
Right.
Gets an opportunity, he's going to take it.
I think this is just fear from the defenders. He gets the reset, they both jump for it. It bounces awkwardly. Only has to cover Nas getting another touch. And it does sometimes just find its way in. That'll do.
I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, when I was saying that Oski made that mistake in game 1 and CRR was waiting for it? The opposite happens. When they're going solo, anytime Nas gets the ball in the air, you think he's going to do the thing. He's going to get the double flip reset. So when it just bounces, it's actually an incredibly effective fake, as it proved to be there.
Chance here again as Nas gets it on target. CRR actually goes off the ramp. Any Rocket League players in chat will know just how hard that is to actually end up touching the ball. The amount of times that you just end up flinging yourself completely random direction. Great 50 from Oli up high. Keeps his pressure going towards the NIP half. However, Archie shot on target, but quickly shut down by Oli.
Yeah, Oli hasn't got too much boost, but is able to get something on it to send it in the direction of Jorias. Gentlemates will feel they should be under a bit more control, have a bit more control so far in this game, but they are still 3-2 to the good, so can't complain too much. Well, Ninja in Pyjamas keeping themselves in this one. It's not been their best performance by any means. Oh! It's going to get a whole lot worse with that curl bump.
And it's just, again, all of this pressure coming in makes it so awkward for any defender to do much. As Archie, you see him park, sees the shot go on target, thinks, right, now my time, gets and jumps straight into action. Jorias is sent flying. 2 clear for the mates.
A decent kickoff as well. As far as Into the Pyjamas are concerned, Archie took it slow, and Nip read it. Jorias gets the reset, but it won't matter too much. Oski is able again to get this ball all the way through, and every second now that Gentlemates steal is going to be huge. Jorias a near save at the near post. Archie underneath him. And Nip have to get hold of this ball stump because they're going to be chasing for the first time this series.
I mean, the defense has been very, very good in favor of NIP. Generally, they made a lot of saves, but the amount of shots that they have come up against just make it that bit harder. Currently 14 shots against them to the 7 saves that they have made. It has been an absolute smashing of their back third. Final chance there as CRR takes it right on for the shot on net. Archie, right-hand wall, chance for a skin. Will he make it one more? Does make contact, but a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, Oli's touch isn't great either, and at this point you need every touch to be perfect if you are Ninjas in Pajamas unable to get back into this one. CRR to the ceiling, gets the dunk. Where's this ball bouncing? Anywhere dangerous for Gentlemates? It might be. There's a lot of air on that ball, and a lot of players not touching it, but all Jorius can do is send it to the side, Stumpy, and maybe that will be the end of Nip's fight, unless CRR...
Yeah.
And he doesn't, and surely Gentlemates are going to get there first.
Would have been wondrous if he did, if he got that final touch in these dying seconds. This one goes dead central, which it won't. Nas is there to cover. Gentlemates do get themselves one game on the board. And NIP, they didn't necessarily struggle in that game, but they are now looking like the arm wrestlers going in favor of Gentlemates.
Yeah, Gentlemates who've won a huge number of series in a row since bombing out of Open number 4. It's just been constant from them. They're in such good form. They're playing
8
so
in a row
well,
so far,
which is utterly wild. So when you're Nip and you're 2 games up, you have to make the most of these opportunities. And that performance from Gentlemates post-timeout was a lot more like the 8 series in a row version of themselves that we've been seeing.
Straight after timeout as well, so Snavsky is whispering special things into their ears to make sure that they are able to get the job done. But I mean, it was just those instant responses already from NIP, time and time again. They got it to 2-all, and the next 2 are a little bit too hard for them to work their way through. And the bumps, as we were saying, as we identified, were so much stronger in the previous game, and then they ramped up again to another level in this one.
Yeah, it's a lovely performance there from the Gentlemates. Hopefully that's the level that we'll see from them for the rest of this series, and Nip can keep doing what they have been doing and step up again. Do keep wondering, Stumpy, do Nip have that next level? And against Carmine Corp earlier, they showed yes. Against Gentlemates so far, they've shown yes, but it does just seem to me that mates themselves have gone up to that 5th or 6th gear, so now I wonder if Nip can do the same.
Oski was all over that game. Got a huge amount more involved compared to any other player. His numbers across the board, very offensively focused. That is where he is looking at best. Drops it just above the target. Troyes can find his way in off the goal line again, and it really is skin of their teeth territory until Oli gets involved.
Yeah, but where does that pitch go? It's going to be awkward for Oski. He's going to be tackled in the air as well. CRR uses the ceiling, almost gets it. And while for a second it looked like Gentlemates were going to be able to take an early lead, suddenly Nip were back on top after a huge pinch went the way of them. And everything a little bit more neutral. CRR and Jorius double commit, but CRR pulls out incredibly quickly, so that won't lead to too much issue. Still plenty of boost in the Ninjas in Pajamas reserves. And they're winning the ball cleanly, and just as we saw earlier on against KC, they're not being outpaced, Nip, even in the games that they're losing against these top tier teams.
Yeah, I mean, the pace and the wily mechanics from NIP, rather from Gentlemates, is what sets them apart, as Oski goes for a pogo in midfield. Only to catch versus Archie. Does go low with it. What else is Oli going to be doing there? I love it.
Archie knew, though. Archie read it. Archie knows his opponent so well. He was like, yeah, I know Oli. I'm going to make sure I jump and then aim my nose down so I block what Oli's going to be doing.
Long clear from Nas into the back corner. It's going to give NIP a little bit of time to reconvene. Pop high from Jorius finds Oli. Not got as far as they would like, considering the amount of time that they had.
Jorius will be able to do something here unless Archie takes him out. And that's what he does. And Nas can dance at this one, using the ceiling, using every angle of his car there to get some height on the ball, really try and wriggle it forwards. And it almost worked out. I feel like in this game here, in this 5th, we're waiting for a player to really take the initiative. Not quite happened yet. This 4th game, sorry.
High from Nas. Does get intercepted by Jorius. Right-hand wall for Oski to nearly beat Jorius. Oli, rather. He was first to the ball, but wasn't actually able to get anything on it. If he did, would have been going goal-bound. Central again. Archie to find net, but pitched high by Oli. Next to it, Oski saved blindly by CRR.
Yeah, they're all there as well. Can Nas punish them? He goes for it. Hits the crossbar again. Jorius in so much trouble. And who else but Archie to pick that spot?
That's like the 3rd goal we've seen of this style. Just shoot. Eventual bump, eventual misplay. Gentlemates overwhelming the defense of NIP.
Yeah, I think when you force a triple commit in the air, you'll be pretty hard done by if you don't end up getting a goal from it. But we have seen plenty of opportunities where players have that much time and rush the shot or snatch at it or play it safe. Archie's such a good player going for that specific part of the goal, and it worked out there. He was the right man for the job. And Gentlemates are keeping up their momentum. 1 goal to the good now, might be 2. Nas tries to get it on target. CRR with a decent clearance, and Oski, a huge pinch leads to another race between Ninjas and Pajamas, and that's starting to become a little bit problematic if you ask me, Stumpy, especially with Oski shooting, and Nip need to stop.
It's more than a little bit. That pinch was fine. It was kind of cool that he did it, but not really good. Oski then completely jumps on the 2 midfielders, diving on that ball, thinking, I can have this, and I want to show that I can get there nice and speedy. Silly play overall from NIP. They didn't need to throw it away like that.
And now they really will be chasing, and Gentlemates are more than capable of swallowing up that pressure and dealing with it and frustrating down the other side. But Joris has control of the ball. He goes almost underneath Nas, similar to Archie's block earlier from the floor. Nas tilted his car downwards to make it seem like his opponent could go underneath him. Joris keeps the attack going. Bit of a double commit there from Gentlemates, but Archie recovers well. Such a key player.
Chance here for Oli, drops it, top corner again, and the defense from Archie stays stalwart. He's so fun to watch. When he's just like playing his game, going about the pitch, not being the most mechanical, but just being solid, shooting, scoring, saving. It's so satisfying when all the jigsaw pieces he lays come together.
Yeah, if anybody watching this wants to start improving at their Rocket League and learn the game of 3v3, watch Archie's gameplay back. You do not have to, you know, be at the same level mechanically as your teammates and as your opponents to be incredibly effective. That's not to say, of course, he's not a great mechanical player himself at this level. Everybody is. Anyway, here comes 2 players from Ninjas and Pajamas, still not able to get that ball home. This one might be starting to get away from them again, Stumpy.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these chances shut down early as well. The 50s also going in favour of Gentlemates. My goodness, time and time again, you just see, you know, a 50 come through and then it's just won by a Gentlemates defender or just somebody in the midfield, that second man, that first man. That's to the backboard. It's a lovely catch. Wants to get the, not quite the reset, wants to get it towards Oski with anything that he can. It's a great 50 from Oski. Slows it down the game. Gentlemates will be happy to play at this pace.
Joris needs to do a little bit more than that at this point. CRR, he has control of the ball and some boost, but all he can get is a 50-50, which Oski wins, and Archie gets the demo. And I think got a little nibble on Joris as well, so not letting Ninjas in Pajamas out their own half. Brutal defending from the front right now by Gentlemates.
Oski, intelligent challenge, just goes straight through the ball. Worst case, it goes towards that left wall, which it did. This is a demo, 1 apiece, a brief 2v2, a poor touch from Archie. Leaves Oski in the lurch. It's bobbed high, but he can make the save.
Yeah, that was a little bit bouncy there from Oli. I think he could have done more, could have got more power on that one and really picked a moment. Instead, it was safe and easily blocked. And that should be enough for Gentlemates to take this 4th game and to take this series back to neutral territory. The best of 7 will be going 2-2. And I do wonder if we're going to see that Nip tactical timeout in about 1 second.
I think we should. I think we should. And Joris, I can confirm, says TO in the chat. Timeout coming through for NIP. And it was just a lot of offense from Gentlemates. Low scoring considering that they had 11 shots on target in that game. Like, the saves were good from NIP, but they couldn't get much going the other end. As he said, Cole, they had a couple of bouncing shots, a couple of just awkward little touches that were relatively routine for the Gentlemates defense.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there were, 8 shots from Ninjas in Pajamas too, so they did have their moments, they did have pressure, but they just weren't good enough at taking it. And I think I look back to that Oli chance, the one I mentioned, where Oli really could have hit that one with the nose of his car. Instead, he sort of went for a semi-doink thing, and I'm not sure that was the correct play there. You need to have composure in those moments, even if you're 2-0 down with 30 seconds. Much better to take that split second longer and give yourself a chance from the kickoff rather than rush it, try and give yourself as much time as possible and end up not scoring the goal. So hopefully NIP are going to do what they did earlier on and talk things through and come back with renewed vigor, because they do seem to be slowing down. And you can understand why. It's been a long day for them, emotional day for them as well, going to Game 7 earlier.
Well, the weird thing is, the stat I was about to bring up was their speed, right? You're saying that NIP feel like they're slowing down. In that game, they played a solid 10 to 20% faster than Gentlemates. They were a lot quicker around the pitch. Their average speed, they were faster by 7 kilometers per hour. They were a lot higher. However, I think it was maybe just the composure, those low 50s, the slower 50s from Gentlemates, that they were just happy just to take their time a little bit. They were more flowing around the pitch, whereas Ninjas in Pajamas, they need a lot more boost to maintain that kind of speed around the pitch, and they ended up picking up a lot less boost as well. So any that they had, they were burning fast, and yes, it might have been better recoveries from NIP. Didn't lead to anything, though.
So rushing as opposed to slowing down. Both of them can look similar when you're swiping at the ball and not getting anywhere near it. The other side of the semicircle, right?
Oh, interestingly, as well, number that I've just seen, they lost 812 boost while supersonic, NIP, whereas Gentlemates only lost 340 boost while supersonic. So they were being erroneous with their boost, they were playing faster, and yet they got no goals out of it. So irresponsible boost management right now for NIP might be that subtle shadow difference maker.
Well, let's see if they will change that as we go over here. Now it really is game 5 and both teams even. Keep an eye on that Ninja in Pyjamas boost management. Will they improve it, or will Gentlemates continue their procession to potentially another EU Open as Nas comes forward and almost gets an early goal for Gentlemates? Oski keeps it into the corner. CRR is able to do something with that one. It's a better start right now for Gentlemates, but a bump almost on Oski. Could have been Nip stealing a goal.
In the first 20 seconds, you're going to be seeing that immediate chance coming through for Gentlemates. Nice 50 into the back half as Nas then sends it long and is sent straight to the scrappy. And NIP, I think just for their own sake, get a goal early. Make sure that they're going to be able to just get something on the board, because going scoreless in the last game, it's got to feel really tough when you've won the first 2.
Yeah, those minutes start to get away from you when you haven't scored in a little while. The amount of times during a series we say this team hasn't scored now in 13 minutes or whatever, because they haven't scored for a couple of games. Suddenly everything can feel impossible. And Gentlemates are a team that can make the basic feel impossible. They stretch you so much. They make you feel like what was working before just will not anymore. CRR leaves it on to Oli. Great touch there from Oli. Archie up against Oli. Can Oli get the bump? Nearly. Archie gets the ball and power on it. Enough for his team to get back into play. It's great defending there.
Yeah, it's tough chances. I mean, we've already seen a couple of shots coming through for NIP. Very awkward players. Oski, you just hear his boost right behind Oli there, who then just has to whip his way around, make sure he doesn't get bumped, and it slows down the defense. And this possession will continue in the blue side of the pitch. CRR to the ceiling, has his dodge, and uses it to slam Nas out of the way.
Oli almost got that one for the redirect, but is able to make something from it, improvising his way around the corner. And Nip, I would say, you seem to have taken your advice to some extent. They're not snatching at things anymore. They definitely have taken a bit of a step towards control as opposed to raw pace, and that was going to fall to Joris. Couldn't get the shooting angle. Oli gets in front of his teammate, and again, they're just not able to get that shot away. That's the final piece of the Nip puzzle.
Ooh. I mean, that's going to be a tough part of the puzzle to crack if Archie and Oski are both slamming each other off the backboard. Comes a lot harder to read. Archie in the top corner saves it away. Oski, space, time, bit of boost. And Oli shuts down all of those things by diving in. Well played from him. Joris up high and towards the right. Oski tries to get the 50, and there's just so much midfield play going on that this ball is flipping sides every single time. Nas wants to go for the 1, 2, 3. I mean, Oli was rushed into this ball. A lot of the work was done by Nas, and he then makes the defender awkward.
Yeah, it's awkward, but I don't know, Oli still... It's not ideal defending. He could have jumped a little bit later. I think he increased his reach more than he needed to there. Slammed it into his top corner. And for all the praise we were giving Ninja in Pyjamas at being a bit more controlled, it doesn't matter if you didn't take your chance. Before then, they had 4 shots compared to Gentlemates' 1. But now Gentlemates have taken a key one, and to be fair, so have Nip. Sadly, though, it was in their own goal.
Pop high. Attempted by Oski. Oli again dives in and immediately goes to bump the keeper. Look at him harassing Archie. Archie then tries to chase him away. Like 2 dogs either side of a fence. Not really making contact that often, but both of them baring their teeth.
Yeah, CRR a little bit rushy there, and Oli's in another awkward position, and CRR and Oli are not on the same wavelength at all.
Sent high from Archie, forces CRR to dive in, and it's a complete misread. He flubs it. Oli, normally very strong in defense, is showing some holes.
Yeah, I question if we were praising their communication earlier, particularly from CRR, because he does try and play so quickly, but did he say early enough? I don't have this one, and will he say early enough this time? I need some help. Oli's coming in. Archie forces it to the side. Gentlemates able to keep on pushing. A key moment in the series for them. They cannot let this attack go.
Air dribble attempted by Joris. Has to move straight into the ball as he launches too far towards the right. CRR gives away any chance that he had for it. Self-proceed towards Oli. Time here for Archie in defense, who has found himself a lot more in defense in this game in particular. We're seeing pretty low scores across the board here. 1 player from each team, 2 in total. are on 75 points, 76 now, for Oski and Oli. Neither of them really getting as involved, but no one really standing out points-wise. So it has just been these ball touches, very low, hardcore stats coming through.
Joreuz is able to get this one to the ceiling. His team need him now. He is the player capable of magic on this Ninja in Pyjamas roster. Can they get him hold of the ball? Can they clear his path? So we can use those mechanics to maybe dance his way through the Gentlemate's defense. Oli gets the block towards Joreuz. That's nice. Back to CRR, back towards Oli. Passing plays all the way around. Archie, though, says, I don't care, and takes out Oli.
All of a sudden, there's 45 seconds remaining. This game is absolutely whizzed by. The Gentlemates have felt that way. They've been battling pretty continuously, as have the mates. Oh, sorry, as have the NIP, rather. I keep getting that wrong today. I don't know why. It's very confusing to me. Final 30. It might be because of Oski and Nas previously being on NIP where we did their team stream. Maybe this is hardwired in my head. CRR on target, top corner. That is hardwired in his.
Yeah, CRR ain't making any mistakes. Oli does win the 50-50 towards Joreuz. Great decision there to leave that ball to Joreuz, and the finish is intelligent. It's gentle and deft into that top corner. And then what did Nip have from the kickoff?
I mean, they've done very well with their kickoff so far. Their strats are pretty locked in. And it goes extremely neutral, in fact. It's a great demo, and Nas is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Again, so well managed, and a really poor touchback. I couldn't quite see who that came off, the second player from NIP.
Yeah, it was Joreuz who got in too close to the 50-50, so when it was lost semi-neutrally, instead of falling to a player from Ninja in Pyjamas, it just bonked off Joreuz back towards his own goal, and that should be the fat lady singing for this.
Hello.
Does Joreuz score?
Hello.
It does! Okay, and it's as you were!
I mean, this kickoff is beautiful. CRR goes high with it. Joreuz already pre-jumped off the ceiling, beats out Oski in the blind spot. 9 seconds. It has been one apiece in terms of kickoffs.
Yeah, the fat lady can hold out for now. A few more seconds. It's the bot shot from Joreuz and CRR. Goes into the Gentlemate's corner. Oli approaching and encroaching Nas's space. CRR waiting for it. Joreuz forces it towards CRR, who's in a really awkward position. Needs Oli to help him out. Shouldn't be able to, and I think that will be that. And okay, fat lady, do your thing.
And I'll tell you what. The kickoff there right at the end for Gentlemates, they basically want NIP to full dive into it. I think it was Nas in his back corner. He then is the one that's meant to be going for it. He can then fake into his own back corner. Oski then goes for it instead just to cover the net, making sure it then ends up finding Nas in the end regardless. Very, very well orchestrated. A subtle kickoff strat there from Gentlemates, but it does end up winning them the game after they got absolutely slammed in the previous.
Yeah, a few mistakes starting to sneak into Ninja in Pyjamas play there. I think there was a bump from Oli, or on Oli as well, before going for that one. So it was a really awkward position. CRR forcing, Oli getting bumped. Couldn't do anything with it, and it seemed it was all over until CRR got that finish. And a couple of kickoff goals afterwards meant that it was going to be too little too late from Ninja in Pyjamas. And Stumpy, they've used their wild card, they've played their tactical timeout. All they can do is roll straight in to game number 5. Number 6, I'm losing track, honestly. It's been a long old day. Game number 6.
Yes. I mean, LBP previously did some real magic to make sure the timeout versus KC went as well as it did. They were down by 2. He then spoke to the lads. They then win 4 out of the next 5 games. Extremely well played from NIP previously. They need that same magic here as we go into Neo Tokyo. Gentlemates have won 3 on the trot game-wise and 8 of their last series. Can they make it 9?
Can they put themselves back in a position to be Europe's #1 seed going into the Paris Major? Both of these teams, they've qualified for the Major, they've qualified for Worlds. Seeding is at stake, and of course pride and making a statement is at stake. And Gentlemates are the ones just reeling off speeches right now.
And Gentlemates, they're looking again to be like laughing a little bit, smiling, getting back into their typical character. It's a great pre-jump, and Oli with his teammates all the way in the other half. I thought might take it back into his own half. Instead, actually keeps on the halfway line.
Yeah, that's a good point. If he'd have got dunked there, he could have been in serious danger. Yeah. He backed himself to get that flick. CRR's pass is a little bit loose. Oh, he wants to do something with that one, and Joreuz called into action in his own corner. Nas up against Joreuz. Gentlemates, despite losing a bit of territory at the start of this one, now seem to have the ball camped in blue territory until CRR breaks through, gets the second time. Oh! Read that, it's from CRR! Unbelievable!
sends a nice one in the chat, and that is well earned. Oski caught completely off guard, cuts the top right in half. CRR with a screamer.
I want to see some nice ones in quick chat. I think that has been earned by CRR. And if you are to come back to life in a series, that's the sort of moment that you need. I asked Jorias earlier. Turns out that maybe CRR was the man they needed. But that's a good one from Oski. Nas up against CRR again. Archie shoots, but Jorias squeezes it to the side.
How can NIP capitalize on that galvanizing goal? They have that kind of skill level. They've not been able to show it. Their defense has been pressured and somewhat lackluster at times. Their offense, when they get these chances, can be world-class. Jorias attempts to go for one there. CRR, can he do it again? He goes to pass that time, but mates had to respect it.
Everybody watching this, including the players in the game, are all thinking the same thing. He's going to do it again, is he? And it's all the pressure, the faith that the opponents had in CRR. They sat off it. And from there, Ninjas in Pajamas just keep on pressing.
Nas has to leave that one for Archie. Gets caught out mid-air by Oli. Oski easily wins it and slams it down for the double.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, they kept on pushing, and Gentlemates used that space. Oli's challenge only went up, and Oski is going to sink those all day long into the top corner.
Incredible speed at which he read that. We've seen these guys pop off, and it is such a pleasure to see, especially when the opposition is doing just as well. CRR, that guy. Archie looked really awkward there. I think maybe avoiding the bump from CRR that actually was never coming in, but I don't hate his decision. It did look awkward, though.
Yeah, some mid-air manoeuvring there from Archie, but was able to get a clean touch onto the backboard. Did very well. That's how you're meant to do it. What Oli did there, that's the more generic way of making that touch. Archie made it happen. Here's Jorias. Does he flick to the left? No, instead he tries to go underneath Archie. Has no boost, though, so Oski will win this one cleanly. Oski, who snapped to life with that equalising goal, and Archie's following up, and out of nowhere, out of his blind spot, with CRR.
Nas, the final man, very bravely reckons he can beat the attacking player from NIP. That attacking player this time round is going to be Oli, straight into the path of Oski, however. Nas, one up high, central. No bump on Jorias from Oski. CRR, his chance now. Into the corner. Is that their magic corner? It may well be! As Jorias receives it from Oli. It takes two of them to do what CRR did on his own, but it is a very well choreographed play.
Right, Gentlemates, just get Archie, plonk him in that back left corner and stay. If the ball comes here, beat it away, get some boost and drive back up. That is your one job, because that, apparently, is where NIP have identified a weakness in Gentlemates' defending.
I mean, if that's come from LVP as well. Lads, make sure we challenge that back left corner. And it may well find its way in. CRR this time going from the right-hand side. And Nas offloads it to Oski. Pops it high, can't get round it, has to fake. Nas sending next to it. This one's central. For Jorias, his chance to pop it again high round awkwardly. Just has to wait and bide their time, and it is well managed so far for NIP. It's taken a couple of pop-off moments. Nothing has looked routine, but every game counts for one regardless.
Yeah, that's the NIP way. It never looks simple. And don't forget, they came back. They won on Neo Tokyo for their Game 7 win earlier. Oski, though, has control of this one. Oli squeezes that one up and gets a beautiful second touch as well. Does he have his flips? I don't think he does, so he has to hit this one the slow way. Tries to get the bounce. Archie to the ceiling. Gentlemate's going to be pushing all the way for the last 90 seconds here. And CRR's pre-jump, brave as you like, but so clever.
And they're diving in now. They're trying to snatch at every ball they can, Gentlemates. Which makes it somewhat harder for the defense, because then they need to realize we're going for everything. Oski finds Archie above the net. Shot not on target. We saw Jorias score that earlier off the kickoff. You see, look, Oli immediately pre-jumps. Oski realizes that, goes low. He did it to Vitality. He can't do it to NIP today.
Yeah, but earlier on, their Gentlemates had NIP completely penned back, but it sort of worked out well for NIP. Oski took the touch, but he had three players in front of him just waiting for him to flick or even try and go under. Huge defending right now from Ninjas in Pajamas. Not a defensive team by any means, but being put to the squeeze in that regard and will continue to be for the last 40.
Chance again to go low. We're seeing Gentlemates do this time and time again. Go low, go low, go low. They've gone high so frequently. And I think NIP are starting to learn that these pre-jumps might not work as well. They only needed to work for 30 more seconds. Skim chance, Nas. Opportunity as Oli, he ends up missing that ball entirely above the net. Who's next to it? It will be Oli. Jorias to tip it onward. A stunning touch.
Yeah, another big redirect needed there from Ninja the Pajamas after the miss defensively earlier. Jorias connects with it clean. 10 seconds.
Wow!
And that just sneaks its way in.
I did not think that was in. What a speedy read that is. Oski actually turns aggressively, means that he can't get back in time. Jorius has earned game number 6, another game 6 against a titan of Europe. We, ladies and gentlemen, have earned ourselves the honor of a game 7.
What more can we possibly ask for, Stumpy? Rocket League at this level, this unpredictability, these key moments. Only drops in a what a save in chat. And then that, I was going to say Nas doesn't even say thanks, but he does say thanks. And a GG. We're heading there, and have we got another tactical timeout to come as well? It's not been called yet, but I think only one of these teams has called theirs, right? Was it Nip that have called theirs already?
Yes, yeah. No, Nip called theirs after... Gentlemen's used theirs after game 2, and they were 2-0 down. And then after game 4, it was then called by NIP. So no timeouts here.
Straight in.
This could be the end, bear in mind, of this 8-series win streak. So we don't see particularly often, especially nowadays, when there's never really that defined king of Europe. Even in NA at the moment, we're not seeing that. NRG are not the kings. They don't always win every single event anymore. It's so much more even spread. This kind of streak, it would be so ninjas to end it for the Gentlemates as well.
Yeah, it would, and make this grand final against either Team Vitality or Novo Esports. After this game, make sure you keep an eye here on this broadcast, because that one is coming straight up afterwards as well. The Rocket League keeps on coming. We're going to turn all of our attention right now to Champions Field. Gentlemates looking relaxed, looking like they're having a good time, but I don't think they wanted to go into this game 7, Stumpy. They're going to have to battle through and stand up and be counted here.
And both teams have earned their spot on Champions Field. The first 2 go to Nip, the next 3 to Gentlemates. Nip then bring it back to 3-all. Game number 7. Who will be going through to Europe's final grand finals?
It seems that whenever we have Ninjas in Pyjamas involved, the series is incredibly swingy. You know, it's never a clean one. It's never identifiable what's been changed, but there are big goal swings, big game swings either way. Last time they were on Game 7, they absolutely smashed their opponents. I've got a feeling it's not going to be the case for either team to be able to do that here.
I mean, a smash was an understatement. 7-2 over Carmine Corp by NIP. They've got Gentlemates well in their sights, but Gentlemates, they fried bigger fish than this to get through into bigger finals than this. Oski grabbing that back corner boost. CRR wanted to go for the Predator missile kind of attack. Catch him on the wall, wasn't able to. Jorius, his chance on the right-hand side. Low boost, now wants to steal that in the back corner, and Oli attempts to find him, but he just has to retreat.
Yeah, there've been some big hits so far. Neither team really keen to keep control of the ball until a couple of close touches there for Gentlemates in the center. Oski's already up. Lovely pre-jump from him. Gets the flip reset. I think Oli is waiting for that ball to drop. He was hoping gravity was on his side, and it just about was.
In this first minute, again, we keep talking about the pressure that is sustained by NIP. They're under that same cosh once more. Nas removes Oli. The net is open. Archie the long shot, and it just about crawls over the line.
Simple as you like there for the Gentlemates. There was that demo when Oski was like, after you, sir.
I'm out. I'm not touching it. I've parked. The parking brake is on. Hands are off the wheel. Archie, activate.
Yeah, that was equivalent in football when a player does a clear foul, then puts his hands up. So, I didn't touch him. I did the ball for him, you know. But it worked out. Jorius punches it forward, but Archie will get the save following his goal.
Hello, Nas from the ceiling onto that sidewall. Nearly ends up dunking Oli on the second bite of that cherry. That's a close touch from Oski. Oh, I love how much he's read what CRR's doing there, because CRR is working off the data from 2 games ago.
Well, CRR and Oli double commit. Jorius yet again. That is the last man back, and it's not going to work. Oh, you're going to do better with a 50. He was in a tough position, but look at Nas's opportunism.
I mean, Oli, he's still rotating back. Every single player at one point there on 0 boost. Oli has to go via the 100. He's already committed there. Either he gets it, then can full speed towards the net, or he doesn't go for it, but he's already committed. It's an awkward position. It's a great 50, and it's an even better result for the mates.
Yeah, but how frustrating are those 2 goals to have conceded for Ninjas in Pyjamas? Not the sort you want to see. The ball rolling into your goal with the opponents not having to do too much to earn them.
Nice save there from CRR. Takes into his own corner. An even better touch here from Archie. It's one, but not the second. Doesn't actually use too much boost to then stay on that play. And you just see these mosquitoes of Gentlemates flying around. They are lurking, wanting to get any touch that they can.
Yeah, they're mosquitoes, but they get some serious power on the ball, especially when they're getting those pinches. That sends it right back. This game not even halfway done yet. Plenty of time for Ninja the Pajamas to take a few deep breaths and get themselves back in it mentally. There's a double commit there from Archie and Oski. Really shields the ball to the side. Nas keeps it safely in his own corner, the safest place on the Rocket League pitch, although that was the corner where Ninja Pajamas scored 2 goals from in the last game.
Opportunity as CRR goes above the net. Oli doesn't have enough boost to actually get any chance to play on that ball as they go through defender. Jorius up high above the net, but again, too much power on it. His Orca plays, and Archie, he absolutely sends it the other way. That's got just enough power on it. Oski chases it the entire run down.
How did that happen? That was so powerful. I said that your own corner was safe. The opposite corner, very much not so. One pinch can punish you, and Ninjas in Pajamas must be thinking, who on earth cursed us?
Well, do you remember when you said, Archie, sit in the back left corner and just make sure that NIP don't get a crazy goal from here again? He did that and then some.
Yeah, he definitely did. No problem, Snasky, mate. I'll send you some more tips if you need any of them for coaching. But here comes Oli. This one's still alive just about, but Nip need a response, and soon. Oh!
And that one just missed right above the net. Hopefully not indicative of how their next shots are going to be going. Archie can receive in the back corner. Takes it low, and that back left, it has now Archie down, up for the double. He's not got the next shot, but NASA does, and it all originates from that famed back left.
Is it a new Rlcs rule that Game 7s have to be won by one team by at least 5 or 6 goals? Because this is getting ridiculous. I said at the start of this one, there's no way it'll be a smashing. Gentlemates, of all their quality, their ingenuity, and their ability to take the most out of strange situations this game, are turning it, Stumpy, into a smashing.
In NIP, they did that against Carmine Corp. They're getting a little bit of taste of their own medicine, not quite to the same extent just yet.
Just yet, yeah.
Yeah, not yet. Still 80 seconds remaining. CRR up nice and high. They want to spare their blushes. 4 goals in this time frame is going to be near enough impossible, but not completely for a team of this caliber. Oski, my goodness, brother. The double reset, full court carry. Thank you very much. Coming from where, Cool Cole?
The left corner. I got what you were getting for a second.
Yes! Come on!
I was really scared for a second until I saw that replay. Yeah, that famed corner. If you're struggling in your ranked games, just shove the ball over there and see what happens. 5-0 to the mates. A procession from the Open number 5 winners. Looking to go back-to-back. They won the last major as well. They're winning everything right now, it seems.
We thought this might be Carmine Corp season. NIP knocked them out of this. They did not make that grand finals in Boston. That went the honor to Gentlemates. It could be theirs. This is another step on the road to victory. We've already made a documentary about Gentlemates. They're being selfish with it now. If they get another one, then you can blame the overlords who just say, you know what, boys, run it back. This is another one, Cool Cole. This will be the 9th series in a row the Gentlemates have taken down.
And then the question becomes, can they make it the perfect 10 and get their second Open? Here comes Archie, going to scrape the ceiling. He had that read as well. All Joros can do is put it high. And if anyone does want to check out that documentary, it's on the Rocket League Esports YouTube channel. Well worth the watch. Find out how these players came together to get these wonderful pictures. Go on, Archie, one more, make something from that. Oh, that would have been fun.
Would have been very fun. In the end, it's gonna be not quite one, but it is in fact one for Gentlemates. The start of that series in favor of NIP, but won out by the major champions. They head through to Europe Open 6 Grand Finals.
Yeah, Ninja the Pajamas have locked in the number 3 seed in EU with that loss, so it has been an incredible split for them. They would have taken that, and they will be going, of course, to Paris and to the World Championships as well. And as the whole desk predicted, Gentlemates get their win, but it was not easy at all. Nip made them put the work in.
No one going for NIP is so disrespectful. These casters don't know what they're talking about. And Cole, this series felt like it was the big one of the day. The next one that we have got coming up, is it going to be deciding if we get some tiebreaker potential continuing through? It's very exciting. Europe never fails to stop entertaining. After the break and after the desk and after the chatting, we have got Novo Esports taking on Team Vitality.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we near our grand finals. One team is now on their way. They'll rest up to find out their opponents. It's Gentlemates, but boy, did they have to work for it. We only have a couple more best of sevens to go. I'm a Leaf. Now let's chat about it. Cole and Stumpy. They definitely had to work for it. Ninjas in Pajamas, Cole, definitely got a little bit of wind in their sails by the end.
Yeah, never going to be easy against Ninjas in Pajamas, and for their second time today, they force a Game 7, but this time, the smashing in the final game, Stumpy, did not go their way, so it hurts when the boot's on the other foot. I guess it really would, because the boot would be on the other foot.
Very true. Yeah, wrong shoes is going to just be bearable. I think that NIP, they had sort of a few moments, I think, where they could show off their brilliance, but the defense from Gentlemates really was fantastic throughout. They held NIP almost at arm's length a lot of the time, and it then took one play to then make it through. Whereas with Gentlemates, they battered and they battered and they battered, and eventually they got a goal. And the final game was different. I think 2 or 3 of those goals were from a 50 that then went NIP's way, or rather Gentlemates' way. I've been getting them mixed up, by the way, all day, and I don't know why.
I think you answered your own question earlier on when you said it's because we had 2 of them who played for NIP last season. It does get, a bit confusing when it's in your head as well. That's tough.
Yeah.
But it was also a long, winding series that Ninjas in Pajamas took a 2-0 lead, and it was looking good for them. CRR, I'd say he is the sort of the metronome for Ninjas in Pajamas. He can be erratic, he can be a little bit crazy, but when it works, so difficult to play against. But when it starts to not work, you did sense that Gentlemates were going to be pulling away from them, Stumpy.
Yeah, I think CRR for me was the MVP from NIP. I think throughout the entire series, personally, I'd struggled to pick out an MVP from Gentlemates. I think they all did their job spectacularly. I think Oski had those fantastic solo moments. I think that he made sure that he was getting up there scoring-wise. I think Archer was remarkably solid on defense, and his transitional play was phenomenal. And then Nas filled in every single gap in between. I don't know, Cole, if you or Leaf saw anything different to me, but I really would struggle to find the guy.
I mean, ideally, that's the situation you're looking for, right? Is no one's really standing out. If you have a teammate that's popping off, that's great, but you don't want to have that be a reliant factor. So, Cole, if you got a whole team that's no one stand out, that means I think you're doing it right.
Yeah, I think that Stumpy identified that Oski had probably the best moments, but to me, the overall best player there for Gentlemates was Archie. He is just such a great reader of the game, and those pinches that you saw in Game 7 completely took the wind out of NIP's sails.
Well, what you can see now when it comes to the Paris major contenders, there's not a bunch of logos all bunched up anymore here in the European region because things are starting to solidify. With Ninjas in Pajamas out, there is still that one spot at the end there that Novo can try to grab if they can win the whole tournament here. But Ninjas in Pajamas have solidified their seed now as the European 3, which puts them into Group C with Twisted Mind, Shopify Rebellion, and TSM.
Yeah, that is a very, very tough group. I think that TSM, bless them, do what you can, fellas, because that's really rough. The TSM did a fantastic job of qualifying through. I think Sphinx is going to be a scary player, but then there are levels to this esport, and that group is going to be a fantastic experience for them. We're still deciding who is going to be going through in that 2, 5, and 1 spot for Europe. And I think that EU number 1, you are fitting yourself into a really scary group as well.
I just wonder whether CJ is actually going to predict NIP for once when they're up against Shopify Rebellion.
True.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I mean,
yet too, so far.
Allegiance is going here, but yeah, today might have just been a meme. I think we'll know where he goes there. But here's the bracket again. We have potentially 3 more best of 7s. You don't see the third one there because it would be a tiebreak. Oh, yeah. That would be if Novo can pull off a miraculous run here. Stumpy, this is it. I mean, we either have Man City or Novo. I mean, Novo still has a few games to get through.
And what a crazy story this is for Novo. They drop Nico, they switch out they get Rezi in, and then they get a Chronic out, and then they bring Nico back in, and then all of a sudden they then have to lose all of their points, and they need to get 18 exactly, which is just so happens what you get for winning the entire Open, to then draw with Man City, who happen to bomb out at the hand of Novo, to then end up in the situation where they can get a tiebreaker. It is a real comedy of coincidences, and Novo want this to continue. Nothing less than winning the entire Open will get us that tiebreaker situation, and Vitality Cole stand in their way.
Yeah, what I would say is spare a thought for HB Acro and Seiko, who right now are keeping themselves warm, trying to partly be in game mode, partly be chill, because it's Manchester City Esports that might have to face that tiebreaker later if it happens. So they might play, they might not. A really difficult place to be in their mind.
I did.
He's pretty sleepy. He's having a good old yawn there. I hope he's got more energy when the game starts.
I did see a clip real quick, sorry, on that point of Man City, watching what they're doing. They are currently all together. They are boot camping still. And they released a video on their social media of K-Dub Corp losing to Vitality, and they all fist bumped and dapped each other up like, yes, boys, that's one down. I loved it. They are hate washing all these teams that are standing against them, trying to make the miracle run.
I just love Vitality.
You have to at that point, really. Progressive fan vote is up. Chat, does the dream for Novo carry on here? I mean, Vitality, obviously a ferocious contender in any bracket that you find them in. But at the same time, we've seen them, not have the strongest performance. They still look great. Let me make that clear. A little asterisk on that statement. They still look good, but Novo could pull a surprise here potentially. Now, Zen had called the 4-0 previous. The question is, do we believe Zen in a 4-0? Do we believe Zen in a win at all, guys? Or is this dream for Novo? You have such the cheekiest smiles on both of you right now.
Well, I think, quite frankly, who would I be to disagree with Zen? But I think that that's I don't hate it. That's cocky. That is a cocky 4-0 from Zen. If that's what he needs, fair play. But that is a cocky 4-0 from Zen. I don't know if it will be a 4-0. If it is, fair enough. Flame me in the interview, whatever. But I think Vitality do get the dub here. I don't think we get that tiebreaker. Very unfortunate we don't get that tiebreaker. Vitality has seemed like a step above.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Novo, who have replaced Acronic with Nico for this event, they're playing out of their skins, but Team Vitality are going to have too much for them. Will it be 4-0? If Zensa's going to be a 4-0, hey, I'll go for the 4-0 too. Why not? I'll back my boy.
Yeah, this is a real tough one here. I mean, you also looked at Juk at the end there, who said anyone can beat anyone. Had his hands on his head. I don't know what was going on in his head there, but it definitely felt like there's an emotional weight. He understands how much this matters right now, and the problem with that is sometimes it gets in your head. And again, if the GOAT is saying that they're gonna 4-0, I gotta believe that they're gonna do some damage here.
Not the GOAT.
Vitality, I think, has to be the lock-in for me. I want to see Novo
Monkey made a prediction.
keep this contention alive. I just don't know if it can happen. A little bit of love from chat, but overall it feels like maybe we curse again. Only one way to find out. Novo backs up against the wall. One more best of 7 maybe. Another one afterwards in the grand finals, but they have an absolute rock they need to crush in front of them. Team Vitality stands to crush their dreams. Let's find out the result right now.
And then there was one, a singular team looking for the honeymoon of their lives to steal a trip to the Eiffel Tower. The question will be, is it Novo's day, or will they play bridesmaid to Man City for that final major spot? Vitality could truly prove to be the wedding crashers and just chalk it up for all of the believers, JB. This is game 1 by Progressive. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we're going to get that promised 4-0. Zen already attacking early. But it's rare to see any kind of bold prediction like that, or promise scoreline as specific as what Zen's promised today. So I'm excited to see it. Let's see. Is he going to be angry? Is he going to try to take over the match, or is he just that confident?
Yeah, it's rare to see him kind of, I want to say come out of his shell, but be a little cocky with this matchup. I think he's got every right to be. He's a world champ, and he's playing a team that, as I mentioned before, they're looking for just a honeymoon. They've only just formed, you could say, although Nico has been on this team before. It's a nice little start for the fake Geok almost to Nico. I'm liking the aggression coming out from Novo. Early on, Vitality under the pump.
That was nice. If that worked out, that would have been phenomenal. The multi-fake there for Geok would have been sick, but luckily for Vitality, they were able to get bodies goal side of the ball. And Vitality have been a very cautious team in a lot of their matches this split. You know, they'll control the midfield, they won't overextend, they'll stay spread out, and against all of the lower tier competition, they have been extremely comfortable as a result. So if Novo can't step up to that top tier, Vitality really if this split's taught us anything, should have their way with them.
And it just makes sense, doesn't it? You've got Gentlemates in the final, obviously the reigning winners, the previous winners of Open 5. You've got Vitality, who are looking to join them, who are the winners of the only other event this split. So it makes sense for a bit of parity to round it off with those two in the final. But this game does funny things, Johnny, when you think you'd expect it. You just have to expect the unexpected. And I tell you what, Novo, if they can find the net, find these passing plays, they're looking all right.
It looked like that was a pre-jump attempt by Giok, but the pass went under him, so not quite on the same page there, but both ideas are fine. They just have to make sure that they go with the same one next time. And this is definitely a good start for Novo. They've had opportunities. They've put Vitality on the back foot here. Sizzy gonna lob the ball forward. He is flying in front of it to get the bump, lands it, nobody able to follow up though. Now here comes the counter-attack the other way. Giok getting a bit underneath that on the reset.
Hey, you want that touch again, Exotic, nice. Demo actually from Giok on Zen, kind of just opens it up for Exotic, even though it was a demo on his teammate. Stizzy rips it downfield. Doesn't go too Exotic, he's gonna keep it for himself. Vitality haven't had too much of an attack. They only need one chance though, the 50 almost lands. Giok showing the strength, been in the gym clearly. As Rezi's just gonna let that one fall down off the backboard, in fact leave it for Nico. They found a way out again. Vitality playing a lot of defense considering they're a team that's meant to, well, Zen said it himself, 4-0.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a 4-0, but it's, you know, there's definitely room for improvement. Oh, that's a tough race.
Sizzy.
Thought that one was going to end up a bit lower than it was. A good showing overall, though, from Novo. I think they've created real chances to score. They've matched Vitality. Vitality are now the team knocking at the door. Careful. Giok does get the ball safely to the corner. And now Vitality are piling the pressure on a little bit more. They will do that. They'll test Novo more and more as the series progresses.
Yeah, they're finally getting a chance to attack a little bit more frequently in this game. 3.5 minutes gone. There's a lot to be made of that Giok interview yesterday, the play style. EG did hours and hours of replay analysis. They've trusted him with the way he wants to play the play style. It's got them to this point, to a top 4 in their first event as a full roster. There's a lot to be celebrated about that, but they're looking ahead. They're looking for this win and potentially a grand final win. It's a lovely reset with the indicator. Nico's got a little space as well. Exotic meets him in the air. Zen's going to look to turn. Rezi is pretty quick on this as well. It's not about 50 to keep pressure on him. Actually pretty impressed with this start from Novo. Oh, hang on.
Look at Giok.
Oh, hang on!
Oh, he put that on. What shot that would have been. Vitality equal to it. Now Zen at the other end looking for the downward read. Can't get it. The ball's still bouncing around the box. As Nico collects it, takes it straight down the middle. I mean, as direct as you can go. And Nico, he was the guy yesterday against NIP who had the most offensive prowess. Day before that, though, in the group stage, I think the full team were excellent. Oh, it's
no!
Oh, just like that, they've conceded. Novo are doing so well, but Zen has just hard dunked on Rezi, who got a bit greedy with that one, and he's walked into it.
Oh, he didn't get any angle on that at all. You can see what he was trying to do, fake the wall and then rip it cross court, but Zen completely read the backhand, and that's 1-0 to Vitality. Nice kickoff strat though coming through. Nico's going to be able to fake Exotic, just Zen in net. Hang on a minute, if they get a pass across, Zen did have 100 boost and dealt with it pretty easily, but still 20 seconds left. A chance perhaps here for Novo, cleared downfield. Giok, is he going to go for the psycho? He catches with the pinch, 15 seconds. They just been a bit stunned here with that dunk goal. They look like they had more of the attack, but it's running out of time. 10 seconds, what do you got? Rezi, around 1. Giok's going to wait underneath, cut out by Stizzy, looking to keep them pinned, keep this Novo team stuck in defense. Send ball down. Vitality, 1-0.
Oh, wow, well, it's a quarter of the way there to Zen's promised 4-0. But honestly, very close. A super close game. The only difference being that one mistake Rezi's made, and Zen was there to punish him to make it 1-0. But not the most impressive game from a Vitality standpoint. They didn't really do too much. But against the lower competition, lower level competition, Vitality do sometimes do this. They'll just win 1-0. They'll have just a pretty cruisy time. And they weren't really super threatened at any point, so it's fine. But yeah, this is where it all went wrong, whereas he tried to take the ball under control and then outlet pass mid.
Yeah,
completely gets dunked on though. It's way too risky to leave the shot open like that.
Yeah, it's a silly touch there, and it's one mistake. They had 6 shots apiece, and as you mentioned, Vitality happy to win this way. When Zen's saying it's a 4-0, though, we're expecting an absolute onslaught, a domination from the Golden Hornets, but this is another way to 4-0. If you're just going to 1-0 your way, prey on that one big mistake from a team that, you know, lacks the connection, the time spent together, I guess, compared to Vitality, who have been stuck all season, but it's not a bad start from Novo. They match them in shots. They just can't afford those huge mistakes.
Yeah, let's see, how will they regain? Will they regain? In game 2, oh my goodness, back pass, Zen into his own crossbar. I don't think that they were ready for that one, but he was able to clean up his own mess.
Yeah, interesting start there. Duke has got a nice win on the 50, but Exotic should be able to catch this and keep it as close as possible. Duke with the 50, Stizzy. It's a nice catch from him, though, but can see Novo keeping the aggression on and not too fazed by that game 1 loss. They're going to keep pushing it. Maybe that first goal could be huge. The bump doesn't quite land. Zen gets a 1-on-1. Now it's trouble.
Oh.
It's big trouble. He rips the flick. He was going the complete wrong way. And Stizzy, he's been caught out. Is this the counter-attack? Duke, can he find the shot? Zen gets rid of the only target.
I can't believe what I've seen there from Zenny. They were in a 2v1. I thought, surely he's going to air dribble bump this. Surely he just goes ahead of the ball. Bumps
Get
the
into the
goalie.
moon.
But he's flicked into the post. Oh, that's a great pass. Oh, the finish is equal to it. Rezi makes it 1-0. But Vitality miss a glorious chance at one end. And Giak to Rezi secures the opening goal for Novo.
Well, you mentioned in game 1 that Vitality weren't too threatened, but there were 2 key chances early for Novo that they just let slip. There was a beautiful infield pass that they just didn't get any connection on, no shot. But finally, they land the first goal, and maybe that does open the floodgates. This is another hot start for Novo. 3 shots to 1, and the first goal on the board.
Well, there's no reset there. Trying to roll onto one. Now Stizzy will take over. 50 mid for Exotic, who's quick up to this, but so is Giak. So far, I'm not seeing a series that looks like a sweep at all. I think, you know, Zen might have got a bit ahead of himself there. He did admit that he didn't watch the match yesterday that Novo played against NIP. He's just looked at who was playing and said, yeah, we're going to sweep them. That's just a 4-0 for us. No problem. I don't think so. Vitality not looking like they're clearing the competition at all.
Yeah, they might have underestimated this team. I mean, coming into today, they were the offense. They were the most offensive team in Europe, at least in the top 6. There might be another chance here. Nico has been the man that's led that. Not on this occasion, he's going to play third man, but he, coming into today, Johnny was sitting number 1 in goals. He was sitting number 1 as well. Sorry, number 2 in score, and number 2 in shooting, number 6 in goal participation average, and Giuk was second in assists. So these guys they know how to score. That's for sure.
Yeah, and then definitely a lot of that in the group stage against Man City, against GK. These guys played a much more aggressive style at that stage of the tournament, and then they've shown that they can also switch it up and play a more defensive style against NIP. So it's a team with a bit of depth to them, Novo. Nothing too scary yet for Man City. Want to see this team get eliminated. Can Stizzy get on the end of this? It's actually covered well by Giak, because another chance goes begging for Vitality. Yeah, Exotic's trying to get a bit of the boost of the ball there. Forgot about the ball.
I think he wasn't aware of that bounce. He was never getting to that one, but just Vitality need to be a little careful. There's a couple of times where they have attacked and they've sent the absolute house, sent the troops and been vulnerable to the counter-attack. As you mentioned before, that Novo are comfortable playing defense and they will prey on that counter-attack, as we saw with the infield pass just completely opening them up. Here's Rezi, who does get 2 back posts. Stizzy finds a clear downfield. Zen's more worried about bumps and being an outlet pass, but still does get on the end of it. Lost possession to Rezi. Giuk with a free touch off the wall. He's looking for some connection downfield to a teammate. They're all kind of more worried about bumping each other, though, than playing the ball right now.
With 1:40 left, Vitality have yet to score. Still, their best chance of the game was the flick that Zen slammed into the post. Oh, what skip that is. It splashes across the box. No one is there for it. Zen is he's looking dangerous. He's definitely creating opportunities. Another one right now, but Rezi's able to soft clear the ball. They're not getting big clears here, Novo, but they are buying some time.
I'm not sold on Vitality's playstyle. Honestly, this is rinse and repeat of the K-Dog Corp series. They were 1-0 down in all 4 games that they swept, but late in the piece, late in the game, this final minute is where they did come alive, and, well, they did get that late goal in game 1 in this one as well. Stizzy pops it up, gets the bump. Nico has to worry about the extra touch. Exotic's there. They've done it again. It's a final minute equaliser.
What a touch as well. Stizzy with a huge first touch into the ceiling, dusts the first man, bumps the second, and Exotic's got the tap in for 1-1. Phenomenal play. Ahead of the ball there by Stizzy. It's what Zen probably should have done earlier on in the game. Stizzy does it just as we get into the final minute.
They're just a team that loves to time their run, or maybe they're the poorest starting team of each game you'll ever see. Either way, they hate that first goal, they hate the lead, or even early goals, as we saw in game 1 in the previous series. 35 seconds. Will we have an overtime here? Zen looking to keep the ball as close as possible. Doesn't get the touch on it, but he was absolutely making that ball talk. Reset from Stizzy. Does he have the pass to Zen? Cut out by Nico. I love it, but he hasn't really done much with it. Pop it off the roof for Exotic. Stizzy's underneath it. Gonna leave it for Zen. Takes it right up top. One more on the backboard. It's very awkward. It's low boost. Novo having a hold on. They found a clear.
A nice easy collection in the back corner for Vitality, but one more chance for Novo in regulation. Otherwise, we will be headed to overtime, and that's exactly where we are going to decide game 2. Vitality with the momentum, thanks to their late equalizer. Will they be able to put the underdogs down by 2 and halfway to delivering Zen's promised sweep from his interview earlier on?
Maybe I just thought he was, I wasn't thinking this kind of sweep. It's a lot closer than perhaps even Zen was thinking, but Rezzy's going to be able to pass that one back. I like the way Novo plays. It's a bit old school there with the infield passes and the connection, the first and second man downfield. Third man playing nice and safe. As you can see, Nico right here collects the corner boost, keeps the ball in. Zen catching off the roof, popping across, looking for Stizzy. Has found him. He's looking for the roof himself. Another 50 with a double commit. Not sure what Exotic was thinking of doing, but that's probably going to lose their pressure.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Exotic was up there. Maybe yelling for Stizzy to fake it, but it was pretty clear Stizzy wanted to go for the double. Giek leaving it now for Rezzy. Getting involved, the player who assisted, yeah, that was the same combo, Giek to Rezzy, for their only goal of the series so far. Now Giek looking mid, but no one's there. Rezzy deciding to sit back and let Vitality have that one. Oh, he's lost control. Back corner should have been just free there, but instead, Vitality are able to take the ball away. Still, yeah, Novo are quite comfortable on the back foot. They don't mind defending, it seems, even for extended periods of time.
Lovely. I love the cards. They've got players in the midfield now. It's opening up space. It's an open net, and it's a tie series.
Well, no sweep. Zen's promise has not been delivered. We had Giek assisting Rezzy for the opener. Now Nico assisting Giek for the winner. And they've tied it. This is very interesting. It looks like a legit series that we've got in our hands. 2 very close games. Novo tie it up. Man City better get free play. I mean, you just got to start wondering. The percentages are increasing. The percentage chance of Novo winning this event. They're going way up with this performance. Still so far to go, but it's scary if you're a Man City fan.
100%. I'm loving the change-up. I mentioned it before. They're starting to park someone in the middle and just watching the infields from Vitality. That little tip in the overtime, that little redirect there, I believe it was Nico who was able to just pop it up. That just completely exposed Vitality in transition. I love that. He said it was Rezzy. He just cut off the infield. He had about 20 boosts, but he starts at Exotic. And then Zen's gone for corner boost. He's not back in time. And once again, it's the old school infield pass strat for the first 2 goals, the only 2 goals of Novo. But the team plays, it's great to watch.
Just unbelievable. I mean, the fact that they even have a chance to qualify, like the fact that it's mathematically possible for them to make the major, with this being their only event that they've played together. They've had to leave all the points behind with the late addition of Nico. You can't do that and keep your points, making the double roster move outside of the transfer window. But they're somehow making it work. Novo playing their best Rocket League at the end of the year. They're going to get possession here for Giek early against the low boost Vitality. There's the bump. Nico, top corner, 1-0.
Well. You thought maybe it's just a pipe dream, but it's becoming more and more reality. This Novo team are not a flash in the pan, Johnny. The way that they play, the offense, the link up is beautiful to watch.
And that just illustrated so perfectly. I'll hold that thought. Zen's looking to fire one back. It's off the bar now. He just couldn't quite get the flick close enough, and now he's cut off.
Whoa.
Vitality have cut each other off there, so they're going to need to do some defending here. But that first goal was all the way from the kickoff. Double half flip, you get the boost advantage. Vitality weren't able to get back and defend the air dribble bump. You need 2 players with boost to do that. They didn't have any. Here they come again. It's off the post. Rezi almost opening the door for Nico to score.
Yeah, I think Zen got dusted on that 1v1 reset, but it just wasn't on target. He had the pop reset, it was beautiful, just didn't find the precision, the placement that he was looking for. Zen gets challenged there as he'll be thinking about that open net missile. There's a pop in on Exotic, who had 0 boost. The confidence of this team is only growing, but they've done it again. They're looking for the cross-court clear, and it is getting red.
I mean, great play by Exotic in defense, but what was Giek thinking? Why would he hit the ball into Exotic? It was the only angle that Exotic could cover. That's the same mistake they made in game 1. It was Rezi in game 1, and now Giek in game 3. They're just greedily playing the ball directly into obvious dunks.
You got to take that off the wall. He had boost, he had space. Exotic made a huge save, and then the shot. Here's a chance though. Rezi, can he follow up with his own double? What a shot!
Well, the answered back is 2-1 Novo. Vitality in one area, everybody covered in the same part of the goal. Nobody up to challenge or defend the backboard. And that's clinical. Rezi with the return of the investment. I mean, they're getting these little advantages after kickoffs, and they're immediately punishing.
I love the kind of, it felt like he changed it up on the fly as well. He went for the shot, hang on a minute, Zen's found a double. This is going to be 2-2. As Stizzy gets the reward of Zen's work. What a pop. He just killed all of them, just landed. So, I don't know, the recovery was ridiculous. I don't know how he's done that. That's a fantastic setup, great assist from Zen.
That's actually crazy. I mean, popping the ball like that and then recovering to get up that fast. I mean, Zen is still just doing different things. Every single year we watch him play, it's amazing to see what he can pull off. But they're going to need to step it up. They've definitely underestimated their opponents here. Zen said this was going to be a sweep. He said it with a little grin. And well, the confidence is good to see. There's no doubt they underestimated this Novo team, and so did we all, as this is still a chance for them to make the major, which I can't believe. Wait, that's just it. Zen with the immediate shot. I thought there would be somebody back here, but it looks like Bush ran low. Giek wanted small pads, and he didn't cover the net. He wanted just one more small pad, and it's still very good play by Vitality in offense.
Yeah, what a set play from Stizzy. He just followed the man on ball. He saw the slow solo play coming through from Novo. And Capital, oh, hang on, Nico still up. Can he get a dunk on it? It's off the bar. Anyone home? Exotic is going to be the first one on. He's found himself with a one-on-one as well. Can he get the shot? He's looking for the dunk. Stizzy just going to play it slow. There's a pre-jump from Rezi. He's actually quite effective. Zen won't be able to shoot this. Exotic will, though. He finds it on net, blocked out by Nico. Is the clear going to come through there? Looking a little bit discombobulated here, Novo, but there's boost downfield. Nico has to slot it on net. Zen just respected the shot. Found himself in the right spot.
Yeah, Nico had options there. He was trying to catch Zen off the goal line, but Zen was in a good position. And Exotic with more good defense. He's been fantastic in this game defensively for Vitality, but that's another great chance as Novo with the wide option, creating opportunities. Here they come again with that same idea. Great lateral movement in offense with Novo. They're keeping Vitality guessing.
Yeah, you mentioned that, just that wide second man. It's like an upside down triangle, their structure at the moment. It's old school. I love it. That's what we used to do through flicking infields back in the day before we realized maybe we don't want to put that much pressure on your third man, but if you're confident, it can certainly work, and it is catching his Vitality team out just with those back post plays, the back post options. Ends missed the ball. Exotic decided to go as well. It's a little risky. Stizzy had to remove the attacker, but Nico's off the roof. He looked for the infield, blocked.
And here comes Rezi. Stizzy up quickly. That's good defense from Vitality again. They're forcing the play early. Giek with the bump attempt on Zen, who dodges it. Is that on target? It doesn't matter. That's going to get cleared anyway.
What a pass.
They're going infield again. They cashed him. Out again. The passing plays, the lateral movement and offense continues to impress.
And it's back post. It's back post again. Exotic's pre-jumped a shot. But the patience and the trust. Giok mentioned the structure, the play style that he wanted to implement, and we're seeing it deliver in spades.
Yeah, what a team, and a serious threat here to Vitality. We've seen Vitality fall to the surprise of everyone to K-Dog Corp in Regional 5. This would trump that. This would be an even bigger upset, even though Novo took down NIP yesterday. I think we all saw NIP's failures in that series, but Vitality are in, I think, a higher level than NIP yesterday, and Novo is still giving them a great run for their money.
Well, considering this team didn't exist before this event, I would say to be an upset. Juke with the drop down pass, it was blocked, but Nico's still there. He's going to fire it on the backboard. Zen will catch. Rezi's just going to pre-jump, try and get a little hand on it, but he doesn't touch the ball. Zen, 0 boost. They're going to lose the ball back. Stizzy.
Oh, wow.
To find the shot, but he just misses the target. 35 seconds. Can Novo take another game? Have they overcommitted here? Vitality don't own goal. We saw what Juicy did last time. It doesn't matter because Nico's right there.
Nico dusts Exotic and then just plays ball. He's got 3 Vitality defenders in front of him and he just goes for it anyway. Slots it between the bunch. With 32 seconds left, Vitality need another late goal. They have had many of them today. Can they get another one?
Gee whiz, put a heart rate monitor on Man City. I reckon they're in zone 3 at the moment. This is ridiculous. Novo looking fantastic. Nico's got a beat. He's got Exotic with 0 boost as well. If he can find the dog, he's just got to walk the dog home. It's 5-3.
He does Stizzy this time. I mean, Nico's just beating people in the ball. And he fakes out Exotic, who must have thought more touches were coming at the end of the air dribble. 5-3. What a team. They've really surprised Vitality here, and now they're again going for that half-flip kickoff, so they're going to have plenty boost to defend with, and Giaclaf clears it. Barely any time left for Vitality to score. They do need a goal right now, and they're not going to get one.
And they're going to take the lead in the series. They were shut out in game 1. We thought, is this going to be a Vitality perfect Shogun 4-0, 1-0 sweep? Never mind. Novo with the lead, 2 on the bounce, and Zen's called a timeout.
This is unbelievable. I mean, we knew when we heard Zen say 4-0, we're like, oh, that's not like him. We actually do like hearing players say things like that, and we, especially from Zen, you know, hearing the specific call out, the non-PR answer. You didn't just say, oh, every team's good, everybody can win, I'm going to sit on a fence and say that, yeah, we're going to try our best. He said, no, we're going to 4-0 them. But it seems like it's backfired immensely. They're calling timeout after losing 2 in a row. I would love a world where Novo win this and then Giak tweets should have been 4-0.
I mean, what it has done regardless, it's put a little bit of unnecessary pressure, I think, on Vitality. And we know they're susceptible to the mental game. We saw it against K-Dog Corp when they went 3-1 up, or 2-1 up, should I say, 2-0 up in that series last event when they got knocked out by Redos and by Alpha 54, a team they should be beating. And then, consequently, Carmine Cop completely slapped KDC. So Vitality sometimes can just get inside their own heads a little bit. And I think maybe Zen with a 4-0, they dropped the first game on the second game of the series. The first game, well, ruining the sweep. And now they find themselves 2-1 down. A quick timeout as well suggests that they are not feeling comfortable at all.
Yeah, there's no way they feel comfortable. They're being out-strategized. The kickoff game is going the way of Novo. They got some great possessions, even at the end of the game, just to secure the game that was already won. Scored off of a kickoff at the start, and then mechanically, when you're looking at this, who's winning the races to the ball, it's mainly Nico. Nico's been faster than Stizzy and Exotic on 2 huge beats to put Novo ahead 4-3, and then even 5-3. So Vitality needs to step up the pace. They've got to lock in with the kickoffs, and I'm not sure that they can. To be honest, I'm starting to feel like you said, the mental battle is just it's just free for Novo now. Because as Ed said, it's 4-0, and now they're losing. You have to just be seeing the memes at this point. When you're trying to lock in, all you're seeing is people making fun of you on socials later on. But let's see, Vitality obviously have got all the support staff behind them. Can they lock in? Can they get back control of the series?
Well, it still feels like a free hit for Novo. I know they've got the potential of Paris still, but it still feels so far away. It's only 2 best-of-7s, but right now they're just gaming. They're having fun, as we mentioned. They're just honeymooning and vibing, and it's working. Loving the infield passes. Here's Zen off the rib, off the timeout. Can Vitality answer back? Have they been able to just fix their problems here? Sneako's going to double commit Duke, but they get the job done. Launch it downfield. Zen's going to leave the boost for a teammate. The pre-jump still coming in, and they have been able to just nullify Zen a little bit since that early goal.
Oh, wow. GX been bumped into the ball there. That's not what Novo wanted. Vitality almost in with a chance on net there as a result. Now, Nico's got a lot of space on the ball. Exotic does eventually close him down, but Vitality are backing off pretty large distances. Giving Novo some time. No GX upfield here. Redirect on target. Easily saved by Stizzy. And once again, Novo look dangerous coming forward.
I mean, it feels like such a simple thing the way Novo are playing. It's just find a body, find a teammate to hit the ball to, and it has been making Vitality panic when there is someone downfield. They found the redirects through in the middle. It's caught out that second man. It's left the third man. That last guy, Vitality exposed like right here. Zen had to make the double 50. Duke's right in there, and Nico's going to be able to get a free touch. Novo back on the attack. Reset. Stizzy's missed the ball. It's a free shot, but the bump lands. That could have been 1-0 Novo.
It's a great defensive bump, and another one. This time Exotic taking out the supporting man. And Novo are pushing Vitality to the limit here. They almost had close range shots there. It was only the physicality and defense that saved Vitality on multiple occasions. Nico's going to air dribble to the backboard here, looking to bring Giak into the play. Vitality on the ropes, but they are holding on.
Yeah, the bumps, the demos will help them get out. Novo are absolutely flying, and while everybody, the content, the believers are cheering for Novo, Man City can't stop saying, oh no, when they're watching this. Nico with the pass, it's 1-0 again!
What passing play! Nico up to Giak, and look at that vision from Giak to find Nico again in stride. And they've actually put another lead past Vitality, who are starting to get more and more nervous. 3 minutes to go, a long time left in the game, but this has been all Novo.
I've got him on the ropes. They put him out for a 10 count, and we're only in game 4 here. Novo, 1-0 once again since that game 1. Well, I think they're well and truly warmed up into this. Zen gets dunked by Rezi. The disrespect, they're up early. Stizzy with space, what can he do? Nico's going to pre-jump, it's a reset. That'll beat him. Does a bump land? Rezi has to get 2. But it feels like Vitality are kind of disrespecting the defense of Novo. Even there, they're not expecting Rezi to get 2. And that overcommitting is just putting a lot of pressure on the last man of Vitality. And they're not up to the task right now.
Yeah, it's great defense from Novo. Look at how they're forcing every single ball. They're never getting faked out. You know, they did make some mistakes earlier on, getting dunked on for no reason, but when they're not making those blatant errors, I think the rest of their game plan is clearly working. They know that they have to just play the ball against players like Zen and players like Stizzy in the air. You cannot get faked, and there you go again. Nico just goes for it. Double tapping off the challenge. It's 2-0.
The recovery, simply ridiculous, and it's Zen getting dunked. They have not respected the man that said, we will 4-0 these noobs. Not his direct quote, but it was something like that. 2-0, minute 51.
Double half-foot kickoff again. Vitality with a boost disadvantage. They don't have a counter to that one. So every time, we're just getting safely to midfield play. And as you can see, if Novo can keep getting back to midfield play, time's getting wasted. Vitality are the team who need to take risks. Nico's survived easily there with the Exotics attempt to take him out of the game. 90 seconds to go. Vitality scoreless. And it's not a 4-0 either way, but we're about to see 3 games in a row for Novo.
Oh, the overcommitters, I mean, they're scoreless, Johnny, but they're also not looking like scoring, and that's a double problem. And the second point is worse than the first right now. Minute 10. Shook's going to be able to control this, doesn't have boost, gets dunked. Exotic's right there. Zen wants in as well, but that's a poor touch from Exotic. It's an even worse one from Rezi. Has that opened them up? The back pass, Stizzy's not expecting, and there's the bump. Make it 3-0.
Giak makes it 3 as Vitality get completely caught out of position. Stizzy was too far forward for that back pass. Gets bumped from behind. You know, I almost wanted GX to try to stop that on the goal line just to rub some salt in the wound, but what is happening? Novo still in with a chance to make the major. There's, again, safe kickoff strategy. I absolutely love this from them. They're going to waste even more time.
I mean, it's as if Vitality said, do we want to try some of this passing play action? And they just weren't ready for it. The back pass wasn't on. The third man was so crept, and the disrespect continues for Vitality. Now getting caught out by that rotation back. It was a beautiful bump. There's 30 seconds left. They might shut Vitality out.
This is crazy. I mean, I'll tell you what lost his agent very well is NIP's loss yesterday to Novo. Apparently, we just didn't know. So we all owe Novo an apology. We were not familiar with their game. Now we are, and Vitality will probably wish they were before they said they're going to sweep them. Because this is not a sweep. It's not even close. They're getting beaten more badly every single game that goes by.
I mean, Novo have shown the respect to Vitality of saying, we'll give you the first, and then we'll smack you. We'll beat you up at the passing game and make you look silly. Novo, 3-1. The timeout, well, it looked even worse off the back of it. So I don't know where to go from here, JB.
Every game has looked worse than the one before it for Vitality. Every single game. They obviously started off with a win. Resi made one mistake. Vitality win 1-0. Second game goes to overtime. Again, Novo able to eke that one out to tie the series. Since then, we've had a 5-3 and a 3-0. It's going from bad to worse. And Sheik is yelling so loud, I'm pretty sure Zen can hear him. They can hear him all the way over there at the boot camp. This Novo team, they are absolutely loving it. They're all giving it their all. And we have to keep reminding you guys, they can still make the major. If they win this event, they'll be in a tiebreaker with Manchester City for the major.
They look fantastic right now. And I think Zen's gone for the car change. He hopped out. I mean, he's just dropped 148 points. He also, I think, was on the bottom of the leaderboard in game 2, the first game that Novo did won. So he's not performing. Usually used to seeing him absolutely dominating that score per game. The MVP's coming through, but he's not feeling it right now. But I tell you what, there's 3 players on the pitch that are, and they're all blue, blue, blue. Let's go. Novo 3-1. Can they do it?
And they get another kickoff to go their way. They have absolutely destroyed Vitality in the kickoff department. Another very realistic chance to score immediately off the back of that one. Hey, you know, credit to them. Full credit to Novo. They have played so well, and it's amazing to see this late in the season after such a disappointing streak of events. They've not even been close to making grand final. Never mind making deep runs, or they've not even been close to making playoffs. Never mind grand finals, and yet here they are.
I mean, it sets a dangerous precedent for all the lazy teams out there. You don't have to play open 4 and 5. Just rock up for the 6th, win it, and we'll see you in Paris. We'll see you on top of the Eiffel Tower. There's a pitch downfield. Just going to wait for Stizzy. Exotic, recognising the danger of the situation, but they are just looking so confident. They're happy to sit downfield. Exotic is going to be able to get much on that touch. Stizzy's going to rip it on net, not on line. And Novo, they're out.
And again, Novo are able to just comfortably get the ball out of defense. Vitality are not one of those teams who will keep you back all the way. That does force through, though. Resi tried his best to get goal side of it. But the combination of pressure off the ball from Exotic and the 50-50 from Zen was just enough to force it in.
And he's been doing the weights for sure. He's been on the dumbbells, and you can see the reaction on the player cam from Zen as well. He is trying to pump up this team because they've been absolutely rattled. They did not expect this from this team. Nico loses to 50. Stizzy is going to absolutely launch it. Duke's going to find Resi. He's got no boost, though, and Nico notices that, so he turns. 3:35. Vitality have got that all-important first goal and an early one, which is rare for them. We'll see what they do with it.
Look how far off they run away, though. I mean, they are just letting Novo out of defenses, like we talked about before. Oh, what a touch. It just comes in out of nowhere for that one. You know, if this was Carmine Corp, you wouldn't be seeing Novo just getting out of defense that easily. When one shot goes in, another's going to follow, another's going to follow. But Vitality, they are giving them ways out. They're retreating. That's what they do. They kind of don't fight for the midfield as much. That's definitely helping Novo a little bit here. They are getting pressured now, but looking at it like they might stabilize. Oh, just I say that, they've conceded. Never mind. They're not going to stabilize at all. It's in their net.
Yeah, this is a big shift in this game. It's already 7 shots to Vitality for just 1 for Novo. They are absolutely pressuring them. There's been some incredible saves coming out, but it's not sustainable sitting in net. Rezi's already had 4 saves in just 2 minutes, and Vitality get their second goal. This is what we're expecting off the timeout, but maybe it took them 1 more game to really... Bit of shock therapy, perhaps, Johnny. Now they're actually facing match point as Giuk had a chance to put it on net, didn't find the target at all. Novo now under a little bit of pressure to wrestle back that momentum.
Big chance for Stizzy. He's got all the options. He just goes straight at the goalie, though, and didn't really commit to any bottom corner, top corner. He just wanted to force it through. I would have liked to see him go for an outplay there, to be honest, but Stizzy looking a bit lost on the pitch at times. The defense before that got on the wrong side of the ball in the back corner as well. Oh, pass. The blind pass mid. This time it is covered by Vitality. I mean, by now Vitality know that that's going to be the main way that offense is being generated for Novo.
You'd think so. You'd absolutely think so. Stizzy's had a pretty awkward touch here, and they're still looking for those passes downfield, Novo. In under 2 minutes now, Rezi going to take it straight up. He actually goes low, recognize the pre-jump from Exotic, but doesn't get the dunk. Exotic is downfield. He's got the shot on net. Nico just saves that second flip to get the ball to work. As Zen is going to fire that one off target. Can he get the follow-up? There is a bump, and Exotic has overcommitted a touch, but this time there is a third man. It's Stizzy, and he's got time and space.
Oh. Well, we thought he did. A challenge just comes flying in as he's on his own back wall. Very bold there from Novo. They know they've got to start forcing the issue at some point here. Vitality will let them have the midfield, but they're not going to give you uncontested shots as Rezi gets his deflected into the post by Stizzy. He'll wish he had some boost here, trying desperately to get it mid, but he can't get the reset. The ball's just bouncing harmlessly in the back corner. Minute to go, Novo trailing by 2.
Yeah, Vitality at camp and net. Here comes another infield. This time Zen just went a little wider than usual to cover that one, but they're still trying, Novo. Still looking for that pass, and Vitality are just camping net. Another infield. It's covered again. They've clearly spoken about it and have adjusted, because that was absolutely 2 goals in the previous couple of games. Zen gets a reset. What on earth is this 1v3 gameplay?
Well, Stizzy with the center, but Zen with a reset ceiling double. Bar down and in. That is immaculate finishing. Vitality have dominated this game. And yes, they have identified the infield pass spam that Novo have been going for. They've got to change up the angles now. Maybe look for direct shots or backboard for a while. Or yet, never mind, just keep going infield. Keep going. Why switch when that's what they expect you to do? Nico mid, Giuk there immediately, and they're back in it.
I mean, that is just mind games 101. Well, if they're going to expect the infield, let's keep throwing it. I love it. They've got the first goal, but there's only 30 seconds left. Still should be Vitality's second game win. Stizzy's done really well. He's actually got an open net, but the bump comes through, and Exotic's just not quite quick enough. This is a bump on Zen. This could be real trouble, and they're looking for it. There's another infield pass. The shot, the bump, nobody home, but Zen with the flip makes the save. That could be enough to call game, but they're still under the pump. Exotic finds the touch. Zen going to flick to the corner. Once again, but another infield. It's another one.
It's another infield pass. How many times? How are they going to keep getting away with this? I mean, one approach, Nico, from the blind spot. 11 seconds to go. Novo are back within 1.
It's like they had a little mid-game team meeting and said, what if we just keep doing it? What if we keep flicking the ball back post? Maybe it'll open up. 5 seconds left. Can Novo, out of nowhere, the flick, Rezi, Exotic has to go. Nico, can he keep the ball in? He's got 0 boost. Underneath is Exotic. Ball down. They had a late run at him, but Vitality win their second.
That is insane. I can't believe they're finding so many opportunities to infield pass. Or is this season 3? Are we watching season 2?
It's awesome. I love it.
Why is mid always open? It's I mean, it's the first goal of this game for Novo wasn't really, you know, a clear pass mid. It was they just centered it. Giuk was there, so that was fair enough. But they really are finding some really cool lines to attack from, and surprising Vitality with these angles that they move the ball in offense. Vitality almost losing a 3-goal lead. They didn't have enough in the tank to hold on to it.
Well, I mean, the first half of the game, they covered every single infield, and I think they must have said, we've figured them out now, they won't be doing that anymore, and then they just kept on going and found 2, but credit to Vitality, bounced back. It wasn't off the timeout, it took an extra game to really get flowing, but finally we saw some offensive pressure, and that was 13 shots to just 7, so nearly double the amount of shots there for Vitality. Novo couldn't get their pressure game going, but they heated up late. And that infield, clearly, if you keep finding that back post, you keep firing that ball over there, eventually, there won't be a Vitality man covering it.
Yeah, it's worked. The fact that it's worked late in that game is going to mean that Vitality keep having to leave somebody in the middle of the box every time Novo are attacking. So
there's got to be a gap somewhere else then. You know, they just have to find it.
Yeah, on the backboard, or it'll open up a gap for a direct shot. There's going to be some space. You can't cover everything. And then now it's up to Novo to find that gap that Vitality will have to leave somewhere.
We'll see. It's just mind games galore right here, and it's certainly a more entertaining semi-final than perhaps we'd hoped, but you're thinking a sweep, you're thinking Vitality, get the job done. What a save. Can Zen find the shot? He goes low. It's another great save. Exotic has a free backboard. He's got to fake it for Stizzy. He goes low. Under 2, 1-0.
Yeah, they just couldn't stabilize, even though Rezi, with no boost, he might be the best zero boost defender in RLCS right now. He is like a magnet. The ball always finds him. A good placement. Stizzy underneath the pre-jumps. Open to scoring for Vitality again. Novo are still sticking with this predominantly just half-flip kickoff strat. They're going for boost advantage instead of the more volatile standards that most teams will go for.
And the one thing that Novo don't have going for them, because they only just formed, is they've only worked on one play style, which is very clear. It's only the infield. So where's the change-up going to come? And when it stops working, is there a way to fight back into the game? Because Vitality are looking like they're firing on all cylinders. There's the second goal, and they are overwhelming this Novo defense.
Yeah, good play by Zen in the setup, and a little bit, maybe double coverage there from Novo with one on the wall, challenge forcing the ball low. You want to have that go up towards your player on the wall, but they couldn't quite get it the direction they wanted. It's obviously very difficult to manipulate a 50-50 when Zen's on the other side of it. Can they come back again? Novo have been able to score goals against Vitality, even from deficits as we saw last game, but they don't want to leave openings for Vitality while doing it.
And it feels like a combination of that final game syndrome where it's always the hardest one to win. You start thinking about it, and for Novo in this situation, you start thinking, could we possibly do it? Can we go all the way? It's only one more game than a grand final, and it could be a tiebreaker from Paris. And you combine that with the fact that Vitality have absolutely got these infields covered now. They've adjusted their play style and they have put the foot down. In fact, Novo, it's been a minute 45, minute 50, and Novo haven't put a shot on the board. Vitality have put 7, including 3 goals.
Yeah, the boost just isn't there. Nico went for the clear. Rezi trusted him, but he's missed it. And yeah, they've really had some issues keeping their boost totals up in the past couple of minutes. It's many a time. Okay, now there we go. Vitality do read the double half flip. Nice play after the fact also. But this has been the play almost every time for Novo. So Vitality have taken a while to spot it coming, but when they do, they get a goal immediately.
Yeah, Stizzy has absolutely ripped that shot top left over the top of the second man. Third man not back in time off the corner boost, off the kickoff. It's 4-0. And the questions have to be asked, what else do Novo have? Now they have been figured out, if you would. Goodness me, Vitality putting the foot down. We are going to be heading to Game 7 unless something crazy happens. We saw a late surge in Game 5.
Oh, wow. 4
goals seems a long way away, considering, Johnny, they still have not put a shot on the board. In fact, that's their first.
Oh, he's like Jason Nico. Dunk comes through. Nico does enough to keep the ball away from danger for now. Even in that last attacking play, Novo were looking mid. They always want that pass, but Zen covered it easily this time. So I would like to see more direct play from them at some point, even just for a moment. And then going back to the mid passes afterwards would make more sense. Here's Nico upfield, can't get on that either. They're having boost problems at both ends of the pitch.
Yeah. And it does feel like now Vitality have fully downloaded Novo. I think they expected, as you said, Johnny, now that the infield was covered, that they'd start going a little more direct, perhaps using the backboard, but they just kept going on net and going for the infield. And now they've realized that actually, no, this is all they do, is pass the ball to each other, look for the back post, look for the infield. So it is one-way traffic. It's smooth sailing. It's a hat-trick for Stizzy. It's the 5th goal for Vitality. And Champfield, here we come.
Yeah, this is almost a formality now to close out the rest of this game. Vitality's defense should be more than enough to get this one over the line. So Novo have just got to use this, I think, as an extended timeout almost. Okay, let's just reset. It's all good. You know, we still got that one game available to us. Oh, that's nearly a goal for Nico. He's hit the inside of the post. Chance maybe for Novo to get a consolation goal in game 6, but Vitality would really love to keep the clean sheet and frustrate the underdogs as much as possible.
Yeah, they need to use this as a chance to really heat up individually, mechanically, make sure that's all good to go, good as gold. But once again, they're looking for the pre-jumps, their back post, they're looking for the infields, and it is, I think that time was covered by all 3 members of Vitality. Have a look at this. They're all watching the cross court, the back post. Exotic on the counter-attack. It's 6-0. This is getting ugly. It is ugly already.
It absolutely is. I mean, that was extremely aggressive, obviously. Novo just having a bit of fun with that one at the end of the game, seeing if they can get a wild pre-jump across to work. As for Vitality, well, not bad as a way to respond to 3 games in a row from your opponents. They have really dominated in this one. The last game they had control for the vast majority of it. They're crushing the confidence of Novo here. Exotic makes his 7. Goalie's tripping up while the ball's coming at him and didn't have a chance to recover.
Just doesn't look like there's a way forward now for Novo. It's crazy to say because they were 3-1 up and we're on triple match point, but 7-0. The only way that this can work is if Vitality nearly get 2 ahead of themselves and go away from what has been working, just because they're
oh my goodness.
I'm trying to find a positive here for Novo, Johnny. Can you help me out? It's looking tough.
There really is not much. And, you know, I was talking about earlier on the kickoff battle going the way of Novo. Well, Vitality have won that in this game comfortably. Another kickoff goal going the way of them. And this will maybe scare Novo a little bit from trying these risky strats. Oh, surely, is that in? Yeah, it is for 1. So Nico puts 1 on the board. At this point, it's obviously too little too late, but that's at least something. At least something for them to smile about.
It looks like he thought about not scoring it at that point, but could be on track for a Barcelona here. As another goal would be required. Perhaps they're just thinking Vitality can get rid of all their goals in Game 6. They'll have none left for the final one. And really, Game 7 is all that matters at this point. Not the final 30 seconds right here, but Novo, what do they have? And do Vitality have the mental fortitude to just keep playing this way? Or will they start thinking about just one more game and perhaps panicking at the pressure of a pickup team, a honeymoon team, beating them, knocking them out in a semi-final? But what a response. Game 5, Game 6, Vitality just, this is maybe what we were expecting coming in. And this is looking like an open qualifier match right now, but it's still 3-3. Novo 1-3 already. Can they do one more?
It's going to be tough. I mean, you said it well. I think the last game is the hardest one to win, especially when there's so much on the line. Vitality are playing for the regional, of course. They want to lock in as high a seed as they can for the major, put as many points on the board as they can. But Novo have got to win this. They need to win the whole event if they're going to make Paris. So maybe they did start to think about that when they had triple match point. They started to think, well, guys, we're actually doing this. You know, how are they going to play today? We're not sure. We had to wait until now to see them. Yeah, they've not called timeout.
Do they know they have one? I mean, the 7th have they beaten. Do they know they have the timeout? They're not willing to use it, which is honestly astounding, but we have probably spoken about the lack of timeout use, the incorrect timeout use enough, so I'm not going to dive too far into it, but it would have been nice to maybe ice out Vitality for a little bit.
Maybe they feel like they just had one with the final 2 minutes of that game being so shocked. They might have just had their timeout, but or feel like they've had one. Yeah, they look like they're prepared for this. I think the main thing has got to be composure and defense. They've really not been able to keep their boost totals high, especially the start of Game 6. They were consistently ended up in positions with no boost, so they've got to just ease up on the boost usage a little bit. Try to focus on the efficiency. If they can do that, they can definitely get the ball out of defense, but they're going to need boost to do it.
Best thing about Game 7 is it doesn't matter what has happened previously. It's all about moments. We'll see who can make the most of theirs. Will it be the honeymoon period Novo, or will it be Team Vitality joining Gentleman's in the grand final? Will we lock in our 5 EU major representatives right here, or will Novo have one more thing to say about it? Well, it's been a good start, I'd say, because they're not 1-0 down, and that does something with the bump on Stizzy. A huge save from him. Novo might have fired back up here, Johnny.
That's a great stop from Stizzy. And Nico and Rezi both have 0 boost in defense. Talked about this before, but luckily Giek was able to help them out, get the ball clear. Now here comes Nico and the other end, reset mind game. Can't get the ball past Stizzy. Giek might. It's Vitality just keeping it in the corner here. Not gonna rush the clear from this position. Minute in, much better from Novo. They're not losing 5-0.
It's a great call, and they're looking all right. And I think Vitality are maybe having the situation or the struggles that Novo had. They're starting to think about it a little bit. Zen, though, has space. Pop reset, rips it on. Rezi does make the save. We are starting to see a little bit more of a passive Vitality, Johnny. I don't know if you noticed this, but kind of retreating a little bit more to net than what we saw in the previous couple. Stizzy, though, off the roof, intercepted by Rezi. He's going to find the 50. Exotic is looking to fake, looking to get the touch involved. They've got to cover those infields for both teams here. Stizzy is going to take it up. He's around one. The bump on the infield. Zen's just trying to recover, trying to get there. Exotic works his way through the 50. Can Zen buy the first goal? You betcha.
And again, it's the same problem for Novo. Nico's in Vitality's back corner getting boost. GX also 0. Rezi's got 0. They're all just losing boost at the same time, and no one's able to get a good, clear ball and buy time for the team to get back in position. 1-0 Vitality. They've locked in and clamped those infield passes that were harming them so much earlier in the series, and they're just chipping away, putting Novo in awkward positions that eventually cause the underdogs to concede.
Oh, this should be 2-0 as well. They've just got 0 boost. Nico does well. Got that back corner stolen. Zen's actually found himself with 0, so he's just going to launch the ball as far as he can down the other end. But the demo helps, and there's an infield on if the ceiling pitch didn't go as far as they were expecting or were hoping. Stuart's going to have to track back. Rezi looking for the bump on Exotic. He's actually doing really well, just playing it slow through the net. The demo comes out onto Nico as well as Gio cuts rotation. But as you mentioned, at least it's not 5-0. They're giving themselves a chance, but Vitality's still looking fairly comfortable, and I'm liking these bumps through the middle.
Yeah, Vitality have really focused up here. This is what we thought was going to happen from the get-go, especially after the 4-0 was promised from Zen. That could not have been further from the truth in hindsight. Exotic looking to make it 2. Good challenge from behind by Rezi. Nico scrambling to try to get ball control, but it's going to be Giek to get them out of defense. Pinch spin, that's a creative infield. Zen's back to handle it. Skip from Exotic into the post. The ball's now flying around the pitch, end-to-end stuff, but scoreline remains the same.
You can see Novo just trying to bait Vitality in when they are in defense. They're just going to wait on these touches and see if they can force an overcommit, but to Vitality's credit, they have not faltered since going down 3-1. They've looked fantastic. They've looked like the Vitality we were expecting, and Zen is just only heating up. Rezi's going to let that one go on the backboard. Minute 30 now. It's a 1-0 situation. It only takes that one chance, one goal to perhaps throw this Vitality team off. But so far, Novo playing a lot of defense. Will Vitality overcommit? That's probably going to be the question that could decide this Game 7.
Well, time's getting away now from Novo. They're trying to just up the pressure a little bit. Don't want to get caught in the counter, which Vitality are so well known for. Exotic down the line to Zen, who just pops it into the side wall. GX going to take it, but it's sideways, not the most positive lateral movement they've had. Now Resi with the bump. Great dodge from Exotic. Defensively, Vitality are holding strong.
Yeah, where's the support for Duke though? He's waiting for his teammates to rotate back. Finally, Resi offers support. Vitality playing pretty slow. They've actually found an infield pass. They found a transition. They're looking for the bump. Resi with the pinch. Can Zen get removed? No, he can't. He's found under a boost and he's just muscled his way through that bump end to end. Nico to the corner. 35 seconds. Novo, what do you have for us? We're only able to score 1 goal in Game 6, but it didn't matter. They have looked lifeless since going 3-1 up. With the dunk, 25 seconds now. There's a demo. There's another bump. Jill, can he throw it on net? He's got no infield pass. He doesn't know where to go.
He was lining up for a mid pass. It wasn't there. 15 seconds ago. Tournament life on the line for Novo. Vitality are pressing them again. Zen's got the ball in their half. GX got no boost. He's got Nico in front of him. Resi to the side, but no one able to get on the end of it. And it is going to be Vitality knocking out Novo. Not the 4-0 that was promised, but that is the end of the Cinderella run.
Well, Novo, once the infield pass got figured out, and it was half figured out in one game, but once Vitality realized that was their only avenue, they were absolutely stun-locked. They were shell-shocked and could not find a way through Team Vitality's defense. Zen stepped up, the team stepped up. A dominant Game 6 into a 1-0 shutout in Game 7. And our 2 open champions from the Paris split will join forces, go toe-to-toe in the grand final. Johnny, it feels like that's meant to be.
It does, yeah. So we'll find out who the true EU1 is without any shadow of a doubt. Gentlemates, Vitality in the grand final for the final event of the online season. That's going to be coming up after the break. That's the end of Novo. GG's to them. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with a mission to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this. Qui renvoie la balle dans le code. Exotic a minute. No, not the best time. But zero. C'est une belle opportunité. La double tap. C'est un risque. Et l'autre pas où early shot. C'est pour le Pour le faire avec Exotic notamment. Et voilà. Voilà. That's open. My friends, it's Matera. Hawas va aller chercher Killers. Team Falcon a un temps fort.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can make kids out of the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.
The Dream Killers, Team Vitality running through the last two hopefuls in KDOT Corp and Novo Esports, and they make themselves a grand finals appearance while the other two fall short. Man City, however, their dream alive as they now secure their spot because the other two not pass them. Welcome back. I'm Alif, and with me CJ and Johnny. CJ, so many potentials there, and just Vitality was having none of it.
Oh, yeah, it was just, I mean, once you go 3-1 up, Johnny, and then you start thinking about it, I feel like that was a factor, but also probably to give Vitality credit, they absolutely figured out the play style that Novo was going for. They saw the infield passes and said, I think that might be their only way to the goals.
Yeah, they were using it to great effect. Novo were passing the ball beautifully. You know, standard infield passes were prevalent, but unfortunately for Novo, there was also some early mistakes. Looking back on those, I'm thinking, wow, if they hadn't made those, well, it's particularly game one, if they hadn't just thrown that game away with the Resi misplay, then who knows, maybe they're the team doing the sweeping, because Vitality had to seriously lock in here. Novo gave them a great run for their money.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a great run for your money turns into nothing when it comes to the Paris Major. Novo eventually fall apart. Hopefully a great learning lesson for them, CJ, as you know, this is what you're looking for in these kind of brackets as you look towards the LCQ.
I mean, what a warm-up for the LCQ. They've proven they can beat the likes of Ninjas in Pajamas 4-1. They nearly beat Vitality 4-1 as well if they locked in this game. But yeah, Zen absolutely stepped up. They found their way through. They locked in Man City, locked in obviously Paris and the World Championships as well. So we had a little bit of fun, and it took until the penultimate series of the final online day of the season to find out our 5 teams. But yeah, Novo, credit to them. They really created a little bit of a drama, some story coming into Champ Sunday.
Yeah, quite a turnaround for Vitality there, CJ, or sorry, not CJ, Johnny at the end. I mean, with Team Vitality, do we figure, have they figured it out coming into the grand finals here? Do we feel like they're on form or still got a little bit of ways to go?
I think they've still got ways to go. I mean, the level that Gentlemates are on just seems to be different at the moment. They handled Vitality pretty comfortably yesterday, and Vitality's run today, although impressive in some ways, has also been, it's not been a dominant run through the bracket. They 4-0'd KDOT Corp, but that wasn't as one-sided as a 4-0 would suggest. And now they've just gone game 7 with Novo. So I don't think so. I think Gentlemates are the clear favorites here, but Vitality in with an outside chance.
Well, there it is. Yeah, you see it. Our Paris Major contenders all locked in across the board. Man City pulling up that 5th spot there for the European region. We had a couple others secure their positions throughout the rest of today as well. APAC and SAM being those other two. But every region is now done. Taking a look at the groups now. Because of that, we can start to fill them a little more, only a little bit more on the board here, CJ, to fill out for it looks like Sam. Yeah, Sam 1 and 2, and then our Europe number 1 here in our grand finals.
Yeah, we've locked in our 16 teams. It's just where do they land, the seeding still to be decided for 4 spots here in the group. But once again, Group A looking incredibly stacked thanks to KC being EU4, but it's a credit to the depth that this European region does have. And yeah, we'll find out who will be 1 and who will be 2. Whoever wins the grand final will be that number 1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, let's maybe just look at that now, because we've only got one best of 7. Guys, think about this real quick. One best of 7 left before the qualifiers are done. That's it. Sure, we got our 1s and 2s and LCQs, but that's it. That's done.
This is
just live events from here on out. That's crazy.
That's right.
I think we're already there, guys.
It's been quick. It's been a quick one. A couple online events, and yeah, what are we in April for the last online event? But that's when we get to look forward to the majors, when we get to look forward to the 1s and 2s, as you said, and that LCQ with a team like Novo in for Europe is going to be something to watch.
Yeah, that European LCQ is going to be something. That's for sure. You make sure you guys tune in for that. It's going to be right here on this channel, twitch.tv/Rocket League. It's the place to be for all that action that'll be between that World Paris and Worlds. But we still have a little bit to go here on today, Championship Sunday. One more open champion to crown. Gentlemates, Team Vitality are facing each other down in one final best of 7 before that Paris major, and it's a seeding on the line. Both are secured, but you still want to grab that number 1 if you can there. Gentlemates, Vitality, I mean, you know, Vitality, Johnny was just saying they got a little ways to go here, but I just don't know if it's quite at the spot where Gentlemates are.
It wasn't as convincing as Gentlemates, but it's hard to get a read on Vitality just because they played Novo, and it was just like, where'd this team come from? And they went all the way to Game 7. But the last 3 games were as impressive as any team we have seen at this event. It's just hard to kind of weigh up when Gentlemates did take on it, Ninjas in Pajamas, and we know the quality of that team. So Gentlemates major champs looking for a back-to-back. Vitality won Open 4. Makes sense that we have these two in the grand final, as they've won the 2 big open events for the Paris split. But, I mean, the eye test says that Gentlemates are the favorites in this one.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Vitality are still trying. I think they're still searching. They're still trying to find out how they can step up to beat the big EU teams. They got KC at the major, of course. They took them down, but lost to the mates. They were able to win Regional 1 for this split, but they didn't play KC or mates to do that. So Vitality they're still looking. This is still testing for them, seeing if they can figure out how to make that jump.
Oh, you saw them doing it right now. They're trying to figure out the game plan as they go up against Gentlemates. Again, the favorites of the European region. Yeah, they're coming off some hot streaks. One little flub there, but hot streaks overall for Gentlemates. Who you guys think it's going to be, chat? Let's get you involved one last time. Progressive fan vote up. Hashtag M8, hashtag VIT. Who's going to walk away champion today on our last European Open before the Paris major? Gentlemates, the favorites into this, but Vitality smiles on their faces as they sit down and get ready for this last best of 7 grand final. That should, help, but at the same time, smiles don't guarantee wins as much as they can, give you a little bit of extra oomph in a match, Johnny. So for them, I hope the game plan they talked about in that little huddle there is entail.
Yeah, they need to have worked some magic there. They needed a big jump up in quality today. They've not been playing all that cleanly. And Gentlemates, look, it looks like they've taken the plot armor from KC now. Gentlemates, so they're the plot armor team. These guys are scary. So yeah, I'm definitely leaning comfortably towards Gentlemates. I think they are going to go back to back. I think they're going to win the final online event of the season for Europe, and they're going to be the number 1 seed, best team in the world at the major as well.
I mean, when we're looking at the field here, CJ, what are we expecting it to look like? I mean, just when you clash in these play styles together, what are the fans expecting to see on the field?
Gee whiz, it's going to be explosive. I know that for sure. And I think Gentlemates, just looking at some stats here provided by D-Rec, they up their demos when they play Vitality. So I feel like this is a classic. These two teams scream all the time. They want to get aggressive. Gentlemates are going to get in Vitality's face, who sometimes play a little bit more passive. We even saw that against Novo. So I'm expecting some explosive gameplay. I think Oski's looking fantastic. He could be the player to watch for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, we saw neither 3 of them in their last series stand out, but we know all 3 of them have that potential to pop off. So here it is, our last prediction for the last best of 7 before the Paris major. Johnny, it sounded pretty clear about who you're standing with. Do you want to throw that on the board?
Absolutely. Gentlemates, all the way. They're the favorites. They've established themselves as the best team in Europe, and I think they're going to prove that with the final event as well. You know, I was thinking coming into today, maybe they can have a little fall at the final hurdle. But after seeing the ice, I mean the way they close out series, I'm thinking that they've got.
So you don't have any doubt the fact that you know the Ninjas pajamas bombed the game 7 there.
Nah, it's more like up for Ninjas for me rather than down for the mates.
Cool. Hey, well, you know what? I'm on the same board here. I'm just trying to see if there's any holes to see if I need to change my mind, but I think it's Gentlemates. I think they're the clear favorites for the European region. Like, it'd be silly to go against them.
Yeah, look, I've had fun playing the upset, you know, going for the off-pick, but this time, I think it makes sense. The major champs, the reigning champs, I think it has to be Gentlemates. Give me Gentlemates for this prediction. I think they're going to get this. No! I am sick of production every single time. Throwing up, what does it matter then? I may as well say anything, because I'm sick of being silenced.
Okay, well, chat, what do you think? Looks like you're going Gentlemates. Good call. You know what? Good call. I think CJ's absolutely mad for what he's done here. We should just go in and find out how wrong he is. Gentlemates, Team Vitality, the last best of 7 for the European region before we get to the Paris Major. Seeding on the line, pride on the line. Let's get down and have some fun.
One more online matchup for Europe's finest, and it's Gentlemates versus Team Vitality. Stumpy, CJ has gone big for Vitality in Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
He's a massive fan of the Yellow Hornets. He just makes sure that he is always behind them, drumming that drum. He has never believed in Gentlemates a day in his life. But I've got to be honest, Cool Cole, I do. I think so far, when you look at the track record between these two teams, this season, literally this event, they've played each other once in the uppers, and that went 1-0 to Gentlemates. Across the season, they are 2-2, but of course, there was that big result right in the middle. Boston Major Grand Final. It was a romp for Gentlemates. I don't think that Vitality, despite the fact they beat Novo, have got what it takes.
Yeah, that is the biggest pressure of all in that Grand Finals back in Boston. They did, of course, play yesterday as well, where Gentlemates won 4-1 in the upper bracket quarterfinals, but they've found each other again in this Grand Finals. And yeah, I'm not sure I saw enough Vitality against Novo to say this is the team that could be seen as Europe's best, because of course, whoever wins this one will be EU top seed in Paris.
Yeah, heading through straight into Group A. And the preferential seeding is going to do you well as well. You want to make sure that you're doing as well as you can. Just the latest seeding on in the tournament. Exotic can receive that with a great demo. Zen removes Oski from the equation.
Yeah, that demo was all important. The finish was neat and tidy, and Zen helps Exotic out. Must have given him the call as well. So these two Vitality players coming in hot. Of course, Gentlemates have had to sit and wait and watch in that aggressively pink room for the last hour plus as Team Vitality went all the way against Novo. Advantage Vitality or Gentlemates in that regard? I always ask this question. I'm never sure which one I think.
I think I've got to give advantage to Gentlemates in that situation. I think I just back them in general, though, but with the double demo coming in, it's already looking like it's going to be a very violent affair. CJ bringing up the great direct stat of the fact that there are normally more demos coming through for Gentlemates, but Exotic, after having those double demos falling a little bit earlier on, that may well be rocking the side of mates entirely, and Exotic steals a little goal from Stizzy.
Yeah, nice to see Exotic getting on the scoreboard twice as well for Team Vitality. Since the start of this year, he has been the player that's had the online targets put up against him. Whenever Exotic makes a mistake, there's plenty of comments, harsh or otherwise, saying, you know, he's the one in the biggest spotlight for Team Vitality. So him being on the scoreboard early, putting in those finishes, that is his job. He wants to be the Archie equivalent for Team.
Wow!
But he's showing him how it's done.
It is a hattie for Exotic. Wonderful start. What a confidence builder. They are coming off extremely hot from that series against Novo. Archie, the highest scoring player on Gentlemates with 76. Nas has got 10 points. He's touched the ball 5 times. And Vitality, they've got 3 goals.
Genuinely, I believe that we could touch the ball 5 times. So, Nas, prove us wrong. We are better than you, mate. You got up to 7 games left to do it. Well, that shot on the near post, not the best way to do it. Tough start for an Assassin.
Yeah, very tough start. I mean, this is Vitality now, just coming out as hot as they possibly can. You may as well, final event, you've got nothing else to work for online. Go out and get that first seed. It's so good and so fun that in Europe we are still battling down to the final series of online with something on the line.
Yeah, of course, it's always nice to be the #1 seed. It always feels good to have that propelling you upwards. Gentlemates will feel it belongs to them, but based on this first game so far, They can't make that claim just yet. There's still more than half of this game to go. It seems that it's falling away at a snail's pace. I thought we were further on than that, but 3 goals in 2 minutes and now 30 seconds does seem just about doable.
I mean, the speed at which those goals all flew in. The attack has been great from Vitality, and that's what they ended up doing to Novo at the end of that last series, right? They just made sure that they would just continue to be as attacking as possible. Don't give them any room, don't give them any space. Vitality playing a different game to what we would normally see, and certainly what we saw this series end up becoming when they played in the uppers yesterday. It was a lot more counter-attacking for Vitality and a lot more full attacking for Gentlemates, but that has definitely flipped.
Yeah, they haven't been blowing teams away. Against K.Dot Corp yesterday, all the games were within 1 goal. I think 3 of them went to overtime, even though they 4-0'd that one. And of course, against Novo, they were being blown away themselves until they turned it around. Dude just seems to have built up a bit of a head of steam. Has to do some defending here. This has got no boost. Them doesn't have much either. Manages to force towards Oski, who's surely going to score. And that's what we were saying earlier. So much time left. 1 goal changes things.
Yeah, really great dunk there too from Nas, and immediately turns his eye to the man in the net, forces him towards that right wall as you're looking at the pitch. Oski can slot it bottom right corner. Great play overall from Gentlemates, and Nas, I've just seen his title. He is wearing the I'm Zen title again to face off against the man.
Oh, surely not again. I do like to think that no matter how many times he plays Zen in his career, every time he says, hey, look what I'm using. You know, it's this. It's got to be a tilter. It's exotic. Goes into the corner. Fair play to Vitality. Haven't collapsed since that goal went in. The kickoff went their way, and they're slowing the game down, now playing it more at their own pace. And this is a version of Vitality that has been effective. They've been a solid team. And when Zen gets the ball, he finds those gaps.
And look at the pace that he sends on that ball. Immediately up, fakes out Archie, and then goes up high. So Archie then lets go of the boost. In complete control of the play throughout, Zen makes it 4.
Yeah, Zen says, wait a minute, Nas. Actually, I'm Zen. 4-1 Vitality. Maybe this is the series that he's going to 4-0.
Chances here for Nas as he flicks it round. Archie and Nas both get a demo, so Zen has to hold it down at the back. Up high for Stizzy to receive. He's on his own. He's got time and space, but no reset secured. Then Nas can take it into the back corner. 1 minute left, and Gentlemates are left clawing after 3.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely for Gentlemates for now. It's just a case of trying to build up some momentum going into game number 2. This is he takes it off his own backboard. Exotic trying to sneak Nas to the side. And no one from Gentlemates has really made too good an example of themselves in this opening game. It's been a slow one from all 3 of them, and that's incredibly rare to see from the boys in pink.
Yeah, I think typically you'd see one of the players just come out hot. I completely agree. They've been completely shut down, though. Vitality, it's an excellent job to do so. Oski has to wait back in his own net and save that one away with a save. There has been nothing but Gentlemates being dominated so far. Archie's on the other side of things. It was actually a really good save from Zen, but he needed a bit more speed on it to keep it away. Wonderfully touched on. That was the only place he could have scored, and he still does. The second time of asking. 2 to claw back now.
Well, here we go. What have Gentlemates got in their locker from this kickoff? 16 seconds left, 2 goals needed. Let's see if anything crazy is going to happen. It's a double fake, so he slows things right down, and Exotic almost kills this game here and now.
Then he got his 4th. That one being bumped out the skies on target. Stizzy will be shutting the game down, and that is an extremely dominant scoreline. Cole, a game of intent there to start out our grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Exotic in and amongst the goals. Stizzy getting his one as well. Zen getting 593 points, top scoring 2 goals fewer than Exotic as well. So huge performance statistically from all 3 Team Vitality players. It's the Gentlemates boys. They're going to have to reset themselves after this one because that did not go to their early series plan.
Yeah, I think that, you know, you have to be looking towards the fact that sometimes one game will just swing against you if you're Gentlemates. You've had many that go completely the other way and they will swing very in favor of the mates. So I won't be too worried about it, but that was a very, very scary looking Vitality, considering how much they came out of the gates so quickly as well. They didn't roll into that. They didn't just slowly get into the game. They went straight from Novo, and then their targeting systems acquired Gentlemates.
Yeah, just clean dunks there from Team Vitality to start things off, and then having the whale to go for the demo instead. The top corner shot. Not all the shots have to be perfectly billeted there. You've just got to pick the spot that your opponents can't get to. That's exactly what Exotic did on multiple occasions there for Team Vitality.
it looked comfortable for them. Comfortable than we've seen Vitality against a top-tier team in a long time. But can they keep this up? They are surely going to be exhausted. It was such a long series they've just faced against Novo.
And they were the ones having to fight back as well. They weren't enduring, trying to just not get swept out of it in the end. They got through. They were 3-1 down. I thought that was going to be it for them. In the final game as well, penultimate game, another statement of intent. 8 goals scored for Vitality. Gentlemates, they went through in their pretty exhausting series themselves. That was through in 7 as well. We have had 3 series today go to 7. The only sweep for Vitality, absolutely destroying our tiebreaker dreams.
Yeah, they did destroy those dreams. Feels like a long time ago now. Congratulations to Man City, who are watching on at their boot camp.
Yeah,
good there as 5th seed. They've done enough throughout.
That's not how you say it, Cole. How would you say they've made the major? Just say the line bar.
Man City made the major. Yeah.
And City made the major.
Yeah, they made the major. Game 2 begins. Vitality 1 up.
And how did Gentlemates approach this one? They got battered early doors in the first game. They didn't really have any time to go into this series at all. It was really hard, I think. And that is a complete flub from Large Oscar. Very disappointing. He then wraps around and does get a save, but that is extremely dodgy.
I think it's the Itachi curse. After Itachi made that tweet of saying that Oski is undisputably the best player in the world, I'd say he's been a little bit dodgy defensively today. He's made a few errors, a few whiffs, and a couple of dodgy touches. It's very unlike him.
And he's never going to be sat down in those positions for long, though, is he? He's never going to be having too many bad touches in any given series. You just have to hope, if you are a Gentlemates fan, they come at pretty okay times, as that one ended up, fortunately, doing so. In the midfield, see Stizzy has to keep it away from 2 diving attackers. Exotic straight to the ceiling. I love a ceiling pass, but he can't get it to anybody. And a minute gone, and if you're a Gentlemates fan, again, you are happy. You are not currently down 3-0.
Yeah, they give themselves at least a chance to grow into this second game of Gentlemates, and I'm sure they'll be doing much more damage to Team Vitality as this series goes on, because Nas now has the ball. Himself around that one, almost prods it into the opposite corner, but not quite to be. It was well defended by 2 Team Vitality players who are trying to hold the ball. Now Exotic has to rush back. He had not much boost left to play and had to scamper to get that touch.
It's good positioning, though, leaving that man just right at the back. With the speed that this game is played at, they can pop out in awkward position. Stizzy to the backboard, up for that double, and Oski does not make an error this time. Zenit is passing that. I felt it in my bones. And Archie and Exotic heading for a whifty-whifty.
Yeah, they face each other out there, but the attack continues for Team Vitality with Stizzy getting this touch. Wants to get involved. Exotic going to track this one to the side, let Zen force it to him, but this is awkward because Oski's going to win this ball here. Archie goes underneath the ball to allow Nas in, and oh my goodness!
I'm spamming calculate if that's in ranked. I'm going to be honest, Archie. Great fake. He then lands, wants to try and backflip out the way of it. Ends up getting the perfect touch. Calculated, calculated, calculated. He gives nothing away on the camera, but I know you, Archie. And it was a great goal. And it was an even better pass from Nas.
Oh, Stizzy here has to be careful because Oski's coming in. Could be 2-0 to Gentlemates straight away. Not quite just yet. Zen will be able to get this touch. We'll let you guys debate in the comments whether Archie meant that.
He didn't.
I'm going to go with yeah. I'm going to go with yeah. I'm going to go with
no shot.
He did either, but I'm going to go with yeah.
That's fair. I'm okay with that. Thank you for admitting it. Halfway through the game now, and it's going to be Zen taking on Nas, or rather Oski right at the back. The backboard up high, beats 1. We've seen him do this against Vitality. His incredible goal that made our highlight package. And Stizzy, I thought he'd stick more with this ball. A disastrous first touch and an even worse second touch.
Yeah, that's really poor there from Stizzy. Didn't know what to do with it. Got too much power on it as well. And Nas, to his credit, was sniffing about and made the most of that mistake. 2-0 Gentlemates. It shows how quickly a game can get away from you.
In Vitality, they were up by more goals at this point in the previous game, but it's going to be tough for them to work back to and then get the win within regulation, especially if Nas continues attacks like those. Stizzy takes over, maybe wanting to repent for his previous sins. High from Zen into a corner that is currently unoccupied. And Nas, I like that, leaves that boost for a teammate, hoping that an enemy does not get it. Gets one. Reset is not quite found. Actually, air rolls so nicely. Nas fakes the air roll here for the reset and then air rolls back lefty. And watch. There. So clever.
And built upon what was, we'll call it a stroke of genius from Archie for that first goal. Gentlemates have taken that bit and completely run with it. All of a sudden, we've all collectively blunk, and it is 3-0 Gentlemates. I don't know. I don't feel like they've done too much individually to steal the game away from Vitality, but they've taken all their opportunities.
In 90 seconds, those opportunities are going to be even thinner and fewer between. It's going to become a lot harder for them to try and get too much going. I said that 2 was going to be tough with about 2 minutes left. Not impossible, obviously, but it just becomes a little bit harder. 1 chance, 1 save, a few more seconds ticked off.
Zen will be able to have complete control of this ball, though. Goes over the top of Oski. Can't do too much there with Archie waiting. In a perfect position defensively. Gentlemate's looking to squeeze the life out of game number 2 and keep this series close between a foe they've been historically beating. They beat them in Boston. They beat them yesterday. Now they're trying to get up ahead again in this series. Oh, Exotic almost gets the shooting chance, but Oski should be able to take it away. Another opportunity goes begging for Vitality.
That back corner, but the only person waiting and lurking is Oski on no boost as well. It just makes it that bit more awkward. It becomes a little bit harder just to score from those positions unless you're Archie in those back left corners. We've seen what he can do. Being out in the midfield, that one's going to be trickling back, and all these precious seconds falling away from Vitality.
Yeah, that'll be enough, I think, for Gentlemates. They won't be making too many errors from here, if any. Oski's able to get those couple of touches in the air. And Zen slams a flip reset towards goal, but Oski and his teammate Nas had that one combined. And Gentlemates show Vitality how to play when you're 3 goals to the good. I still don't feel this is Gentlemates at their best, though, Stumpy.
Oh, I agree. It's been really good game management. In the end, Sizzy does get 1.
Unless.
It would. No. No. Everybody temper your expectations. No. No, temper them. Take your expectations and temper them.
Look, I'm team unless. I'm chucking in an unless and chucking in a ...
No, stop it. Stop your ellipses now.
Let's see what we got.
No, it's not winnable. Chat, it's not winnable. Stop it.
I'm doing the voice. Vitality have something up their sleeve. Here's Exotic.
It's not winnable.
Quite Archie-esque, and now, literally, it's not winnable.
Thank you. Thank you. Cole can't dream at chat. I've just seen that comment. No, he can't. I'm here to make him not dream, thank you.
You have been for years.
So 3-1 game number 2. But again, no, I completely agree. I think that is actually not Gentlemates at their best. We've obviously seen them play out of their skin to beat Vitality in the grand final. And I think that when it comes down to game management, they played that game really well. They took their chances. They had a decent number of shots. Vitality, though, I believe still had more, 11 shots to 8. So they still had more shots on target. Yeah, Gentlemates come out the good.
I mean, it came down to 2 moments. This moment of ingenuity from Archie. Look, he didn't even look at his teammates after, like, yeah, this will be up, midnight, yeah. That's so Archie. To not have a laugh about, like, yeah, obviously.
You didn't mean it, Archie. You didn't. I'm telling you, you didn't.
We know, Archie. But then that from Stizzy is pretty poor. To concede that second goal just after what happened with Archie, that's a real tilter for Team Vitality, and they couldn't mentally get back into that second game.
And in the Stizzy, it's annoying because his movement was actually fine. His chipping it up, don't hate it, take it higher. He just has to stick closer to the ball. And then whatever challenge comes in, 50 it into the corner. That's all he had to do, really. It's just that both touches were so heavy that the ball goes flying away from him. And the problem being that Nas is just immediately going to dunk. Game at number 3. A few more on each side, and we will have our Kings of Europe heading to Paris.
I'm excited. I'm so excited for Paris. Looking forward to it, Stumpy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I am so high. 1, in chat if you're going to be going there. 2, if you're going to go to the website now and buy more tickets, because they are still available.
Are they really? Unbelievable.
Indeed.
I'm surprised about that. Well, you better get in quick, because they will not be come the end. As we head over to game number 3 here. It looks like Team Vitality are going to have to step right back up after that last performance, in particular defensively. Stizzy sends that one high, and there's 2 Vitality players in their own corner, depending on what Archie can do with it. But his backflip isn't quite as effective this time around.
He now wants to try and lead this charge. He does jump. I feel like it was about a second after he got tackled, so don't love those reactions, large Osk. Right-hand side, Nas for 1, can't get the second. Osk is going to be there, and a nice cut across from Zen. He's going to keep Gentlemates humble.
Exotic's going to leave this one to Stizzy as well. So Vitality have started this 3rd game with plenty of possession, but all the territory in their own corner. They need to break free and do so as soon as possible. Exotic tries to go for the skim from the side, isn't able to do so, but that's a great win there from Stizzy. Zen to the ceiling, up against Nas, beats it. Is this ball going to fall favourably for him? Nearly, and Oski tracked it all the way. Stizzy keeps the attack going, but it's not the best touch.
I mean, Oski's seen this before, right? He's seen it go to the ceiling, he's seen what Zen can do, he's seen what Zen wants to do. he can just dive straight in the way. But he did manage to beat a couple of players on his way there. And it does look like it is Oski versus Zen to be the guy to take it for their team. So let's see if that can continue happening. The amount of off-ball play that we saw from Vitality in previous series, especially in that one versus Gentlemates. Bear in mind, in that series, the 4-1, that scoreline is so deceiving. It was one goal between them every single game, and it felt like it could go either way at any given moment. But Vitality just couldn't get it over the line. And Nas now wanting to slow it down in the corner. Zen dives in, and the speed works against him as Archie removes Stizzy from the pitch.
Yeah, so it's a little bit isolated here, though. Stizzy has spawned behind him, and Stizzy's going to try and make it as simple as possible for Stizzy, which he does. Then uses all his boost. There's demos flying in everywhere. It seems every time I think, oh, this player's here, they're taken out. That player's there, taken out. So it's tough to really get a sense of how this game feels, but I can assure everybody that demos are a huge part of this final.
Yeah, I feel like there's the physicality that we were saying about. CJ identified on the desk with direct stats of it is so many more demos, but sometimes you don't need to make the contact. Sometimes the goal will just apparate for you.
Yeah, Zen was like a spider climbing up a bathtub there and slipping down as he went over the corner of that goal. You got to sort of move around it or else you fall straight downwards. He did. That made him take longer than he would have done, and he couldn't get that block. So again, it's more defensive awkwardness from Vitality and a simple finish for Gentlemates.
Yeah, big oof there from Zen. Unfortunate for him. Maybe thought that Oski was coming in for it. We had more information, bear in mind, as viewers. He does manage to make up for it as he gets a pass. His assist is taken away, but fully orchestrated by Zen.
Yeah, that's how you make up for an awkward moment. Oski as well, also got in Nas's way. Zen with the semi-pull shot onto an opponent. He didn't bump him, but he certainly made that jump more tough than it would have been.
Halfway through, split by one, and the bot shot saved by a defender that must have dented their car. I don't know if insurance covers that. I love seeing them going. We try and ranked every now and then. I don't think it's ever gone that well.
I don't think we've ever connected with the ball, mate, because you've
no
speed flip.
Well, I can't speed flip, which doesn't help.
And I can half speed flip. Stizzy, oh, and Archie. Archie's backflipping again in front of a goal, this time in front of his own. That could have been disastrous. He might get bumped here by Exotic, but he stays planted to the ground. Then fakes out to Stizzy. Oh. Lovely play, Vitality.
Dancing in the air right above Gentlemate's net. Nas has to dive in. Zen has the chances there that Oski has to respect. You have to see him going for that and think he's got the ambition and the ability to sink it. Instead, falls to Big Stiz, 2-1.
It's going to fall to Zen from the kickoff as well. It's another lovely kickoff there from Team Vitality. They certainly seem to have the advantages at the set pieces. Zen, there's a little nudge on Oski. I am enjoying watching their particular battle. They seem to always have a read on each other. So, yeah, Zen going for the fake for that second Vitality goal makes perfect sense.
Zen gets an inception, but he's very awkward, manages to secure a reset. Oski then catches it from the dunk into the sidewall. The attempt at any further has to go for the bump as he runs out of boost. Stizzy then leaves it, and the amount of pace coming through from Vitality, it's so hard to read if you're Gentlemates right now.
Yeah, Vitality trying to keep Gentlemates honest in every single touch. Never do the expected good touch there from Stizzy, but it might backfire. Stizzy is almost faked out by Exotic, who should have just let his teammate pull rank. That was a tiny bit of defensive awkwardness from Vitality. At least it looked that way. And now it's able to sweep up a little bit better in the air against Nas.
Oh, chance for a skim. Archie's had, I think, one in this event so far. Or at least he had that one saved away by Zen. Oski now wants to attempt a dunk, isn't able to. Nas has time, but Zen is removing the space that he reckons that he's got. Back corner boost spawned. Now, a counter-attack coming through. Sometimes it is just a matter of send it long, and Sizzy just felt it in the air that was his time. A double fake, a whifty-whifty. Now it's Zen to commit, and Nas to commit a death, murder, homicide on him. Nas! That play was almost as bad as my wordage.
It was. Words bad, play also bad too, thanks to Archie, the Chaos Merchant in this series. And it's an odd goal, it's a strange one. But it is 3-1 Team Vitality. It's an absolute mess of about 20 seconds. It's not 20 seconds they're going to want to watch back, but I'm sure their coaches will make them.
We can scrub that from the record, I reckon. Get that off the VOD. Archie, lovely pass down. It's like watching Prime Novo esports with these infields.
Yeah, Nas, he calls Stizzy in, then Oski into the centre. Lovely old school infield pass, and got something on it, but it wasn't enough because Archie got the power. And after all that silliness, Stumpy, 34 seconds left, Gentlemates need one.
It all becomes a lot more serious when you're in these final 30 seconds, especially considering the amount of late goals that we have seen come through from Vitality. Exotic beats 2, it's just wide. That could have ended the game. But now it's Archie to air dribble it. Stizzy meets him halfway, and Exotic gets rid of his passing partner.
Yeah, that could have been the moment there with Archie having control of the ball, but the big demo happened, so there was no follow-up. Exotic closing this one down at source. Nash and Archie need to decide who's going to go for this ball. It's Archie, but he's pinching it when he has an opponent on that same wall. Not what you want to do. Works out in the end, though. Oski's up. Does he go for the pass? He gets the air doink. It's going to fall now. Then should get it. Oh! And Exotic gets the save for now.
I mean, Nas then keeps this question asked. It will be pumped away by Zen with an exclamation mark, but Oski returns with a semicolon. I don't know, this metaphor's become way too extended. And Team Vitality stay perfect in the end. They win the third game, 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, mate, you're talking about all that punctuation, but Grammar played yesterday, and that is going to be a timeout for Gentlemates, and they need it because that was not the clean M8 gameplay that we have seen.
Extremely messy in the end, very tough. Hard in the end to sort of point out a particular moment where that game was lost because one of the goals was just extremely bad, the one that touched on Archie in the end. So it's a chance here, Vitality. They do take it, and they go 2-1 in the series. I wonder what Stassi is going to be saying. The timeout so far for Gentlemates, they've been pretty good. They managed to call one against NIP earlier today in the semi-finals. Then they won 3 on the bounce.
I mean, I'd say that the differentiator between both teams at the moment is Archie, for better or for worse. You know, he was the one who pulled out a play out of absolutely nowhere in game number 2, which was the real sort of pivot point in that game. And then in game number 3, it was his awkward, unfortunate own goal that broke the deadlock between these two teams. Or didn't break the deadlock, but, you know, put a gap between these two teams, and it was a gap that Gentlemates, despite their hard work, weren't able to come back from. So he's going for balls that he wouldn't normally go for. You know, his angle of approach is slightly different than usual. Could be a tiredness thing, could just be, you know, one of those where you got to have a bit of a reset.
Yeah,
but, Gentlemates certainly, they don't have to tweak too much. It's minor tweaks and they're right back.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, I guess it's more about centering, right? You're trying to just bring them back to the level that they should be at. They've still played extraordinarily well. There's not been that many goals between these two teams that are separating them. It's a very tough moment for either one to actually work their way ahead. You're just trying to reduce the silly errors. That game was lost off a silly error. It was that goal from Archie, then it was the horrible flip from Nas in the back right corner that just meant that they ended up losing an entire game from it. It's a tough one, but Vitality, they will take that all the same. And they need 2 more to go #1 in Europe. Lock in that Group A spot at the Paris Major. Gentlemates, they want to usurp them. They currently sit in second, behind by just 2 points.
Yeah, Team Vitality, let's talk about them. You know, this is not the team that we were expecting to be Europe's best coming into this season. There was a lot of talk about Gentlemates. There was, of course, a lot of talk about Carmine Corp and whether they'd be as good with Juicy. And at the start of the season, they were. But Team Vitality, you know, they're coming out of nowhere. And it's great to see. It's lovely to see.
I mean, yeah, heading straight into those French events as well. The French Major, the Paris Major. We keep going on about it. We keep banging on.
We will not
and
stop.
It is just going to be, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so exciting. Anybody going there, you are going to be in for a very, very fun event. The Vitality, they want to make sure they go there as that #1 seed, as do Gentlemates. The midfield now sees Stizzy go for an immediate attempt on net, and Oski has to pump it away from the crossbar.
Yeah, the backboard meta was in play there. A powerful slam back into the center from Stizzy. I like the idea to stop Gentlemates being able to really build the game back for themselves, but eventually it leads to their own corner and things get awkward.
And Archie there, it's really nice. It's very well played. It's as soon as he goes away from the ball, he loses it, and another mentality of, now I go for the bumps. Gets 2, knocks him out of the way like Skittles. Easy peasy, Gentlemates 1-0.
Timeout buff so far, so good. Early doors here in game number 4. Stizzy has control of this ball, gets the flip reset around the corner, gets a chunk of Nas as well. Exotic. Everybody wants a slice of this ball. It's Stizzy who keeps it all to himself.
In the first 30 seconds already has been goals galore. The reset from Stizzy completely changing the angle, and then he gets bumped into it. He then continues with the ball. And do you remember yesterday, Stizzy bumping Archie into the skim to then get the 0-second goal?
Yes.
It has now been returned. Stizzy gets bumped into it and then gets a goal for himself.
Oh, that is nice. Return to sender. Here comes Exotic all over again. Wants to get over the top of Oski. That's going to be in here, nipping in. And he'll continue, no boost, but able to cause all sorts of chaos with that fake. Oh, Exotic, huge demo, just when a Genomates player was ready to pull the trigger.
I mean, Archie here has now just cocked and loaded the gun. Exotic and Zen can team up to clear it away. With Stizzy sending it long. Exotic, what a lovely dive in. Zen now is on his own, can shoot it on target. Archie is having to just about dodge that bump, and this has been over and over again. Multiple challenges. Stizzy, great play. Immediately put back in the danger zone by Exotic. Thankfully, Gentlemates find themselves low on boost.
Oh my goodness, Zen almost scored from it as well. So earlier on, Team Vitality had such awkward angles. Every touch they were making was back towards their own goal, and they were taking them and trying to get the ball high and trying to follow up, but not able to put it to any sort of safety. In the end, they managed to work it down to the other end. And now here we are, Exotic up against Oski. Zen rotating back, picking up 100. Hoping Oski will go cleanly above Stizzy and hoping he doesn't get dunked by the bump Stizzy, which almost happened. This remains nerve-wrackingly at 1-1 in this pivot point in the series.
Oski removes Zen, and I think that Archie there was hoping for a nice 50 along with Stizzy. He doesn't receive it, instead he just goes straight back into Vitality control. Stizzy to receive in that back corner. Boost about to spawn. Archie will be getting it. This will be setting up an extended period of play for Gentlemates. Archie keeps that question asked. Lateral play after lateral play, side to side, just skimming the goal line.
He can't give Archie that many shots, though. At some point, he is going to make the net ripple, but those two hit the post and go just wide after. Vitality will say they had it covered, but I think Archie could have put that one away with slightly more accuracy as Oski camps over that 100 boost and gets it. You can see it spawning underneath him with this new update. Zen comes in. Archie beats into the ball. Exotic has to go backwards. Let's get more boost as well, so who seems to be spawning underneath these players at the moment. The rotation's perfect. Oski goes for the double tap, and again a miss, but Vitality have to stop banking on Gentlemates not scoring.
I mean, that backboard has been free so many times now, and it cannot remain free. Oski had to completely dust the defender, but you can't rely on that. Oski now attempting to get it just around the side of Stizzy. It's a 50 from Nat. Next to it is Oski going for a bump. Nearly works out, but an even better save.
Yeah, did you see Exotic had to go under one, then dodge to make it through the between the two of them? That is impeccable defending there from Exotic.
Nas, midfield, goes up high. Runs out of boost, tries to go for that bump on the final man, but Zen just waits very patiently, knows that no one else is committing in, so he can just slow that ball down, and he waits in the air to get caught midfield. Be tough right now for either of these teams. It's been a big midfield battle. Neither of them really breaking their lines. Stizzy, quite an awkward touch, does alleviate the ball over towards Zen. Archie has to dive in. And I feel like we're finding a little bit of a stalemate right now. Zen backs Oski not to get a powerful shot on target there, and somehow it pays off.
Oh, that would have been out of absolutely nothing. Zen overcommitted, but now he's trying to make up for it, getting some demos.
Double!
Shooting chance, takes the shooting chance. Vitality have the lead.
Zen's warpath through the final defenders. There's one, there's the second. Laying down mortar fire for his teammates.
I don't think I quite realised till the replay how close Zen was to accidentally saving that as well after he smoke bombed himself, but not to be. Great kick off from Archie, since he's coming back with boost. And Gentlemates, when they won in Boston, their key man, without doubt, was Nas. In this game, he's on 72 points, barely had a sniff.
You need more. You need more from one of the players. We were saying earlier on, I don't know what you can really say to, have those percentage changes in your play. But right now it is Nas. Get more involved. Oski dives through, challenges. Stizzy is there to catch. Nas attempts the bump. And it's just a few of these awkward little moments. Archie can drop it on target. Exotic's there, and again, the defense from Exotic has been sublime.
Yeah, he had no boost. That was so tough. He had to use the crossbar as well. Stizzy goes up, defends Zen behind him, who has no boost still. Just wants to get 12, but he's getting bumped out of the way. Oski shoots. Stizzy gets the block for now. Oski's going to steal that 100 boost. Vitality still starved, but Zen knows that that's a free corner, and he manages to get the pinch, the all-important touch of nothing in the tank. But here comes Nas. We said he's been quiet. Will he change that now with a bang? Not to be.
Yeah, this rate has been finishing on double digits. And it's going to be floating awkwardly toward the net. Nas with a touch. One last chance. A flick to Oski. On target, Zen! Post and down!
Whoa! Gentlemates made the most of that one. But Vitality stood up to the moment to give themselves 3 match points.
An incredible shot, and a great last play. And Zen, at their death, keeps it at bay. 1 to separate them once more, Cole, and a single game will send Vitality through as Europe's #1.
Yeah, but credit to Nas, he did get 100 points, so that was
that's good.
He got in that 0-second play, but he'll be too happy about that after losing it. They did take the lead after 20 seconds, but Vitality responded almost immediately. It was Stizzy who was just determined to keep that ball all to himself. Nobody else could play. And then Zen really made sure that nobody from Gentlemates could play. Look how close he was to saving that as well. In that far corner, almost prodded it out. Would have been agonizing, but not to be as far as Gentlemates are concerned. And yeah, 3 games in a row. Do they have it in them?
I mean, it's the first time in the main event that Gentlemates have had their timeout broken. And they might not know how to deal with that. It's been a couple of weeks since Open 5. They put on that upswing, as have Vitality. Both of these teams have had their massive errors, but at the end they are finishing just as strong as they thought they could. Parc de Paris potentially to decide who will end up as Europe's #1 seed for the Paris Major.
Gentlemates are going to have to dig incredibly deep to stay in this series. Vitality have all the momentum and all the belief behind them after, as you say, Stumpy, some tricky moments of their own on this final Sunday of the European season. And the ball is camped in orange territory to start things off. Decent kickoff from Gentlemates, but no chances from it.
Lovely play, though. Archie ends up receiving that ball central with low boost. He just had to turn and shoot. Don't hate it at all. Started to the corner, and his defense has been great so far, but the defense gets a lot harder when you're not on the pitch. Zen manages to snatch away a save, takes a shot on target. Oski to receive, sends it high, opposite side. Archie now into the orange half. This is do or die for Gentlemates.
Yeah, they started off well, though. You know what? I will say that. After having their timeout broken, they've started this game okay, but almost conceded at the death. Stizzy pushes it to the side. Gentlemates having a real chance here. Zen leaves it to Exotic. Archie is in control of that ball for a second until it falls to Zen. Exotic's going for a redirect. Can he get the skim here and generate any power? Sort of, but not really. So now Oski has a chance, Stumpy.
Yeah, full court carry from Oski on for the double. Goes towards the side post. Archie has to jump. Zen knows that. He then just has to get in front of the ball. Very good positioning from the defenders. And we're seeing, again, just these awkward plays. We're seeing it become a lot harder. Nas, backboard again. The backboard now defended. Vitality, have they learned that big hole that was in their defense?
Yeah, I think they have, but there have been still some shooting opportunities for Gentlemates that they've just not taken. Zen, this on a play for Exotic. Archie tries to bump Exotic out of the way. Not going to happen. Exotic wants to slam it down, but Archie had got that near post. They get a save as well. Tremendous defending from the Englishman.
I mean, they were forced into that position, though. It was completely unforced errors from Gentlemates. They tried to be a little bit too fancy with it, and it didn't work out. Stizzy has a chance to bump Archie out the way. It's going to be a low 50, and it does go very much in favour of the mates. Oski to beat out 1, instead beats out none.
Yeah, Oski had to slam the brakes there. If he'd have gone into that one full pelt, there was a Vitality player waiting. He had the reflexes to do so and take the ball lightly to at least get the 50-50. So he pushes it into the Gentlemates corner. Gentlemates using their own corner right now as a defensive stronghold, seeing if they can at least pick up some boost, because Vitality are getting all too much control of this ball as far as they are concerned. As Zen continues to dance and continues to keep that ball. Chain dashes his way up there into the corner, and 2 Gentlemates players have to get it away from him.
Halfway through this potential final game as Zen dives in for a bit of defense against Oski. Archie in the back has to also avoid the demo. He is unable to. Zen then gets rid of 1. It's a brief 1v3. The man, the Nas, is able to just about deal with it, get to past the halfway line. But as ever, neither of these teams are really getting too much convincingly into each other's half. Stizzy is on 30 points with 2 minutes remaining. There seemingly is somebody at any given moment in any of these games that is just, for whatever reason, not full contributing.
Yes, quiet, nervous games of Rocket League right now. Nobody overcommitting. There's always at least one man back for both teams. It's leaving one player looking pretty isolated at each point, and this time it is Stizzy. Here he is, and he can't even get the ball first because he knew that Nas was going to get the dunk on him. Needs his teammate to help him out. It's Zen, and he does. Archie goes to the ceiling. Archie still has 20 boosts to play with.
Oh, wow.
Flick reset pass. Oh, and that is an all-important touch. I think it was Stizzy.
Yeah, and Stizzy doubles his points with that, by the way. Very, very good save there. Then a fantastic reset to get it central. 1 up high. I like that floating play. Oski's now going to be low, or rather going to be isolated at the back. Takes the boost, takes a chance, takes it over one, but Zen is then able to carry. Stizzy didn't back him. Exotic dives in again. I have been blown away by Exotic in this series so far.
Yeah, he's been quietly going about his business, doing everything right, and that is what he is in the team to do, and this is what Zen's in the team to do, to get hold of this ball at this sort of moment. Stizzy, great touch from him, keeping the attack going, keeping the pressure on. They will know that one more goal might sink this. 50 seconds left. Who blinks first?
Oski wants to get it over towards Archie. What magic can he do? Normally towards the goal line rather than here. Archie's going to tap it on one more. Oski's burned a lot of boost just to get in front of that ball, which he wasn't able to do. Nas, high, keeps it to himself, unchallenged until Stizzy works his way in, finds Oski on the right-hand side. He has 70, gets over one, not quite the second. Archie's there to shoot, but Stizzy to intercept.
Yeah, with zero boost as well, but Oski keeps the attack going. Archie's there, might be able to nip in nearly. Is anyone following up for Gentlemates? It's Nas. It's a light. Get the double, but Zen read it.
And then somehow that second shot, the ground pinch, doesn't find its way in. Oski sees Nas central, gets a demo on target. Zen again. Nas. Archie had the chance. There was a double bump.
Everyone's bumping everyone. It's a Royal Rumble. Nobody knows what's going on. Archie ends up backwards of control of the ball. Can't get the thing.
Oh my!
Save this time from Zen. Nas is trying to follow up, but it swats it away. 0-0 somehow.
Massive breaths from Stizzy there too. He shrugs, he takes a sigh, he locks in overtime.
Stizzy has control of this one, wants to get the skin, but Oski beats him to it. Zen, 55 boost to pump it forward. Vitality want a second to breathe, and Archie will not allow it. He comes forward with all of his boost, pushes it right back in the Vitality corner, and says, go again if you dare, Vitality.
One midfield, and Oski gets drawn in with it. Stizzy, chance to finish it here. Archie has to send it towards the right-hand side, but Exotic will be lurking towards the backboard again. We see Vitality have a few chances after their massive defensive effort at the end of regulations. Then to the ceiling, he has a reset. It's on target, but saved away by Nas.
Exotic, though, gets the catch, keeps the attack on. Archie has to make a decision and does make the decision. Oski had to get out of his way and did so. Stizzy, another pinch into the middle.
Hello.
Vitality, one goal away from being EU's #1 team at their home major.
And Vitality, they can sense blood in the water, they can sniff it. There is no boost across the board for Gentlemates. Vitality are definitely aware of that fact. Zen to the ceiling, has to boost a lot to get the reset, which he cannot get. Exotic just ahead of target, and Nas can clear it away with a great clear off the crossbar. Stizzy on target again, just pummeling the net right now of Vitality.
Exotic, though, keeps Gentlemate's pen back once more. Nas, the edge of his boost, the edge of his reach, gets the ball back to Vitality half, but it's only to Zen with 100 boost, who can go end to end. Oski gets a huge block and then takes out Stizzy. Does Archie have a chance to sink this one? He does. It's going in. Gets the own goal, and it is going to be a continuation of the series.
It's on target. It's soft. And Exotic has to go for it. If he doesn't go, that is going in. Gentlemates, by the skin of their teeth, get through on Parc de Paris. Game number 6 incoming, Cool Call. We queue up for Neo Tokyo.
Goodness me. That is the man you need to break a deadlock. So little area of that goal Archie can aim for. And look at his score right there. 804 points. Pretty much double the player in second across both teams. A huge performance from him. But there are so many scary moments between now and then.
I mean, the amount of defense at the end. Here it is. All these shots and attempts and passes. I mean, I don't blame. I mean, that bump as well, sorry. Oski going for it. Exotic has to go. Zen doesn't get it. Exotic has to bound, has to jump as fast as he can, try and get the crossbar pinch. It was placed perfectly. Any lower, Exotic saves it away. Any higher, and that ends up not even making it on target. Perfect positioning. And Archie buys another game for the mates.
Well, we're not quite at the Paris Major just yet. There is not a real-life crowd around us, but let's do some practicing right now. If you want this to end on Neo Tokyo, type Neo Tokyo. If you want to see Champions Field, type Champions Field. Let's see what the people want. I can tell you what Team Vitality want, Stumpy, and that is to end this right now. Go to bed, because it has been a long day for all 6 of these players.
What Colin's asking is if you wanted to end on map 6, type 6. If you wanted to end on map 7, type 7. That is 6, 7. 6, 7.
Nice one, mate. Nice one.
And this is the do or die now for Gentlemates. Is there going to be another heroic effort? Can they push it even further than they have? How many lives do they have?
I honestly think that you've just broken Twitch chat. I think that it's going to snap with 6 and 7 ad champion field.
I like the 6-7 cat. That's very sweet.
But we're going to have to keep on talking right here and keep on watching as 30 seconds go by without too much going on. Archie slams that one down, but it's a tired touch, it must be said, understandably so.
I mean, what a long day. This is going to be we've already seen 3 Game 7 in the best of 7s. We have had an incredibly long day. Everyone, you've been here for all of it as well. Pats on the back all round. This first minute has been pretty uneventful. In these midfield battles, Cole, they have been the decider so far. It has to be said.
A huge block there from Zen, who had the read there. That's the first moment we've really seen in this opening minute that changes the narrative of this game. That's not just about clean rotations, and it was from Zen, who was playing on the front foot. Maybe he'll be the player that wants to demand that ball. Some solo Zen magic would be nice to see here if you're a Vitality fan, but Nas first has to do some defending against Exotic, who squeezed it past him. Sizzy's almost in, and Zen is the last man back.
It's a chance. About halfway, or rather 90 seconds in, Sizzy on towards the backboard. Oski has to try and prevent the donk. Exotic keeps the question asked. Then is technically on target, but slow enough when the save can happen. Now, a low boost Vitality. Stizzy's the only one with anything. Takes it low, but the bounce is not what he wanted. Goes to the corner. That only benefits Vitality.
She should be able to get the block on Stizzy, but Stizzy just drives straight through him. Oski, this touch wasn't the best one here, so Exotic with 100 boost can do something with this one. He slams it to the backboard, wants to knock it down, can't quite connect. Here's Stizzy though, suddenly trying to cause more chaos, but somehow Mates get it away to Nas.
I mean, he wants to cause more chaos, and I think the Gentlemates are quite happy making the chaos of their own to commit onto that save. Then a reset into a sort of a musty stall type play halfway through the game, and we are seeing it ramp up. Cheers, Johnny.
She goes long to Exotic, and is Zen to get the catch in this far corner up against Oski. Exotic. And he gets as far as Nas. It's not the best touch from him there, but Vitality are able to wriggle away with the ball for now. Still waiting to see that big moment. Zen almost had it. He's looking most likely to me.
You know, Oski on the other side of things. He's not looked as activated as usual, but I still think he is the guy. Especially when Nas is not necessarily performing at the level that you would want from him. It really is just a matter of percentages, and Stizzy here wants to try and play the highest reward play. Goes up high. It's a great save from Nas. Defense is where he can step in and looks a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, Zen bundles the ball forward, so that gets 100 boost as well. So Gentlemates a little bit starved there. Stizzy might be able to do something with it. He keeps it high because he knows they may be low, but Oski had something in the attack. He had plenty in the attack, enough to do this with, and Stizzy suddenly has to make a key touch defensively.
Zen fakes out, wants Stizzy to go in on that ball, and a fake from Nas, but he's so low that he has to just try and keep this ball close to him. You'll see him now try and get that 50 mid towards Archie. Instead it goes too high. Zen has to commit on it. Stizzy removes Nas. Exotic goes on just ahead of target. Stizzy on target again. Who's next to it? Anybody from Vitality? Exotic will be there, but Archie pre-jumps. Nas beats out one. Stizzy contact is vital, and he does get it.
Yeah, that was not an easy touch there. It was vital for Vitality. Well done, Stizzy. Awkward moment still. A couple of half chances for Vitality, but Gentlemates have wriggled away for now. That one's gonna back towards Stizzy again, who's called into action defensively, and what key touches he's making.
It's a big dive in though, so it does give a bit of pressure here to Vitality as they work out of defense. Archie sends it long, an absolute slappening of a clear. Toe punt it home, fella, no problem. Zen, right wall, challenges versus Oski, does get the better of him. Next up is Exotic. Central, as Stizzy shies away from that play, and Exotic just goes bundling through. It is a messy, messy game.
Yeah, but what it leads to is potentially another overtime lurking, another 0-0 overtime lurking, unless Zen can conjure something up from his little box of tricks. He gets it as far as Stizzy. Archie prods it forward. Zen again, somehow with more boost. Still putting the squeeze on Gentlemates, but they escape for now. Stizzy forces it sideways. Archie thought about going for the double tap, but instead it's Exotic.
I mean, Exotic now can try and solo all three. Gets one, nearly the second. Stizzy is called off. Zen goes for the double. Who else to end it here?
How apt could it be that Zen returns to the zenith of EU Rocket League in the shadow of Paris?
We've lifted the crown for Europe. Will it be going on Zen and Vitality's heads? Archie has something to say about this. He's there for the first. Exotic now. His chance for one more. Popped up high above the net. Exotic needs contact. Nas will make that as awkward as he can. Final hive. Oski to shoot. Oski to snatch the crown away.
Gentlemates just kept slamming it on the ceiling and following it up. Eventually, something was going to fall. Archie, as ever, causes mischief on the goal line. And once Oski slammed that one down, what seemed to be in Vitality's hands was taken away, at least for now. We've got one more kickoff. It's fate by both. Exotic gets the 100, going back towards his own goal. Archie keeps it high. Nas has got a chance here to do something crazy. He tries to go underneath Exotic. Where's this ball gonna fall? It's gonna land. It's gonna be overtime, Stumpy. I'm exhausted, but I love it.
Yet again, with 15 seconds left, we get 2 goals to still end on OT. Stizzy pops it high, up for Zen. Archie knows how that one ends, so he's going to be jumping across to try and just keep that stopped for now. Oski back corner. Stizzy, a couple of chances here just to make it awkward, but a pinch from Oski is going to alleviate some pressure.
Oh, Zen's taking up the game after that touch. He wanted to go solo. Instead, he's going to have to watch this one from the side, depending on where he spawns. Stizzy gets the touch. Zen is up in the air again.
2 up.
Archie, does he have a flip? I think he just has to watch it. Exotic gets dunked by Oski, but Stizzy clears long.
I mean, there's going to be a bumper or a demo coming in soon. I can just feel it. Zen, chance to now go for another one. Exotic, he actually commits really far. Oski just goes for a couple of air rolls. Somehow a save! Somehow removed!
Goodness me! I thought for 3 seconds that was going to be it. Then the demo comes in. Absolute jump scare. Absolute cinema. That one's almost in from the dunk. Stizzy has 100 boost. Gentlemates are back in place. Exotic's going to be able to get this catch. He goes high with it. Nas side flips. He's had a quiet series so far. If he can wake up, then Gentlemates have a real chance. But for now, it's Vitality putting on yet more pressure.
The right wall looks mighty tempting for Oski, but he's got no boosters. Stizzy will be taking over. Archie will be the next to meet him. Can he 1v3? He gets it just round 1. Exotic now has to leave Zen to it. Does so. Oski to dive back through. He has a little bit of time and space. Opportunity to just slow this game down a smidge while his team regains some boost. Zen can dunk on Archie, credited with a save.
Yeah, Gentlemates refusing to let this #1 EU seed go, to let this tournament victory go. Huge dunk from Oski. Where's it going to land? Is Archie going to be able to do any more than get half a bump? Not quite. Zen has a pass to his left if he wants it. Instead, it's Solo. Lovely first touch. Gets the flip reset over 1. Then the bump as well. Zen does so much work, but all it does is put it in his opponent's corner.
The longest overtime in this series so far, the second, as Stizzy wants to reset. Nas was low. He was vulnerable.
This is awkward, but Zen does go end-to-end. Oski gets the catch underneath. Exotic in that far corner. I don't know why, sorry, but I've got a long overtime ahead of me. I've got a feeling this one is going to go for a while, unless Oski kills it here. He doesn't. It's saved to the side.
Yet again, Exotic saving it away as well as Stizzy takes it to the ceiling. Will use the musty on target. Nas full boost can keep it away. Everybody full boost on Gentlemates in the attack right now. 1 dunk low. Archie wants to commit in on Stizzy here. Force him to use his boost. He now can't go high and then steals one away. This is starting to edge away at the fabric of Vitality.
Yeah, it's getting stretched. Both teams' defenses right now are not as locked in as they were. So many open touches in the air, and Stizzy puts an almighty touch from the side in. Nas of the great touch. Anyone following up for Team Vitality, or is it going to be all Nas end-to-end? It was, till Exotic sacrifices himself.
Who's up next to this one? It floats awkwardly as Archie pumps it long yet again. Stizzy to the ceiling. Exotic, he can shoot. Nas can just send it into the corner to make it awkward. Zen now is waiting, but with low boost, he can't do much, and Nas will be the next man to it. Neo Tokyo, always such an exciting map.
Here it is. No matter what happens on Neo Tokyo, there's going to be something crazy at the end of it. Nas puts it to the side. Oski waits in goal. All these players making the most of their boost. Stizzy and Exotic, I think it was, not quite perfectly in tandem defensively. Exotic, though, does get able to come back defensively. Zen slows it all down. Gets the perfect 50-50 to Stizzy.
I tell you what, despite this long day, these teams are at the absolute crown of how they can play. Beautiful Rocket League across the board. Unstoppable object, immovable force. Exotic keeps it away yet again.
Zen's already in the air there, waiting for Oski's touch. But Zen's bypass there. It's going to fall to Archie. Stizzy forces it high again, not the first
boost
time.
Steal.
He's made an awkward touch look simple. Big boost steal there from Oski. Nas, one touch to the corner, and it seems that we're entering a period of Gentlemate pressure. Can they make the most of it? It is Nas. He said he's been quiet, and he almost changed that right there. But then the ball goes over Archie, and almost in from Exotic.
Nas removes Stizzy from the play, a brief 2v3. As Nas then again is getting a lot more active. We have seen a huge amount of saves, a huge amount of shots. We're currently seeing 16 shots in favor of Vitality here. It has been aggressive. As Archie fakes out one, resets, goes low. Oski into the corner, Stizzy to match him, Stizzy to beat him.
As for Gentlemates, though, they've made 10 saves. They've been blocking all of these Team Vitality shots and doing it well. And also having the follow-up and keeping boost and keeping up their concentration. So many things you have to do in a long overtime like this one, and we have nearly hit the magical 5-minute mark.
Wraps around, back central. Zen calls Stizzy off. Exotic goes for it. Zen then continues down the pitch. A man on fire right now.
Stizzy in that far corner wants to get this second touch or at least the dunk. Archie wise enough to keep that one slow. Oski and Nas, both of them in the Gentlemates goal. Gentlemates are happy to sit deep. They will expect that at some point Vitality will show gaps. Zen fakes it out, and Oski doesn't fall for it.
Oh, Exotic. A great chance for a pass here, but Nas, they've just seen this double-layered defense from Gentlemates. A bump, a shot, a chance! Zen, he's the man to keep it away on that opportunity. The left-hand wall again, the site of another battle. Zen will be sending Oski to the scrapyard. Exotic, chance to go low. Stizzy with low boost here, has to look to Nas to see what he can do. It's a pinch. Oski, Zen somehow again keeps it away.
Yeah, that is not a read you want to make. The ball pinching at 1,000,000 miles per hour. You're underneath it at a 45-degree angle. It's water falling down, and Zen makes it look simple.
In this midfield, we see Stizzy take it high, beats one. Archie is next on his list. He beats Archie. It goes to the final man of Exotic. Vitality plant the crown firmly on their heads as the kings of Europe.
The oldest French org in our esports are returning to where it all started. The Eiffel Tower may well belong to them. They had to battle, Stumpy. They had to scrap for everything. But in the end, they return to the peak of Europe, and they do it after a huge overtime.
Heading to Paris as that #1 seed must feel incredible. They create and they huddle the physical embodiment of the Eiffel Tower. They make a tower in their office of man. And they are able to say that, yes, we are the best team in Europe heading to the Paris Major. Their fans will be extremely aware of that. Carmine Corp and Gentlemates, the other big French orgs going, are going to have a real battle on their hands to stop the very rightly earned egos of the Golden Hornets.
Yeah, they will be heading up there making the Eiffel Tower, but they will say they've only taken the first step so far, and they are very much not heading to Paris to sightsee. They are there to make a statement. They want to take this major. They want to take the World Championship after Zen's second it would be. But at the end of the day, Stumpy, Team Vitality back at the top of Europe.
And a great battle from both these teams to have shocking opens at various points to work back into these grand finals. Vitality sit as #1, Gentlemates #2, and a very, very well-fought battle. Leaf and the beautiful desk, what are you fellas got to say?
I've got to say, I'm exhausted watching that game play. That was just go, go, go right to the end. You saw the teams were probably starting to feel it too, but there it is. Team Vitality getting a little bit of revenge over...
Only one of us predicted it too.
Yeah,
only one of us
by CJ, wow.
Only one of us could have predicted that, so it feels good to get another one right. It's been a great day.
Love it. Yeah, on a roll. Yeah, beyond that, though, yeah, it was a bit rough in the early days for us. Cursing some teams left, right, and center, but here it is. Team Vitality, your champions now for the final open of the entire season here. If they want to play in another open, they're going to have to go to the 1s and 2s, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on, because now 3s is done until we get to the Paris Major. And Team Vitality, they've had quite an interesting journey. I mean, I felt like, Johnny, it started off a little bit wishy-washy. Even up to these moments, it doesn't look like, it's full there, but it's definitely hit its stride later in the season.
It's been a really interesting run for them. I mean, they said they were going to 4-0 Novo. They didn't. They 4-3'd them. They actually 4-0'd KW Corp. That didn't look like a 4-0 when we watched the games. And now they've just got to beat Gentlemates. So, fair play. Vitality are the top team. I thought it was going to be Gentlemates. They were on such a consistent streak. It really looked like they were just going to be the consensus 1 seed. But Vitality, they've taken away from them. And also with winning the first regional of the split as well. That's, you know, to win 2 of them. That's really impressive stuff in the modern era.
Feels fitting, doesn't it? The fact that Vitality were going to Paris, you know, Zen, all the talk around him when he bursts on the scene. It's for them to be the #1 seed and maybe the favourites going in. But you've got a Gentlemates that really, I mean, they lost no admirers losing that in Game 6. Just it was Vitality's day. As you said, they've won 2 out of 3 events, and I can't wait, Lee, for you to pull up the groups as well for the major.
Oh,
because
my days.
I think there's got to be a pretty stacked one.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have to wait. We'll tease you for that for just a moment here, as we just finish wrapping up the series here. But yeah, Team Vitality, I'm just curious now, you know, CJ, as the person that knew that they would come out victorious, what's in their gameplay right now that's looking so good? I mean, they obviously clearly said they're working on something new. That's a statement that other teams and themselves have made now. Do we feel like it's ready for Paris, and what is it?
I love it. I feel like their offense has changed a little bit. It's not as reliant on Zen, and I feel like they're also not rushing to shoot when they do finally get the ball downfield. But previously, I feel like they've been pretty defensive and then relying on kind of your 1v3 plays and throwing it on net, and it hasn't been effective. But they're doing the little things now. They're doing what Gentlemates do, Johnny, in terms of just grabbing boosts, looking for bumps, and keeping pressure. I think that's been more of their focus rather than just trying to find that perfect 1v3 crazy shot.
Yeah, I said I need to see another level from them, and we saw it. That's what Vitality have done. Gentlemates did play a good series, so to beat Gentlemates who look like they're just playing their usual selves, their usual level, is extra impressive for me. And yeah, you still did get your Zen big plays, obviously, even though he doesn't have to do that in order for Vitality to win now, which is what makes them so dangerous. You will always get those games where Zen just takes over, but he doesn't need to do it. They can win the other games as well, the more normal games, the back and forth games, and then you get off, obviously, your Zen peaks every now and then.
I feel like when Zen first kind of burst on the scene as well, Johnny, you were pretty big on the fact that, you know, what he was contributing off ball. Obviously, we knew how good he was individually, but even as a rookie, he was huge off ball. And I feel like we're finding that again with Zen. Like the bumps, the plays, he's setting up an air dribble, he's going for a fake, and he's trying to bring his teammates into the game. And I think that as a team, that's just meant they've started to look fantastic, and it's not just a one-man machine. And really, they all didn't really falter. There weren't too many big moments apart from maybe the Exotics almost own goal.
There it is. Team Vitality coming out victorious over Gentlemates, the favorites going into this. And now we've got a fun race to look forward to when it comes to Paris if these two teams meet up again. But the only people that matter right now is the ones here on Team Vitality. And Stizzy, my man, congratulations on that win. Well deserved.
Thank you.
I let the smile out, man. It was a bit of a revenge for you guys. Of course, Gentlemates had your number in the upper bracket. You know, for you coming into this tournament, having some new things to work on, did you feel, you know, like that result against Gentlemates in the upper bracket was just a result of you guys catching your footing, or was there something that you guys figured out after playing them once that allowed you to get the win here?
No, I think we use the last regional. We just play like kinda bad from the start to the start of the regional to the end. So we just play a bit of other games more than Rocket League, to be honest. But we just figure it out. So we just grind again. And this regional, I think, is a proof of our mentality and our level. Basically, we didn't start really good. We didn't feel really good individually, but at the end we just start to believe. I mean, we believe always, but I don't know how to explain it. Like we stop overthinking and we just do the job. So I think it's very good.
The confidence had to be in the right spot, you know.
Yeah.
I want to ask you as well, Stizzy. I mean, you guys had a pretty funny day. You had a 4-0 against K-Dop Corp, but it was sort of all one-goal games. And then you go Game 7 against Novo. I mean, how confident were you going into the grand final? Because we thought, well, if you're going Game 7 against Novo, I feel like Gentlemates are a step up from that. But you guys seem to keep, you know, elevating throughout each game today.
I mean, it's a rule we have in the team. If we are just playing like not our 100%, if we are playing our 60%, we have to focus to to step up and go to 70 and not watch to play from 60 to 100. Is we play a bit weird against Novo. It was not our best series, but we managed to win, and that's what it matters. So against Gentlemen, it's just a new match and doesn't matter the last match.
Did you hear Zen predict the 4-0 over Novo? Was that did the team know about this? That Zen was so bold with the interview beforehand?
No, I didn't see anything.
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, he called the 4-0.
You need to go and watch that back. He said that they were going to 4-0. So maybe Zen was a bit nervous. So the 4-0 didn't happen, but you got the win. A win is a win, and you're the 1 seed. So looking forward to Paris. Last time that there was a LAN in France was Lyon. Didn't go too well for Vitality. I know you weren't on Vitality at the time, but are you going to try and make up for Lyon? What's the main thing for you to make sure that you get the performance you want and the fans want?
No, I mean we're not really stressed about that. We don't have to think about we're playing in Paris. Is the Vitality is very important for Vitality? No, it's another major. It's another game. We don't have to think. It's like when you play a major final. It's another game. You can't feel the pressure of you're playing a final or you're playing in Paris. Just the Boston major. Like we just have to go with that mentality.
Now I don't know if you've seen it, but the groups now are going to be locked in for you guys. Let's take a look at those so we can get your thoughts on it, Stizzy. You guys, number 1 seed, are going to have Group A over there.
KC again.
And Foot. How you feeling about your group?
KC Wildcard Foot Esports. I feel very confident for the team. To be honest, I think we can get the seed 1.
Seed 1 out of Are you that confident? K Corp's out of practice right now. That should be no problem.
I mean, K Corp is K Corp. Like always gonna be a tough match. So I think even against Wildcard or Foot Esports, against everyone you have to lock in and you have to think the best in world to beat them. But yeah, it's true. Like KC is not making the same results as Split 1, but doesn't matter about that. To be honest, like we just have to think KC is the best in the world, Wildcard is the best in the world, and Foot Esports is the best in the world.
True.
Yeah. You mentioned Foot. Are you worried about Wildcard at all? Can I interest you in a Wildcard game? Any love for them or?
Only because I lost against them in Lyon, or.
True. Well, that is true. Bit of revenge for you, maybe, with that matchup after the Worlds. I forgot about that. There you go.
No, I mean, like I said, I take Wildcard like I say. I'm gonna be with the same mentality playing Wildcard as playing KC. It's kind of the same for me. Yeah. So for me,
that's what you gotta do. You can't take foot off the brakes or pedal. Take your foot off the brakes. Keep your foot on the pedal. That's what.
Something like that.
That's what it is. Hey, Stacey, well, you guys just won here. What I'm going to do is let you, we're going to shut up. You got a stage here. If you want to say anything out to the world, you just won the Open. We always traditionally give the winners a chance to speak out. So stage is yours if you want to say anything.
No, like the same as always. Thank you very much to everyone who support us. And for the haters, keep watching us winning.
Prove them wrong. Yeah, I love it. Hey, well, congratulations. It doesn't matter what they say. It matters what you do. And you just got a big dub over one of the best in the region there. So congratulations, Team Vitality. You are now the best. Stizzy, we'll see you in Paris.
Yep, thank you.
There it is. All of our teams going to Paris have been locked in, but the Worlds is still a little bit open here. But Europe, we've got our teams. How are we feeling about what we see right now, guys?
I think Europe should be pretty happy with the way this shaped up because KC, like Sizzy said, they're always going to be dangerous. They've got potential. They're in a bad run of form right now, but we know they've got what it takes to come back. Vitality never looked better. NIP rallied at the end of the event. They look like they're on a good trajectory now, and Mates are the defending champions. So it's a strong Europe, I think. And Man City,
They need to prove a point, I think, Johnny.
Yeah.
Obviously they'd be disappointed the fact that they, got eliminated on Friday. They would have loved to have just been up there, at least in points and be in contention.
Yeah.
But right now it feels like the top 4 and Man City. So this is a great little warm up for World.
They got a good group though. Man City's group is a very good group for them, so they'll be happy with that. They drew the group of life, the easiest group. Not because NRG are in it, because it's going to be Sam and APAC, I believe, is they run running out that. But yeah, they'll be quite happy with that. Or was it 5 years? Yeah, I think it was even 5 years. So very good group for Man City to get out of, maybe even top 2.
And this is it. We've showed you this graphic a million times, and well, you're going to see it maybe another time during the 2v2s and 1v1s. We'll see, but it might be the last time because that's it for our opens. The next stop is the Paris Major, and after that we've got 2v2 opens, the 1v1 opens, and the last chance qualifiers, and still trying to determine what that last region is going to be. Again, that comes down to how Sam and OC perform at the Paris Major, so there's still lots on the line as they try to collect as many points towards that world championship. So one last time, I gotta ask you guys, come have fun with us.
Come
Grab
on.
tickets right below. Take a picture of Johnny's face. You want that as well. And you'll also get a QR code in there. And you're going to scan that and go grab your ticket to join us in Paris. Guys, I got to get your final thoughts here because this is it. We're done. We're going to Paris after this. How do we feel? Looking at the world, just Europe, whatever. What are our thoughts now as we head towards what's probably going to be one of the greatest lands of all time? Johnny, if you want to start us off.
Oh, just excitement. I mean, this is going to be so good. The world of Rocket League, it continues to get more and more stacked with every passing event, and it's the biggest event of all time. France was amazing in Lyon. The crowd is fantastic. The event is fantastic. Can't wait to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that the World Championships last year feels like a warm-up for this major in Paris, and it's going to be even bigger and better. So, look, I love the online stuff, but nothing compares to the LAN. So make sure you do get there. If you're thinking about it, even if I see a lot of time people saying, I've got no one to go with. If you rock up to a LAN, everyone there is just absolutely having a great time. You might meet some friends for life as well. So make sure you get along. We'll be there. We'll be getting around the crowd when we're not working on the series as well, and just having an absolute blast. So get there to Paris, and yeah, looking forward to seeing a couple of different game modes throughout May to August as well, or May to June or July until the LCQ. It's still, a pretty full Rocket League calendar. So awesome online series. Everyone's looking in form worldwide, I'd say. We'll find out who the number 1 seed is in Sam, I think a little bit later on. But apart from that, I'll see you in Paris.
Well, that's it. I've got nothing to say besides come here for a sec. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining us on this awesome journey. On behalf of production, on behalf of the talent team, on behalf of all the players, thank you so much. This has been a blast, but we are done for the Opens. 3v3 is only going to be on LAN now, so we'll see you in Paris. Thank you so much. Stay safe, be kind, and we'll see you in Paris.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Midfield, he's under one. Very peak, carrying this. To Kilo! Into the back wall! Score! Kilo scores! Qui renvoie la balle dans le code. It's not at the finish! No, not the best time! But zero! Qui une belle opportunité! La double tap, c'est un risque! Et non, pas Witter! Early shot! C'est pour moi! Pour le faire avec exotique notamment! Et voilà! Voilà! That's open! My friends, it's Matera! Hawas va aller chercher Killer! Team Falcon a un temps fort!
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold.